All right, it's the big one. It's the BMX British Championships from Manchester.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready. Watch the gate.
All right, welcome everyone. Lloyds British Championships here, BMX race discipline, Manchester, and I'm with the voice of BMX, Rich Eames. Rich, the first damp one I think we've had this year.
Yeah, very much so. You can tell we're in Manchester. It's raining. I've got my cocoon on. You know, we're here for the sunshine.
Oh, there's one already.
Yeah.
Just British Championships, different format. We've got different age categories and bike categories racing on each day. Just talk us through that one, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, it's that big here at the British BMX Championships in Manchester. We split it up. So on the Saturday, you've got the cruiser riders, which is the 24-inch wheels, and the younger kids up to the age of 13. And then day two, the Sunday, 13 and over on the 20-inch. All mayhem, all good. Can't wait.
Yeah, and it's what I like about the Brits is you've got a lot of regional riders. Might be their first big event. We're going to talk to some of them probably in when we go around the regions later. And of course, you know, it's a big event for them. But some of them, it might be their first time racing at this level, and it's a great track to do it on.
It's an amazing track to do it on. I mean, it's so raceable, this track here at Manchester. You know, you've got good technical straights, you've got good corners as well. And obviously with it raining at the minute, they're going to be quite greasy. So that could really mix it up come quarters, semis and finals. Big action on the way. Can't wait.
Yeah, Ben Cornish just walked past us, so looking for elbow pads apparently. But anyway, that's the format. And then the track here, like you say, the bigger ones, they've really got a squash. So come Sunday, you're going to see some real technical riding on that third straight especially.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think of age groups like the 14s, the 15s, the 16s, 19 to 29 cruiser. They're going into these corners at absolute full tilt. There's not a lot of room. Something's got to give. So it's one of them. I know we say it all the time, but anything can happen. But here, anything can happen.
All right, there we go. So what we're going to do now is have a quick look at the track guide, and then we'll go to the rider oath and then into racing. So enjoy the track guide. Welcome to BMX Race Hub and your Manchester Platt Fields track guide. Okay, here we are, Manchester Platt Fields. So 330 metre track on the racing line, give or take. Depends on your racing line. If you're a bit wayward, it's probably a bit further. But we've got elements of new tarmac gone in for the race season. It's a fairly big pedal down the first straight, quite powerful. I say new tarmac in the berms here. You can see a bit of work going on. Third straight. A series of doubles, and the last straight a very, very evenly spaced rhythm section. So let's go and have a look at some of the key features. Okay, here we are then. First straight at Manchester Platt Fields, the first key feature. It's a pretty big pedal fest down here. You've got three large jumps, fairly large jumps. It's like a mini Gosport, I suppose, for the riders who haven't been here before but maybe have raced at Gosport. For the faster ones, getting the backside of each jump is going to be really important. Smaller ones on the gas, on the pedals down the backside. And picking the line into the first corner is important. It's quite flat in the bottom, need to use a bit of the berm to carry the maximum speed. Okay, berms, second key feature, the one behind me, you can see in the middle it kind of goes flat, and then you've got more of a bowl on the exit. I'll go and have a little look at that for you. So quite wide in, as I say, kind of feels like it starts to pinch you a little bit with the height of the berm. It's kind of flat in the middle here, and obviously at the bottom as well, there's not a lot of support, but then really good apex, really good support on the way out of the corner. So I imagine they'll be quite early on the gas heading out of the corner. Okay, second berm, so really nice shape, I could think there's going to be quite a lot of action in this corner. It's a really interesting shape. You've got lots of support on the exit, but it does look like there's some really good high-low options here. And of course the next straight narrows slightly, so we'll go and have a look at that. Okay, next key feature, third straight, gets slightly narrow, still 5 meters wide, but gets slightly narrower out of the second corner. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, the one you're on there jumps into the last corner, and they're all sort of doubles. The first one's kind of a steppy table thing, and then doubles. Really nice shape for those that are jumping, quite lippy, quite good backside. Getting the backside for a faster rider is going to be really important. It's probably quite easy to overjump, certainly the middle one, middle two. So getting that backside of the jumps is going to be super important. Third berm looks really like it closes in. It's still 5 meters wide, but there's definitely, if you're not under pressure and you're in the second place going for the win, there's definitely a really good high-low in this corner. It's super supportive on the way in and on the way out. So there'll be some really good action, I'm sure, in this corner. Okay, home stretch, last straight. A real nice natural rhythm to this straight. All the jumps are fairly similar shapes. You can pump the whole lot almost at any speed, pretty much at any speed. Lots of different options, manuals, double manuals, the odd jump, but making sure you maintain and gain speed through pumping and backside to jumps is going to be really important for that last, 40, 50 meters down to the finish line. Okay, that was a look at the features on the track. And as this typical Manchester weather starts to ease slightly, there's a risk of the sun coming out. Let's go on board with Harry Tanner for a hot lap.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Manchester Platt hot lap. Manual on the first jump, couple pedals again. Double manual, flat first corner, but pedals coming out of it. Manual, couple pedals. Really quick second corner on the pedals early. Third straight's all about the drive. A couple pedals in between. Small last corner. Pedal on the out. Rhythm section down the last straight. Pedal to line.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, very nearly good afternoon. Welcome to the British BMX Championships 2026. We are going to go racing in approximately 10 minutes time. First gate drop is going to be at noon exactly. But as tradition dictates with the British Championships, we always have the rider's oath. It's always done by a local rider. So this year, we are going to hand you on to Mr. Finlay Munro. Finlay's going to do the traditional rider's oath, start this British BMX Championships off. So Finlay, you've got your piece of paper. Over to you, sir.
I pledge, on behalf of all the riders at this 2026 BMX British Championships, that we will take part in the meeting with honour and integrity and the spirit of good sportsmanship. We will uphold the principle of involvement, truth and honesty, and will endeavour to conduct ourselves in the manner befitting such an occasion with respect for the rules of the officials and all the other participants. We will dedicate ourselves to ensuring that this meeting will be remembered as one of fun, enjoyment and comradeship within the family of BMX and stand as an example to the others who will follow in the future.
Brilliant, Finlay. Well done, mate. That's absolutely fabulous. It's like he's done it before. Right, so about 8 minutes, I think, to gate drop. So we're going to go racing bang on midday. If you're watching at home on the live stream, get involved. Make sure you share it on your social media, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, Facebook, whatever you've got. Just share it. Get everybody watching. We'd really appreciate it. And enjoy the show. It's going to be an absolute banger, the Brits 2026.
Need to go racing, ladies and gents. If you are not trackside yet, get yourself there. Riders making their way in to the pen area. Commissaires out on track. Medics are ready and waiting. Riders making their way up to the top of the hill for moto number 1. 13 to 14-year-old cruisers going to kick us off today. We are a go race number 1 of the 2026 British BMX Championships. The 13 to 14-year-old cruisers hitting turn number 1. Check out the 0-1 of Leo Rowlands out of the north. Looking good at the moment. Who's there with him? Got to be Benny Marco out of the south, chasing him in towards that second turn. One rider has lost his chain through that second straight. Looks like that might have been Harley Steele out of East Anglia. His compadre out of East Anglia in there as well. That's Adam Arnold in about 4, chasing down Big Murph in there in 3, Marco in 2. But your race winner is the 0-1 of Leo Rowlands. The North going 1 and 2 in race number 2. Charlie Craig leading this one out at the moment. Xavi Fox Cooper in there with him, doing the business. Looks like we've got 2 riders out of the south going 3 and 4. That's got to be Louis Sheffy on the 12.5, being chased down by the 4.5 of Bodie Markley. So the north and the south going 1, 2, 3 and 4. Southwest on track, race number 3. Leading them out, got to be Oliver Arnold out of Exeter BMX Club on the 1.2 plate. The south and the north battling it out for that 2 spot. That's got to be Cotton in there in the 3 at the moment, chasing down the 11.5 of Harry Swales. The north have got a few more riders in there. The 10.4 rounding out the top 4 spots. That's Lewis Hughes. Here comes Cotton with a late charge down the final straight, putting the pressure on Swales at the line. The south going 1, 2 and 3 in race number 4. Where is Hunter Mallion? He's out there at the front of the pack at the moment, smooth as you like. The north in there inside the top 4. That's got to be Charlie Labras. Chasing down the 7.5 of Max Livingston. But it is all about the south at the front of the pack with Hunter Mallion picking up that race win. Onto the 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser heading in towards that second turn. Looks like the Scottish contingent out front. Ailey Watson being chased down by the rider out of the southwest. That's going to be the 2.2 of Afia Pick. The 2.1 in there in 3. That's going to be Seren Pritchard doing it for the Midlands. That looks like Matty the Baddy Dixon rounding out them top 4 spots. The Midlands going 3 and 4 in that one. Race 6 on track. Graham Leasley, McFarlane, Grim, McSwitty and A-Tree in and out of that second turn. East Anglia leading this one out the 1.3. Lottie McFarlane, she's being chased down though by the 1.6. That is Elizabeth Graham out of the Centurion. Out of the Centurions, massive, and doing it for the Scottish contingent. The south going through in a 3 and 4 through that final straight. That's going to be A-Tree and Grim. Next up on track. Looks like we've got the 15 to 16-year-old cruisers led away by the north. That is Alfie Sim. That one got all sorts of busy at the front of the pack as Alfie Sim picked up that moto win. Race number 8, Logan Young leading this one out, doing it for the south. East Anglia in there with him, got to be Benjamin Dean on the 4.3 plate. Rider out of the southwest, rounding out them top 3 spots. That is Addison Milburn on the 1.2 plate. 7.5 getting involved as well. That is Presley Syme. Hiding down the final straight, looking to pick up a top 3 spot. Not quite going to get close enough. He's going to hold off Isaac Caulfield in there in 5. The North going 1 and 3 in race number 9. Looking good at the moment. Splitting them up, though, is going to be the rider out of the South. Looks like that could have been the 1.5 of Newton Hindley, but it is the 6.4 leading it out. Freddie Woolwork. The 2.4 in there in 3 is Thomas O'Brien. So the North sandwich heading down the final straight. Hindley manualing his way through that final straight as smooth as you like, picking up that 2 spot across the line. Cooper McCrum doing it for the Scottish Massive at the front of the pack in race number 10. Slatter, Smith, Nottingham, Walford, Stevenson and Smith all on track as well. It is a 5.3 picking up that 2 spot. Lucas Smith, the North going at 3, 4 and 5 through that final straight. Looks like that's going to be Jack Walford picking it up in behind Adam Stevenson. Race 11 on track. The North leading this one out. Nate Hamilton and James Cottrell. It is Cottrell leading it from Hamilton as they bring it towards the final turn. The 10.5 is going to be Ronnie Richards in there in 3. In and out of that final corner, the 4.5 in there as well. Oren Hanna doing it for the Bournemouth crew as he brings it across the line inside the top 4. The South and the North battling it out for the 1 spot in race number 12. Who's leading this one through? Max Henderson, Goodfellow, doing it in this 17 to 29-year-old cruiser class. Who's there behind him? It looks like Jack Fassler Brass in that 2 spot. The 7.5 in there is Dylan Seaman. Rounding out the top 3 spots. He's being chased down through the final straight though. Here comes LeBras at the line. Gonna go from 2 to 1 and pick up that race win.
There we go. Eventually, Luke Davis Hayes out in front, the 5.4. That belongs to Pete Watson, Finley Randall, Joe Trevina, Tyler Chadwick, Zach Green, and Kean Brown and Joe Little in that one. Race 14, Tia Wiggins, Doran Harradine. We may have an update on John O'Harradine's relationship status. Stay tuned for more, people. As we go in and out of that final turn, we're waiting for an official statement from his representatives. Race 15, Freeman, Hill, McHugh, Roy, Gatting, Mowat, Palmer, William Alfie Harrison in this one as well. Charlie Roy out of East Anglia, I think, is leading it through at the moment as they come towards that final corner. McHugh's in there in 2. The 3.5 of Stanley Palmer rounding out that top 3. Kyle Hill in there as well. Race 16, 17 to 29, female cruiser. Hannah Drew, Olivia Firth, Alicia Lynn Scott, Jamie Hyam, Trinity Cam, and Lucia Thomas. Out of the Midlands, but it is Hannah Drew. Transplanted to the north. She's going to have a Stockport accent schoon. Olivia Firth in there in 2. That's going to be Alicia in 3. Jamie Hyam rounding out the 5. Moving on to, we got Posh Cups as well. Blimey. Race 17, Erin J. Jackson. Birthday coming up for Erin. Happy birthday, Erin. I can't remember exactly when it is, but I know I got the message off your mum. Hannah Hedges, Jamie Elwood, Taylor Lee Mowen. In the mix, Izzy Hurry was Izzy in there in 4 on that beautiful Mabel cruiser. Isla Radcliffe and Alexis McCartney. Race 18. Chiziwa, Allison, Nice, Musgrove, Willets and Hempstock. It is Chiziwa heading into that final turn. East Anglia in there in 2. That's going to be Molly Nice. Yetska Hempstock rounding out the 3. As we move on to race number 19. Coming out as rapid fire here, day 1 of the British BMX Championships. 2026 3039s, Farrington, Laurie, Budby, Popel, Boyle and Luckhurst. Boyle in there in about 3rd spot at the minute. He said he was a little bit nervous. No need, Chris riding like that. Solid 3rd place. Nesbitt, Lungley, Issett, Abbott and Hearn in this one. Sean Issett still recovering from the Malverns last weekend. Chris Hearn in there in 3. Nathan Abbott leading it through. The 1.2 and the 4.3. That's going to be Chris Nesbitt and Adam Lungley. Going down that final straight, race 21. Smith, Hudson, Romney, Wybrow, Parker. I need an update on which vehicle he's turned up in this weekend. If you could let us know, Romney, that'd be absolutely amazing. Tom Duffy, Lash Richardson, John Lillingston. All in Moto 21, race 22 on track. That is Becca Goal out in front on the W7. Francis Anthony, Karen Evans, Anita Wong, Annie Chiziwa, Ornella McGarvey, Miles, Emily Isla, and Abby Hill. Good to have Abby back on track. But it is Becca Goal and Nita going 1 and 2 into the turn. I think that's Karen in there in 3. Race 23. Rowan Beckett, Leah Pearson, Suzanne Jenkins, Suzanne Rawlins, Catherine Dean, Grace Turner, Sarah Jane Nichols. SJN out in front, Claire Mardell in there as well. It is SJ heading into the final corner. The 5.3, that is Leah Pearson in there in that third spot. Suzanne Jenkins in for Emily Eilert chasing her down. Race 24, Joe Gray, Nicola Wheeler, Amanda Hemstock, Helen Duffy, Claire Albert, Lisa Tarlin, and Juan Clements. Joe doing it for the Midlands region. But out in front, it is the South. That might be Juan Clements. I've got a feeling it is. Magic Manda giggling her head off as she goes round the final corner. Not quite sure what's the funny, Manda. Please inform us. That would be lovely. Race 25, Lewis.
40 to 44-year-old cruisers on track. The South leading them out. Looks like that could be Jake Hemsford on the 3.5. Who's the rider out of the Southwest putting the pressure on the exit of turn number 2 as they bring it towards the final corner. It's the 11.2 of Grant Yearbury. So it is Kemsford, Yearbury in that order. That looks like Tom Stretton rounding out the top 3, doing it for the Midlands as they bring it down towards the stripe. Is that Ben Martinez on track? The Midlands leading this one out. Ben Martinez, good to see him back on track on his 5.1 plate. The Midlands going 1 and 3. Looks like that could be the 1.1 in there in that 3 spot. That is James Wilson looking for a way around the 0-1. Your British champion from 2025 looking to defend that plate this year. That's Dylan Dixon doing it for the East Anglian crew. Looks like he might have just been nicked on the line by James Wilson. Next up on track, more 40 to 44-year-old cruiser. Mr. Pie in a Pie, Chris Evans. Good to see him back after a nasty crash a few weeks ago at Derby. Doing it for the North out front, looking good. Took part in one of the Rab Racing challenges not so long ago. Did one of their tenable challenges. Had an absolute stinker, did Chris. I expected you to know more, Chris, than what you did. But anyway, he's out there in front of that moto. If that made up for it. 45-49 cruisers. Smith, Rose, Kennedy, Labras, Gatting, Elkindy and Trincart. Looks like the Scottish crew out front. That is Matthew Trincart on the 4.6. Got a big old lead into the rider in 2. That's the 2.4 plate of Big Nige Smith. Being chased down by 2 riders out of the North contingent. That's going to be Anthony Labras taking it across the line inside the top 4 with Jamie Rose in there as well. As you take a look at 3 South riders heading in towards turn number 2. Got to be Norbert Marco leading this one out. Going a 1 and 2 with the 4.5 plate of Adam Boudet. The 3.5 in there in 3. That's Kev Merrin. So the South looking good at the moment. Looks like East Anglia picking up 4 and 5. That's going to be Kev Merrin being chased down by Mark Steele as they take it across the stripe. The Kevin Bacon of UK BMX. Daz O'Brien in there in that 2 spot. Chasing down your race leader Zoltan Boudet doing it for the South. Looks like the North rounding out the top 3 spots as they bring it towards the final corner. That's going to be the 9.4. That is Tim Porter out of the Bradford Bandits crew. East Anglia BMX are rounding out them top 4 spots and moving on to the 55 plus cruisers. No, sorry, more 50 to 54. Going to be semi-final racing later on today, these guys are. So it is the rider out of the South leading it out, the 2.5. Matt Phillips, Brett Knight, Jules Allen, Timmy Turnbar up to that 3 spot at the moment. Mr. TD taking it down that final straight is Brett Knight. The last straight specialist moves his way through from 2 to 1 on the line. East Anglia on track, gotta be Hilly. Your British champion leading it from 2 Northmen in and out of that second corner. Hilly as smooth as you like, doing it for Pure Bikes in East Anglia through that 3rd straight. That looks like the 13.4 in there behind him. Martin Oggy Ogden. Being chased out of that final turn, Neil Harbour, he's going to round out them top 3 spots. As the North go through in 2, 3 and 4 in that one. I think that might have been Dave Stokes rounding out them top 4 spots. As we take a look at Reedy, leading out race at number 33. Pete Butler in there in that 2 spot. That looks like Stu Little in there as well, in and out of that final turn. EA BMX chasing down that final straight. That was Andrew Hayes, out of SAS Race Team, and Braintree Bullets. 55 plus cruisers now out on track. The North going 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the moment. The 2.4 leading the charge, Ian Sharp. Good to see Ian back on track. The 5.4, Chris Madron in there in that 2 spot. Heading through that final straight though, it's all about Ian Sharp picking up that race win. Moving on to race number 35, we are being led out by the rider out of the Scottish crew, Stu Campbell. In and out of that second turn, being chased down by the rider doing it for the South. Billy Stupple in there in about 4 at the moment, chasing down the 6.4 plate. That's going to be Steve Notman. And the rider in there in 2, that is Keith Brown. So the South currently going 2 and 4 through that final straight, but it's all about Stu Campbell at the front of the pack, picking up his first race win of the day. Race number 36, heading in towards that second corner. Looks like that could be... oh, Dylan Jackson. Dylan Jackson, he's going to pick up that race win, going to 1 and 2 with Raymond Reed in there in that 2 spot.
Right, here we go. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. First of these guys heading down towards turn number 1. Walsh, Wallwork, Swales, Waters, Jenkins, Stack, Tanza and Worrell. As they head towards that turn out in the distance. Feels like we're miles away up here. Freddie Walsh is doing it for the Southwest. Ronnie Wallwork being watched intently by Die Hard on the sidelines. She'll be giving him grief if he doesn't make a top 4. So you're in a bit of trouble at the minute, Ronnie, do you know what I mean? Jack Swales out of the South as they head towards the finish line as we move on to race 38. Starmets, Grimm, Darley, Robinson, Dewis, Jones and Todd. Arlo Starmets out of the Southwest. Bradley Grimm doing it for the South. 7.2, I think, or 7.5 is it? 7.5, 7.3. Ollie Todd, East Anglia. Sorry, Ollie. Missed you there, mate. Race 39, we've got a birthday shout out for Regan Jones out of the Southwest. Got a birthday coming on the 27th of August. Don't know when that is. Might be soon. Anyway, happy birthday, Regan. Have an amazing day, mate. Colwyn Jones, Frederick State, Seth Ritchie, Leo Bradley, Josh Bean, and Will Parks in moto number 39. Race 40, our Riders Oath participant, Finley Munro, out in front. Did a grand job. Well done, Finley. Enjoyed that one. Killian Hanna, Tom Barnard, Arthur Mason, Charlie Dowson, Emma Dean, Rory Smythe, and Albert Turner. But it is Finn Munro out in front, being chased down by the rider in 2. That's Charlie Dowsing. Out of the Midlands, he's got a South posse chasing him to the line. And Emma Dean's in there as well, doing it for East Anglia. 6 and unders, Butcher, Barnard, Watanabe, Chasey, I think that is. I'll go with that, it's close enough. Out of the South, Edward Morley. Out of the North, Ellis Dowson, Ellis Hitchins and Alfie Lungley. All in there somewhere. Can't see Alfie, because I can't see an East Anglia jersey. Unless he's hidden it somewhere. But it is the young man out of the South who's taking it down towards the line. Being tracked down, I think, by Edward Morley. As we move on to race number 43. We got an 8.4 in there somewhere. Or am I one moto in front? Just hang on, let me check. Yep, I was one moto in front. Well done, Rich. Can't get the staff these days, can you? Do you know what I mean? Ted Butcher, Ronnie Barnard. Yeah. Get the mistakes out the way early, do you know what I mean? So anyway, Murphy Brown, Isaac Wilton Tyne, Oscar Savage, Tate Brocky Cox, Noah Kebble, Lawson Whitchak, and Theodore Perdue-Hurst were in the other one. Sorry, boys. We'll endeavour to get that right next time around. It's early. I've had one coffee. Leave me alone. Niall Fallon leading out moto number 43. We got Milo Ryder Bays in there. Arthur Moss doing it for CGR. Arne Lewis, Elliot Fullard, Theo Lloyd Harrison, and Hudson Needle. Race 44 is Isaiah Coppinger Williams. That's a great name. I don't know. I'm going to get that one out into the finals later on. Ronnie Dobb, Victor Anderson, Henry Campbell, Rupert Garnett, Milo Gehring, and Maxim Krzyzosiak on the 1.4. Maxim must know every inch of this track, being as from just down the road. Got some good technique going down that final straight. Probably better than Sean Issett, to be fair. Race 46, females. No, race 45. Larissa Thoreau, Sophia Thorpe, Isla Goodall, Ava Towell, Kaya Gibson, and Jessica Garnett. Our little ladies, pedaling princesses, the 6 and under girls. So as they head into the turn, it is Sophie Thorpe leading it in, being tracked down by Ava Towell. And that'll be Isla Goodall in there in that 3rd spot. Can I just say, Scotland, I love your jerseys this year. They look amazing. So good job, guys. Well done. Race 46, Lenny Holiday, Aria Bartlett, Adeline Wilson, Phoebe Court, Grace Snell, Mia Dix, and Florence Baldwin. That is race number 46. Phoebe Court leading it into the final turn, I think. No, it's the 5.1, Mia Dix. 2.4, that's going to be Aria Bartlett in there in 3. The 4.1, that is Adeline Wilson. As we move on to the 7-year-old boys, race 47, Whitelaw. Oglesby, Fox, Wheater, Gray, Mitchellmore, Jones, Crudo, Estevez, and Ind. 2.4, Owen Wheater. Battling away with the 3.2 of Freddie Mitchellmore. All getting involved in this one, Scotland's rider. That's going to be Austin Whitelaw. Parker Gray's in there as well. For the Southwest, race 48. Blake Russell, Dennis Turner, Joshua Aston, Nathan Jones, Alfie Baglin, Isaac Buck, Freddie Marshall, and Max Guthrie. The North region, bringing it down to the final corner. That'll be Alfie Baglin into the turn, being tracked down by the 6.2 and the 8.5. Isaac Buck and Blake Russell. Race 48 heading down the final straight. Race 49, Lewis.
7-year-olds on track, the 1.1 leading it in towards that first corner. Return of the Mac, it's Ruben McAllister leading this one through. Who's here with him doing it for the South? Looks like that could have been Oliver Savage on the 1.5 plate, heading in towards that second corner. Couple of riders out of the Midlands in this one then. That looks like Milo Fox Bond in there in about 3 at the moment. Chasing down the 1.5 of Savage, heading in towards that final turn. The 17.4, that is Sebastian Parton out of the Brunty crew. In and out of that final corner then, McAllister, he's going to pick up the race win aboard that 1.1 plate. Race 50 on track, more 7-year-old boys battling it out into that second turn, but one rider has absolutely checked out from the pack. Gotta be Luke Barron on the 28.4, doing it for the North. The other Northman in the race, picking up that top 3 spot at the moment on that 5.4 plate. That's going to be Joe Ringwood out of Preston Pirates, but splitting up the North Fun is going to be Jude Brocky Cox on the 5.5. He's under pressure through the final straight. Looks like Cox is just about going to hang on to that 2 spot in behind Luke Barron, your race winner. 11.3 on the outside into turn number 1. That's going to be Jackson May. Repping the duck pants as he brings it towards turn number 2. Who's in there in that 1 spot though, out of the Southwest? Looks like that could be Jensen Dite on the 1.2 plate. So Dite looking good at the moment. Who's picking up that 2 spot? That is the 10.4. of Jeremiah Perry, doing it for the Brunty crew. Jackson May rounding out them top 3 spots. Who's picking up that 4th spot as they bring it in and out of that final turn? Looks like that might have been the 7.5 of Cleon Arendt. Arendt going to round out them top 4 spots then as Jensen Dyer picks up that race win. 2 riders out of the Southwest going 1 and 3 in race number 52. But splitting them up is going to be the rider out of the South. Amari Bamford Burt in there in that 2 spot then, heading in towards that second corner. Albie Howe and Otis Tinniswood, that's going to be your 1 and 3 as they head towards that final turn. Who's picking up the 4, doing it for the Midlands? Looks like that could be the 2.1 plate. Sorry, the 8.1 of River Allen Kemp Giles. Giles then going to round out them top 4 spots, but down the final straight, looks like Howe's going to be your race winner as he's pushed to the line by Amari Bamford Burr. East Anglia on track. Teddy Fountain on the 4.3, leading this one into turn number 2. Who's picking up that 2 spot? Looks like that could be Patrick Dempsey, doing it for the North, being chased down by 2 riders out of the South. That's going to be the 6.5 and the 9.5 as they come on round. That is Leo Hawker and Eamon Asiru. Asiru rounding out them top 4 spots, then putting Dempsey under pressure as he brings it down to the stripe. Your race winner going to be Teddy Fountain. It looks like it was Dempsey hanging on for that 2 spot. Bit of carnage in turn at number 1 has taken the Midlands rider as a victim, and that was Aubrey Robinson, I think. Reggie Rice, he's got one of the coolest walks in BMX. He's in there in about 4 or 5 at the moment. Showed some wicked sportsmanship back at Derby a few weeks back, but it's going to be the riders out of the Southwest going 1 and 2 in that one. I think Jack Byrne was your race winner. Moving on to the ladies' end. 7-year-old girls going in and out of turn number 1. East Anglia leading this one through. Peony Ford out of Braintree BMX Club. The North going through in that 2 spot under a bit of pressure as they go in and out of that second corner. Looks like that could be Alice Laurie on the 3.4 plate. She's being chased down by the rider out of the South. That's going to be the 10.5 of Network Kerr. That's your 1, 2, 3 then. Ford, Laurie, Kerr in that order. Who's picking up the 4 out of the Midlands? Looking like Aubrey Chambers. Albert Dudley in there in 5, chasing her through the final straight with the 2.4 of Kitty Woolwork, rounding out the top 6. Next up on track, race number 56, Goddard, Collins, Cairns, Parrish, Thoros and Gibson. Where's the 4.4 of Amaria Gibson? She's at the front of the pack, leading it out for the North. The 1.5 in there in 2. That's going to be Erin Thoros with the 1.3 of Ruby Parrish in there in 3. Almost got it all sorts of wrong down the 3rd straight, but managed to stick it upright. She's being chased down by the rider out of the Southwest. That's Cleo Collins rounding out them top 4 spots. The 4.5 is going to be Lenny Goddard with Molly Cairns on the 2.5 in 6. Race number 57, more 7-year-old ladies battling it out on track. Going semi-final racing later today. The 12.2 Opal Jones rusting up racing in the Southwest leads this one out. The 6.3 in there as well. That's Evie Steele rounding out them top 2 spots. Who's chasing them down? The rider out of the Midlands in there inside the top 4. That's going to be Senna Rose McCann putting the pressure on through the final straight. That looks like Billy Sawyer hanging on to a top 3 spot. 8-year-old boys on track. Who's leading them out? Going to be the 24.3. Sandis Horns doing it for the East Anglian crew. He's being chased down by the rider out of the North through that final straight. Looks like that might have been Benji Ross Foster. Killian Brown in there as well as the rider out of the South makes moves down the final straight. I think that might have been Harry Taylor out of SVT Mongoose. The Midlands on track then leading this one through. Gotta be Shelby Yates on the 16.1. The North are going 2 and 3 in behind him. That's the 2.5. Picking up the 2 spot at the moment. That is Charlie Bromelo. As fast as you like. The 4.4 in there with him. Leon Kazoziak. So it is Bromelo, Kazoziak rounding out them podium spots as Shelby Yates picks up the race win. Race 60 on track, the South leading this one through. Alexander French on the 5.5, doing it for the Peckham contingent, heading in towards that second turn. Who's the rider picking it up, doing it for the Southwest? That's the 3.2 of Jax Bradley. The North are bunching up. They've got 3 riders inside the top 5 at the moment, and it's the 23.5 leading the charge for the North. It's Ioannis Chalkos. He's just been shuffled back ever so slightly as he looked up the inside of Jax Bradley in that final turn. Wasn't quite close enough, but he's putting the pressure on. Bradley, Chalkos to the line for the 2 spot, but it was all about Alexander French, a race winner. Race 61 on track, in and out of turn number 2 and through the third straight. 16.4 leading the charge. That's going to be Isaac Tomlinson. East Anglia in there with him. It looks like that could be, I think that was Teddy Barker. Yes, it was Teddy picking up that 2 spotter to bring it down to the line.
Right, race 62 on track. We got Childs Wood, Eels, Cybuck, I think that is. Atherton, Beard and Lamb. That is going to be Ruben Lamb leading it into that final corner. Jasper Eels in there as well in that second spot. The 20.4 of Elliot Beard rounding out the 3. And I've got a feeling that's Isaac Cybuck in that 4th spot. As we move on to race 63, Charlie Wright, Harry Merrin, Arthur Kinge, Charlie Thorne, William Beckett, Oscar Edwards and Ray Baker. He sounds like a jazz musician. Ray Baker, jazz musician. Sorry, that's just how my brain works. I apologise. Arthur Kinge leading it in and out of that turn. That looks like William Beckett, I think, in there in that second spot. Southwest rider going through in 3 will be Oscar Edwards. Race 64. Oh, we got a rider down on that second straight. Dagan, Brown, Bridle, Cactins, Grant Smith, Stoter and Morgan. Rider down on that second straight. There's the 21.2 and the 8.5 going in and out of the corner. Oliver Bridle. And Eddie Brown. 1 and 2 down the straight. Cactins picking up the 3. Not sure who our faller was, but he's up and all right, which is good to see. Go and get a kebab, mate. You'll be fine. Right, as we move on to moto number 65, Gregory Simons Finch, Peter Stanley. The magnificently named Soren Rock Hatfield in this one. Rolly Wiggins and Henry Dodd. Sounds like a punk music band, doesn't it? Hello, sir. We all right? So, race 65. Jackson Gregory out of the southwest. Sloan Simons. He's out of the south region. It is the 5.4 of Henry Dodds, Midlands BMX Club and the north. Leading it out of that final turn, the 12.3. Is Alex Finch out of East Anglia. As we move on to race 66. And all the tricks. Callum Saunders, Jack Orpen, Lyle Morrison, Nico Jocelyn Black, Elijah Knowles, the always entertaining Lewin Jamira in there as well. Hashtag beef curry is life. Benjamin Sawyer. All heading down that final straight. And I'll throw the next one in for the kids. Race 6-7. There you go. That's for everybody under the age of 12. Lewis is already cringing in second-hand embarrassment next to me. I don't care. Manon Fleur Corbett Jones. These are the 8-year-old girls, by the way. Edith Haynes, Elsie Hopkins, Enid Stewart, Erin Doney, and Molly Steele. 6-7. Do you know what? Nathaniel will be watching that at home. He'll be going mental. Absolutely mental. Race 68, Esme Anderson, Ada Porter, Poppy Butcher, Elsie McAvoy, Sophia Rees and Ada Warner. These are the 8-year-old girls. I think my mate Hattie McGoldrick's coming to watch the racing today. I believe so anyway. Race 69, Luke Ford, Toby Brook, Konstantin Tuarev. That's a good name as well. Francis Ellingworth, Hugo Perech, I think that is. Arlo Hatch, Arlo Payne, He's asked for some dirty drum and bass later on. Whether he gets it or not, different matter entirely. Oh, yeah. Oliver Pritchard. All in that wall. Oh, you're going to have to hum it then. Is that the request then, Lewis? Oh, God. I can't remember that. Probably be Britney Spears. Right, moving on. Archie Fisher. Moto 70, this one, by the way. Connor Grant's in there in 2. Got Dougie Campbell, Brooklyn State, Alfie Fishwick, Charlie Crossley, Albie Stimpson as well, and Jacob North. As we move on to race 71, Chapel, Lougheed, Gorman, Weatherly, Harrison, Thoreaus, Chalmers and Lucas Ruscombe King. 26.3, Teddy Gorman out in front, doing it for East Anglia. The Southwest chasing him down, 2 and 3. That'll be Tommy Weatherly and Lucas Ruscombe King. The South rounding out the top 4 with the North going 5 and 6. That'll be Henry Lougheed and Finlay Lloyd Harrison. Oh, Gaffer's here. Are we all right? Good. That's cool. Right, if you've not got your BMX trading cards, you can get them from outside the Manchester BMX cabin. I believe the pro signing will be at 2 p.m. So all those riders on those trading cards, you can get them signed by the riders concerned. That'll be happening at 2 o'clock.
Right, race 74 heading in towards turn number 2. In and out they go. Looks like the rider out of the north in there in that 2 spot. Got to be Oscar rather fast. He's tracking down the rider, doing it for the south. That's got to be the 2.5 of Rudy Pleasance 4. It's RPF out there in front then. East Anglia picking up a top 3 as they bring it through that final straight. Looks like that might have been Logan Aceto doing it for Moto 1 and Muckoff race team. Race number 75, Underhill, Hoffman, Lewisfield, Hawker, Bunchik, McKenzie and Powell all on track. Leading them out is the 1.5 plate of Petter Bunchik. Heading in towards that final corner, the 4.2 in there in that 2 spot. That's Ollie Underhill. Doing it for the Southwestern Decoy with Atlas Lewisfield rounding out the top 3 spots. Doing it for the South and Andover. Race 76 on track. Finlay Kerr in this one, doing it for the South on the 6.5, but leading the way. One of the riders doing it for the Southwest. That's going to be Hudson Cook. Heading towards that final turn, the 9.5 in there in that 2 spot. That's Alan Wong doing it for Peckham BMX Club. Moves being made in that final corner. Jonah Taylor working his way on the inside, goes from 3 to 2. Now putting the pressure on your race leader down the final straight. Cook right the way down to the stripe. Who picked up the race win? It might have been Taylor on the line. Race number 77, heading towards the final turn. Frankie Jones leading this one out, the South going 2 and 3. Roari Kempsford, Vincent Olivier, that's going to be your 2 and 3 as they pick it up across the line with East Anglia in at 4. That was Billy Cadwalder. Race 78 on track then, who's leading them out? Rider out of the Midlands, the 2.1 plate. Archie Walsgrove, the 4.1 in there in 3. That's a rapid Roman Birdfield, but splitting up the Midlands party is going to be the 1.4 of Max Pete. Doing it for Merseyside BMX Club. The Midlands sandwich picking it up across the line though. As we take a look at race number 79, more riders out of the Midlands leading the way. Looks like that could be the 3.1 plate. Heading towards that final turn. The 32.2 in there as well. That is Joseph Claydon in the 2 spot, but your race leader Eli Hipkins. Telford Flyers, he's going to pick up that race win as they take it right the way down to the wire with the North rider inside the top 3. That was Jack Taylor. Race 80, in and out of that second turn, the 9-year-old girls heading towards that final corner. That looks like the 5.1 plate. Izzy Moore, BRE Racing. In and out they're going down the final straight. That looks like the E8 plate of Tilly Hewitt doing it for the North. rounding out them top 2 spots, but putting the pressure on through the final straight. Goes from 2 to 1 on the line. Tilly Hewitt picking up that race win. The North going 1 and 2 in race number 81. Who's leading them out? Looks like the European number 7. Could be one of the riders at the front of the pack. That is Maggie Devine. Who's tracking her down? Looks like it could be the 9.4 plate of Abigail Henning, doing it for BM Racing to the North. Looking good at the moment. The Midlands in there as well. That's the 1.1 of Flick Brentnall. Heading through that final straight, the Scottish contingent representing inside the top 4. That's going to be Madeline Malloy on that 5.6 plate. Southwest leading out race number 82. Looks like Mabel Pine doing it for Exeter. Heading towards that final turn. Last year's British champion on the 0-1 plate. The 1.5 of Isabella Henry in there in 2. Rider out of the North in there in 3. Looks like that could be the 8.4 of Verity K rounding out them top 3 spots. Race number 83 on track. 10-year-old boys, McKinnon, Baber, Carlos, Bates, Chambers, Bairn, Bridger and Holiday. The 7.5 leading this one out. 7.2, sorry, Josh Bairn. Heading through the final straight. Looks like Hunter Chambers putting the pressure on down that last straight all the way down to the wire. Chambers going to have to set up for 2, as it was the 7.2 of Bairn picking up that race win. Race number 84 on track. Alfie Thorne leading this one out on the 1.1. Who's he going to 1 and 2 with? Looks like it could be the 9.2 plate. Bringing it on round. That's going to be Noah Northcott out of the Southwest, so the Midlands of the Southwest. That's going to be your 1 and 2 as they take it across the line with the rider out of the North in there in 3. That was Freddie Roberts. Race 85. In and out of turn number 2. East Anglia, the North, the South. 1, 2 and 3. 10.3 leading this one through. That is Jake Avis. The 6.4 in there in that 2 spot is going to be Alfie Hudson. And the rider picking up the 3 spot. Looks like that could be the 16.5 of Ethan Lewis Enright. Doing it for the Hawks and the South. More riders out of the Midlands. Leading out race number 86 into turn number 2. Alex Vitols out of the Derby Massive. Looking good at the moment. The 11.3 of Charlie Blakeburn in there in 2. 2 riders out of the South going through in 3 and 4. That was the 2.5 of Joel Pritchard. And the 8.5 of William Kearns doing it for Merton Saints. We are looking for riders to the pens, please, for the second set of motos. So cruiser riders, can you make your way to the pens, please, for the second set of motos? Thank you. British champ alert. It is Ethan the Great White leading out race number 87. Last year's 0-1 plate holder. Pick that up at Cycle Park. He's going to pick up that race win. As we move on to race number 88. 2 South riders are leading this one out. Caleb Twalder in there in that 2 spot, heading in towards that second corner. Your race leader looking like that could be Harley Laker. Doing it for the Hawks. So the Hawks and Peckham out front at the moment looking good. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like that could be the 13.2. That is Joey Fraser out of Bristol Jets. Oh, one rider ends up over the top of the final turn. I think that might have been Caleb Twold. He's up to his feet. Put your hands together for Caleb. Race 89, in and out of that final corner. 2 riders out of the South. Korn Guran, Dominic Zapanos. Right, race number 90 on track. 10-year-old boys heading in towards turn number 1. The 11.5 going to lead this one through. Vernal Challenger looking good at the moment. Looks like the rider out of the Southwest and 2 Midlands riders rounding out the top 4 spots. Who's picking it up as they come on round? Blake Mills, Joshua Hall, that's your 2 Midlands riders. But splitting them up is the rider out of the Southwest. Ralph Fisher doing it for Burnham BMX Club, looking to work his way into a top 2 spot. The 13.1 of Hall just about hanging on at the moment. High-low in that final turn. Here comes Fisher putting the pressure on down the final straight. Fisher goes from 3 to 2. Challenger picks up the race win. Fisher for 2, and it was the 13.1 of Joshua Hall in 3.
Right, here we go. Hi. Right, we're on. Let's have a look. I forgot where we're up to now. 14.4. Thomas Smithson. Henry Sullivan's in that one as well. Callum Woods, Edwin Calburn, Ben Stevenson, Oscar Marco, Oakley Hill, and Rafe Wilson. As we move on to race number 93. Alice Barron, Amelia Brain, Evelyn Smith, Ella Grant, Lola Perks, B. Smith, and Ella Sutton. In and out of that final turn. That is Alice Barron in there in 2. Being chased down by the rider from East Anglia. In there in 3. Ella Sutton doing it for the South region as well. As we move on to race 94. Grace Matthews, Emika Gibson, Panonica Castro Latch, Tessa Johnson, Lauren Snell, Autumn Moore, and Kira Levitt. In moto number 94, the 5.4, Emika Gibson. In and out of that turn, leading it through, being chased down by the rider from the southwest. Got a feeling that might be Lauren Snell chasing her down towards the line. As we move on to race 95. Maisie Dyson, Layla Dixon, Madison Stupple, Poppy Weatherly, Olive Harper. Sounds like she's on the buses. Out there as well on the 1.4, doing it for Preston. That's the first one in the Lewis. Yeah, ding ding. Evie Hume. No, we're just having some fun during the motos. Me and Lewis have got a challenge, shall we say, for motos commentary. So see if you can pick it out. We'll not tell you what it is. You've got to try and work it out. So we're just keeping ourselves entertained for a couple of hours. As we go in and out of the turn, Lucas Taroa, Alistair Kane, Alfie Walls, Ethan Shaw, Oscar Schrader, Killian Hannah, Aidan Baptiste, and George Ludgates. Not sure who our follower was. I've got a feeling it was Evie Hume. Let's hope Evie's okay. She is walking away. That's good. You get yourself some iron brew down here, Evie. You'll be fine for the next one. The fact that Lewis is tittering to himself in the tower. Yeah. This is going to be dangerous, can I just tell you? As we move on to race number 97. LCC in there. Yeah. Jack Haynes. Got Ewan Gunn, William Matthews, Jack Belton's in there as well. Darwin Barrett, Harry Duffield, Hudson Edis, and Oakley Lewis Field. The 24.2 going in and out of the turn. That will be Jack Belton from Reactive Racing, being chased down by Jack Haynes into the finish line area. Race 1-0. Hang on. No. Race 98. Cusack Dawson. Alexi Carlos, Isaac Sulker, Sydney Brooks, Elliot Worley, William Mitchell, and Anarin Markaloo. That is race number 98. Heading down that final straight towards the line. And Oscar Dawson in there in about, 5th spot at the minute. Race 99, Aston John Lee, Seth Kacharik, 19.1. He's out in front. Hayden Kinsey's in there as well. That is Aston John Lee in there in 2, the 3.1 and the 3.2. Arlo Marcella, Ethan Kowalski, they are 3 and 4. Started something now. I need to do some googling. I need my list. No, I'll keep going. You just crack on. You just sit there and titter to yourself. As they go in and out of the turn in race number 1. Oh! Carnage in the turn. 1, 2, 3 riders all mixed up in that one. That sounded like some spokes had gone west. If they have, go and see Richard Pure. He'll sort you out. There's a trader plug. Richard Pure Racing if you need your spokes replacing in a hurry. 17.4 going in and out of that turn. That's going to be Jensen Clark. Finally made it here. We thought he'd gone missing this morning. Seb Staines, Jacob Forrest, Charlie Miller, Rory Smythe in there, and Ralph Miller in race 101. Race 102, Eric Kincaid. Oh, more lost property, right? A very small pair of pink fox gloves. So these will be a 7-year-old, 7-year-old girl, 6 or 7-year-old girl. If you're wearing pink fox gloves and you're a young lady and you've lost them, they are up at commentary. Pink fox gloves to fit a 6 or 7-year-old girl up at commentary. Keep going, Lewis. Race 103.
Race 103 on track. The 22.4 leads the way. Jesse Rose looking good at the moment, going 1 and 2 with the other rider out of the north. Looking like that could be Jacob Russell, I believe, on that 6.4 plate. So the north looking good at the moment. The south rider in there in 3. That is the 11.5 of Zachary Jones doing it for Brixton BMX Club. Then front 3 riders separating themselves out from the rest of the pack. Albie Dodd rounds out the top 4, but it's all about Jesse Rose in race 103. Rider out of the southwest on track, George Spencer on the 23.2 plate, looking good at the moment. He's being chased down there by the rider out of the north. Looks like that could be the 1.4 of Dougie Johnson. It's like watching Tom and Jerry all over again, in and out of that final turn. Headed down to the wire, it is. Race 105. The 11-year-old girls heading towards turn number 3. Piet Lam on the 1.4 plate looking good at the moment. Who's picking up the 2 spot? Looks like that could have been the E8 plate of Holly Bishop. The North and East Anglia 1 and 2 in race 105, 106. 11-year-old girls going in and out of turn number 2. Looks like we could have Eliza Powell leading the pack, but the moves are coming as they bring it towards the final corner. It's the 5.4 of Florence Dyson working her way from 2 to 1. The North then looking good in 1, 2 and 3. The 2.4 in there as well. Looks like that could have been Una Svensson rounding out them top 3 spots as the South go 4 and 5. The North back on track then, race 107, leading it out. Looks like that could be the 6.4 of Molly Tomlinson, who's picking up the 2 spot out of the Scottish contingent. That's going to be Rosie Geddes on the 1.6 plate. Rider out of the south in there as well, the 3.5 of Abby Graham, rounding out them podium spots, but the rider out of East Anglia, Emma Dean, looking to put the pressure on, not quite going to get close enough as they take it across the stripe. Moves being made in turn number 2. Looked like that might have been Murray Watson, just shuffled back a spot as the 1.4 works his way in. Carlin Gordon out of the north and Tempo BMX UK. He's your new race leader. Watson in there in that 2 spot, then looking to chase him back down towards the stripe. Not quite going to get close enough. He's going to chill his way down to the stripe. Race 109. Rider out of the Midlands. Going 1, 2 and 3 with 2 riders doing it for the Southwest. It's the 13.1. Preston Newmarsh Powell Racing. Moves being made in that final corner. Looked like that could have been Arthur Claydon trying to get involved in that top spot as they bring it through the final straight. Powell, Claydon right the way down to the line. I think Claydon might have just nicked that one. Race 110. Connor Hemhill on track, a European number 6. It looks like the 18.2 chasing him down. Isaac Moore with the 6.1 in there in 3. That's going to be Ronnie the Landshark Wood. Doing it for the Midlands contingent with East Anglia picking up 4 and 5 as they take it down to the wire. That's going to be Edward Cordery. Race number 111. Teddy Jones on track in this one. Battling it out with the 7.1 plate. That's going to be Hugo Dayton, G195. The Midlands looking good in that one, but it's a European champion. Finn Munro picking up his first race win of the day. The North looking good in 1 and 2. Race number 112. Looks like Rex Beasley on the 4.4, working his way around the outside of the 2.4 plate. That's going to be Xander Cartledge, just shuffled back a spot, then doing it for Dragon Riders. But down the final straight, Rex Beasley showing us the way to the wire after that solid move around the outside down that 3rd straight. Rider out of the southwest on track. Mac Finley, BRE Racing, looking good, leading out race 113. Rider out of the north, looks like that could be the 11.4. Travis Shearing making moves on the inside in that final corner. Oscar Hall working his way into a top 2 spot, being chased down that final straight by the rider out of the south. It looks like that could be the 7.5 of Aidan Dowling out of the Hawks. Race 114, 3.4 leading this one out. Seb Hewitt. Ollie Warner on the 6.5 in there in that 2 spot, being chased all the way down to the wire. That looked like it was the rider out of the north. Oliver Williams out of Dragon Riders.
Right as the rain. Is it still raining? No, not really. Maybe a little bit. There's only so much rising damp we can cope with here in Manchester. As we move on to race number 115, 4.3. In and out of the turn, that is Seth Ritchie. And Sam Proctor, Harry Distin, Lucas Tewalde, Harvey Simpson in there as well, Will Lougheed and Fraser Patch. Sam Smith, Edward Worrell, Jacob Anderson, Will Lavin, Tom Henning, Joseph McAvoy and Zachary Farrington Bell. So that is moto number 116, heading down towards the final corner. Anderson out in front, the 2.1 and the 6.4. That'll be Joseph McAvoy. Had a chat with Dad at Awesome Finishes at the Malverns, which was lovely. Sam Smith in there in 3. Race 117 in and out of that second turn. Ted Malkin, Anthony Davis, Neil Grandens, Finlay Hewitt, Noah Grant, Harrison Glenn, Josiah Burge. Out of the southwest, it is the 10.5 and the 11.5. Neil Grandens and Noah Grant going 1 and 2 down the final straight. North Regions, Anthony Davis getting involved as well. As race 118, the 12-year-old girls heads in and out of turn number 2. Jamie Puddock, Isla Savratney. Now, I have an apology from Tom Savratney to his wife, because yesterday was their wedding anniversary. Very special day in the Savratney household. Tom spent 14 hours down here preparing for this race, so he wants to apologise to Mrs. Savratney. So he will make up for it by taking you anywhere you want in Manchester City Centre for a slap-up meal, whether he likes it or not. So, race 119. He doesn't know that. I've just dropped him completely in it. So, yeah. Hang on. Is that Maisie Egan going towards the line? I think it was. Lila Crouch was in there. Ophelia Shepherd, India Bennett. And Bonnie Dudley as well. Race 120. Freya Monforte, Aria Rosalie, Ellie Beat, Martha Kiff, Jessica Cox, Trixie Trays, and Izzy Dolan. Freya in there in 2, I think, being chased down by Ellie Beat towards the line. And that was the last of round 1 of motos. I'll tell you what, Lewis has done nothing but laugh for the last 10 minutes. We should do this more often. We really should do this more often. And nobody knows what we're doing, which is even better. Right, where are we on to? Race 120. Are you making notes? Oh, that's just cheating, Lewis. I'm sorry, but it is. You got to do it on the fly. Yeah. Right, okay. I'm just trying to... No, we're on. I'll start, don't worry. 13 to 14-year-old cruisers. Adam Arnold, Corey Stone, Sam Dolan, Charlie Craig, Finley Murphy, Lewis Hughes, and Louis Cheffy. First moto of round number 2. Make sure you are in the pens in plenty of time, please. You know where you need to be and when you need to be there. It is Charlie Bob Craig on his home track here in Manchester. Rolling down that straight towards the finish line. He's got Adam Arnold chasing him. And the Midlands rider in there as well. I've got a feeling that was Finley Murphy. As we move on to Moto 122. Bodie Martley, Max Livingston, Charlie the Prats, Leo Rowlands, Zavi Fox Cooper, Machine King and Toby Duff. Race 122. The 01 is Leo Rowlands. Bringing the... bringing the cruiser out, he needs a separate category. You can explain it as we go along. Race 123, Charlie Cotton, Benedict Marco, Yusuf Almas Fordham, Alfie Ford, Jacob Aston and Joshua Lewis. Race 123, in and out of the final turn, Charlie Cotton in there in 2. As we move on to race 124, Harry Swales, Hunter Mallion, Bram Heaver, Harley Steele, Jacob Scrivener, Kieran Brownson and Oliver Arnold. Oh, well, it's raining again. I can't believe it. So, yeah. Cheers for that, Mother Nature. Really appreciate that one. As the young ladies on the cruisers. Race number 125, Sadie McSwitty, Roxy Attree, Paige Cathcart, Cunnison's in this one. After your pick, Emily Grimm, Seren Pritchard and Jessie Leasley. Jessie running Steel and Spice out in the traders area. If you want to go and check out what Jessie's doing, putting some good merch together. So, yeah, go with that. Race number 126. Ailey Watson, Emily Elwood, Isla Young, Elizabeth Graham, Lottie McFarlane and Maddie the Baddie Dixon. All in Moto 126. Moving on, Moto 127, Daniel Borrachini, Lucas Smith, George Labras, Little Cotty, Alfie Andrews, Ben Adams and Evan Jones. Oh, Miss Jones. That's another one from Race 128. McKenna, Kingwell, McCrum, Richards, McSwitty and Blake Allison. In race number 128, that is Cooper McCrum taking the high road in that final corner. Race 129, Stevenson, Milburn, Caulfield, Walwork, Tom O'Brien, Santiago Montano, Liam Byrne in there as well. North region, into the final corner, Stevenson battling with a 6.4 of Freddie Walwork. Look at this drag race down the final straight. The Southwest rider making it in that third spot. Race number 130, 15-16 cruisers, we are still on it. Presley Syme, Theo Cam, Dylan Slatter. I think Dylan's... Cups are on the way up, that's brilliant as we move on. That looks like Nate Hamilton. Is it? Yes, it is. Todd Smith-Notman, Alfie Sim in there as well. Doing it for the North region. Top 4 at the moment as they go in and out of the turn. Brandon Chappell, our mate up here at commentary. Jack Walford, Newton Hindley, Todd Smith-Notman and Benjamin Dean. Race number 132. Before I hand you on to Lewis for more anarchy. Max Henderson, Goodfellow, Connor Blythe, John O'Harradine, Kyle Hill, Harry Pritchard, Stanley Palmer, Joe Little and Kian Brown. That is race 133 coming around the turn now.
Race 133, that looks like 17 to 29-year-old cruisers heading in towards that second corner. Who is leading them out? Tom Doran. Thomas, the tank engine, heading towards that final corner. The North going 1, 2 and 3. Who's in there in that 2 spot? Looks like that could be Pete Watson. Next up on track, race 134. Looks like the North got a couple of riders leading this one out. Alex Brooks, Rab Racing. He'll be looking to cause chaos like the Rugrats come later on. And the knockout rounds, who's there with him picking it up as they come on round. Looks like we've got Zach Green in about the top 3. The 9.4 in there as well. That's Alexander Stokes. So it is Brooks, Stokes, Green, McHugh, 1, 2, 3 and 4 as they take it down the final straight. Race 135 on track. Looks like we've got the EA boys going 1 and 2 into that first corner. Josh Cates leading this one out. Who's there with him? Looks like we've got Charlie Roy, so it's Cates, Roy, 1 and 2. The rider out of the north picking up to the top 3 spot. That's got to be Jack Fassler Brass. Heading towards that final turn, the 7.5 in there as well. That's Dylan Seaman with the 10.1. Rounding out then top 5 spots. That's Finley Randall doing it for the Midlands, but it's East Anglia 1 and 2, Cates and Roy. 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser on track. East Anglia leading this one out on the 2.3 plate. That's going to be Molly Nice. Doing it for DC Cycles, a rider out of the Midlands in there in 2. That is a 2.1 plate of Trinity Cam. Heading towards that final corner. That looks like it could be a rider doing it for the South on the 1.5 plate. That is Hannah Hedges. But down the final straight, Nice, Cam, Hedges, that's going to be your 1, 2, 3. As race 137 gets underway down the second straight. Looks like that could be the rider doing it for the North. Yetska Hemstock on the 5.4 plate. Under pressure though from the move in the second corner. That's going to be the 5.5 of Taylor Lee Mohan being chased down by the 3.5. That is Amy Willett rounding out them top 3 spots. The 1.2 is Alicia Linscott in there in 4. Looks like the other rider doing it for the Southwest in there as well. Jamie Elwood rounding out them top 5 spots as the Midlands lead out race 138. That is your British champion from 2025, Lily Chisholm. Looking good at the moment. Who's there with her? Looks like the W8 plate of Olivia Firth. The 3.4 in there in 3. That's going to be Hannah Drew to the north, picking up the 2 and 3 spots at the moment. Who's picking up the 4? Looks like that could be the Scottish contingent's Alexis McCartney rounding out them top 4 spots. Race 139 goes in and out of turn at number 2. That's the 12.3. Connor Hudson leading this one out, doing it for EA BMX, who's picking up that 2 spot to bring it down that final straight. Looks like that was Charlie Luckhurst on the 7.5. Race number 140, more 30 to 39-year-old cruisers. It's Clifford the Big Red Dog, Sean Issett leading this one through for the Midlands, who's in there with it. Looks like that could be a rider doing it for the Southwest. That was Dan Popel on the 0-1, going right around the outside, doing it the hard way, shuffles Issett back. No last straight, it legs Issett. He's been shuffled back to about 3 now as John Lillingston comes through for 2. Race 141 on track. Southwest leading this one through. Nathan Abbott doing it for Absolutes. And Bristol Jets, who's in there with him, looks like the 4.1 plate. Mitchell Smith doing it for Smiley's Flight Club in the Midlands. The North have got a couple of riders in this one as well. In and out of that final corner. Ash Richardson and Chris Boyle. It's Boyle Richardson going to go through in 3 and 4 with East Anglia in 5. That was Andrew Goodby. Race 142, a 30-plus women's cruise of the South. Leading the way at the moment. That looks like Nita Wong, your world number 6. Who's in there with her? Looks like that could be the 1.5 plate of SJN. Sarah Jane Nichols leading the race then. SJN, Nita Wong in that order. Looks like Ro Beckett inside the top 3. Emily Eilert in there in about 5, putting the pressure on Magic Manda and her Healing Hands of Heaven. As they take it down to the wire, she's going to pick up that 4 spot. Your world number 7, Rebecca Goal, doing it for the Southwest out front. Becca Goal then leading this one out, the 3.5 in there in 2. That is Fawn Clements doing it for Team Air and the South. East Anglia BMX rounding out them top 3 spots. Looks like that could have been Leah Pearson on the 5.3. East Anglia back on track then, race 144. Dean Miles, Wheeler, Jenkins, Evans, Anthony and Rawlins. It is the 1.3 leading this one out. Nicola Wheeler, MK Evolution. 1.2. Karen Evans in there in that 2 spot. The 4.5 in 3. That's going to be Ornella McGarvey Miles. That's going to be your top 3 as they bring it down the final straight as I hand you over to Rich for race 145.
All right, we've had the Golden Girls on cruiser. We're now moving on to Dad's Army. James Moores, Chris Colburn, Michael Parks, Darren Thompson, Gavin Stone, Daniel Distin, Tom Stretton and Ian Smythe coming marching down that 3rd straight towards the final corner. Moores doing it for East Anglia. Chris Coleman out of the north on that 4.4, the 1.4. That is Michael Parks in there in about 5th spot as they go down the final straight, and we move on to motor number 146. Carl Fancini, Rob Harris, Lewis Allison, Matt Eaton, Lee Grant, Craig Platt, and Dylan Dixon stack this one. The 40 to 44 cruisers. Eaton leading it into the final turn. There's a posse of East Anglia riders behind him. Be afraid, Matt. Be very afraid as they go down towards the finish line. In and out of turn number 1 now. Where is Chris Evans out of the north? In there in 2. He must have had his porridge this morning as he goes in and out of that second corner. Kinsey, Martinez, Kempsford, Yerbury, Whittaker, Wilson and Stanley. He's tittering his head off as he goes round the final corner. Oh, titter you not and all that. As they go towards the finish line, Evans picking up the 3. Race 148, Abdul El Kindi, Matthew Trincato, hello. Sounds like we've got a Frenchman on track. Kev Merron, Ross Kennedy, Andy Todd. Has one gone down? I think they have. It was the rider out of East Anglia. I've got a feeling that was Andy Todd. He's up and okay. Big Nige Smith, Norbert Marco in there as well as we move on to race 149. Philip Duff, Anthony Labras, Jamie Rose, Justin Gattin, Mark Steele, Luke Brown and Adam Boudet. Race 149. Where is Tony Labras? In there in that second spot. Being chased down, I think, by Luke Brown, his club mate. No, he's in there in 5. That's what happens when everybody wears the same jersey. Moving on to race 150. Ballard. Oh, Tommy Turnbull's in this one. Julian Allen. Darren Clark. Stuart McQuirk. Pete Butler. Stuart Little. Andrew Hayes. And Zoltan Boudet. So the Boudet brothers. All in this one. Or in the last 2 even. Amazing, isn't it? As the Cruiser gentlemen come to the final turn as we just move on. Moving up an age group now. Right, do not blow an air horn when the gate is ready to drop, please. It's distracting the riders, whoever's got an air horn. Keep it to yourself for the time being. Save it for the finals. James Renton, Darren O'Brien, Big Dave Stokes in this one. The Michael Van Gerwen of Preston. Brett Knight, Kevin Mooney, Alan Hill and Neil Harbour. 50 to 54 cruisers on track. Moving on to race 152. Jan Zerzek, Tim Porter, Darren Reedy, Nicholas Smith, Lee Matthews, Pete Saunders, Albert, France Brotherton and Patrick Graham. Race number 152 is on track. Reedy heading towards that final turn, doing it for the north. As we move on to race 153, this 50 to 54 cruiser class absolutely stacked. Chris O'Hagan, Jamie McFarlane, Matt Phillips, Steel is Real on board that standard cruiser. Martin Oggy Ogden, Steve Hassel, John Stevenson, David Ryland, Peter Stanley. These are still your 50 to 54 cruisers. Hassel and Oggy going 1 and 2. They're like the 2 Ronnies of the 50 to 54 cruiser class. Suzanne McHugh. Is she around? We've got a brew for you, Suzanne. Can have that at any point. As we move on to 154. These are the young ones, the 55 plus cruiser guys. Ian Sharp leading it through. Matthew Perks. That's true. Stephen Needham, James Musgrove, Tim Drew, Darren Foreman in that one. More 55 plus cruisers, Jonathan Charlesworth in this one. Billy Stupple doing it for the 80s. BMX beat and all that. Bernie Shale, the McRock, Raymond Reed in there in that 3rd spot. Dylan Jackson, Daniel Shields, Lee Duffy and the Wilbur Beast, Roger Wilbraham. Right, David Knowles, this is moto number 156. Before I hand you on to Neil, Brent Featherstone, Chris Madron, the James Bond of the North East, Stephen Notman, Carl Barber, Joe Bunyan and Stu Campbell. Stu Campbell leading it into that final turn. The 5.4 of Madron in there in that 2nd spot. The North are 2, 3 and 4 flying in formation. 55 plus all going through. Happy days.
Oh, yeah, here we go then. As Factory Supercross leading this one out. Finley Munro and Charlie Dowson there for BMX Hype on the 2 spot. In there in 3 is going to be the rider from the South, Jack Swales, I think it is, in 3. And the all-important 4 spot at the moment coming down to the rider from East Anglia on the 4.3, is that? Frederick Stite. Looking good. Moving on, race 158 on track. Worrell, Jenkins, Jones, Grimm, Todd Robinson, Ritchie and Mason. Looks like East Anglia are leading this one out. Which rider is it from East Anglia? It's going to be Ollie Todd, is it? No, it's going to be Seth Ritchie. Ritchie on the 1.3 leading this one out. From the rider from the south into on the 1S, is that? 1.5, Edward Worrell from Team Air. And then another south rider in the mix, Colin Jones from Gosport, coming down that last straightaway. Race 159 on track. Jewis, Stack, Byrne, Barnard, Parks, Hanna, Walsh and Steinmetz. And styling his way through is the rider from the southwest. Coming past me is 11.5 and 11 yeah, both riders on the number 11. That was Steinmetz from Burnham and Joseph Jewis from Gosport and Fast Signatures. They're coming at me fast and furious here. These are the Cruiser Open category. 9 to 12 years old. Bradley, Waters, Dean, Jones, Smythe, Jones and Warworks in this one. Southwest again leading this one out. Leo Bradley from Burnham. The 2.5 of Rory Smith from Gosport in there. Then we got another Southwest rider, Alfie Jones, in the mix with a box of tricks with a rider from Preston, Robert Waters, in 4. It's a bit of a shame about the old Scottish tops. Not quite how they used to be, are they? Anyway, Southwest leading this one out again. Going to be the rider from Decoy on the 1.2. These are the male 6 and unders. The young guns on track, Harrison, Lewis, Chizar, Anderson, Witzak, Gehring and Dowson. Looks like the rider from the Southwest leads this one out. It's going to be Milo Gehring. He's on the front of the pack there and got quite a lead from the rider in 2 there from the Midlands. That's going to be the 11.1 of Ellis Dowson, BMX Hype and Derby. North in there in 3. It's going to be Arnie Lewis, I think, coming on through. And the 5X at the back of the pack, Lawson Witchhats from Bruntwood. But he's racing hard and fast here in the 6 and unders. Race 162, Hudson, Needle, Morley, Purdue, Hurst, Moss, Campbell, Garnett and Savage in this one. Looks like the rider from the south leads this one out. Which one is it? Rupert Garnett from Jump Club. He's out in front, the 3.1 with the high peak. Oh, look at the move from the rider from the north. On the inside, though, looking good. That was Edward Morley, was it? Could have been Arthur Moss, but looks good for the rider from the south there, taking a win. .163 on track. This is the second qualification moto. A couple of riders down on the first straightaway. But the 1X leads this one out, and that is the rider from the north. That's going to be Maxim Krasayak from Bruntwood Park, NRT. Ronnie Dobbs in there. 2 riders from East Anglia, Barnard and Ryder Bays. And the 2 riders that fell at the back there was Isaac Wilton Tyne, I think. And a rider from the south, maybe. Let's have a look as they come past. It was the 6.1 of Isaac Wilton and a rider from Scotland, it might have been. Oh, well, yeah, but he said it's easy for me, innit? I'll name foods. I'll just name different types of foods. All right, then, these guys been having the chicken protein this morning. Doesn't really... No, let's go with something else. We'll think of something else in a minute. I don't know, I was doing foods, but what is this? 165 on track. Neil Stewart steps in, makes it all a bit of a mess. But Southwest look good out in front. Grace Snell, I think that could be, from Fluent on the 2.1. No, I think I'm on the wrong race there, actually. 7.1. Ted Butcher, that was in Nuneaton. He's in 4. So that was race 164. Now we got race 165 because, of course, we've moved on to the female 6 and unders here. Female 6 and under, Snell, Court, Dix, Thorpe, Goodall, Gibson and Towell. Midlands lead this one out on the 1.1. It's going to be Sophie Thorpe. And then a rider from Scotland in there in 2 on the 1.6 is going to be Islay, Goodall. I always get the Scottish names wrong. My name nice Stuart, you think I get them right. Anyway, moving on, more female 6 and unders. 2 racks of these going through to a final. Who's going to be the British champion here today? In the female 6 and unders, Garnett, Thoreaus, Wilson, Baldwin, Bartley and Holiday in this one. Looks like the rider from the north leads this one out. That's Lenny Holiday, is it? I think it could be. On the 2.4, I beg your pardon. It was Arla Bartlett from Manchester, of course, on her home track. Looking good. Moving on to the male, 7 years old, but May. Mitchell Moore, Oglesby, Fox, Ringwood, Byrne, Stevens and Lee in this one. The Southwest rider leads this one out. 2 riders from the Southwest. We've got the 01 at the front, Jack Byrne, of course, leading this one out from the rider there in 2. Is going to be Freddie Mitchell Moore. East Anglia in the free spot with, who is that from East Anglia? It's going to be, I'm not sure there in that one. Anyway, 2 riders from Midlands in this one and rider from the north there coming on through into the lead. Luke Barron, I think it could be. The Midlands rider in there, Team Bunnies, also in the mix here with Robinson, Shearing and Solka. And it is the 28, is that? The 28 and the 1.1 of Luke Barron leads this one out from Ruben McAllister. Ruben McAllister then from the Southwest rider and the Midlands rider of Aubrey Robinson. And the Southwest rider could have been Otis Tidiswood. Race number 169 on track. Looks like we've got a rider there leading this one out from the south. Oliver Savage, it could be leading this one out from the Southwest rider on the green plate. And the Southwest rider is going to be Parker Gray, is it? And then we got 2 riders in blue. One's from Scotland, one from the south. They could be further apart. And it is the rider Max Guthrie and Hackney rider Cleon Arendt, who's going to make it through inside that top 4 qualifying position. Race 170, Jarvis, Hawker in, Marshall, Parton, Sutton, Brocky, Cox and Pike from Ipswich. Looks like the rider from the south on the 5.5 of Jude, Brocky, Cox leads this one out. From the other rider there, also from the south coming on through is Leo Hawker, I think, from the TNT crew, with the Midlands coming down the outside like a buffalo gal. Race number 171, Platt, Taylor, Baglin, Johnston, Weeder, Fountain, Thompson and Perry. We got the North 1, 2 and 3 in this one. And the North riders of Taylor, Baglin and Weeder. More riders at the back from the North as well. Absolutely mobbed out that race, number 171. 172 on track, male 7-year-old, still racing hard and fast here. Edwards, Azuri, Kemp, Giles, Pugh, Dyke, Howell, Russell and Late. And it's the 1.2, is that, of Jensen Dyke from Burnham, leading this one out from another Southwest rider, I think they're in 2. And that could be the Exeter rider, Billy Late. As they come down that last straightaway, they're going to take it across the line to the wire. Big qualification rounds coming up for these 7-year-olds. Looking at this, they're going to have quarterfinals, right? Newlands, Housley, Fox, Bond, Dempsey, Bamford, Bird, Jones and Jones in this one. Finley and Nathan. But it's the South rider leading this one out. And the South rider, Amari, Bamford, Burr and Zephyr Housley. Housley at the back of the pack, I think. As race 174 comes towards me down the third straightaway here in Manchester. This is the British BMX Championships here in 2026. The 1X and the 3.1 comes past. The one... Well, I'm not sure which one that is. Could have been Alejandro Cruda Estevez and Reggie Rice it was. Yeah, I was just saying I'm a bit rusty. Female, 7 years old on track now. I can see that is a Braintree rider. I think that could be Peony Ford leading this one out from the South rider of Noah Kerr in there in 2, North in 3, Amara Gibson from Ice Bikes Factory. More female, 7 years old on track, 3 racks of these. Molly Carnes, Goddard, Sawyer, Dudley Jones and Woolwork. And it's the South rider leading this one out. Which South rider is it? It's the 3.5 of Billy Sawyer. Then we got Lenny Goddard from Andover. And then the South West rider, I think that is coming on through. It's going to be Opal Jones. Yeah, Cardiff rider in there in 3. Okay, last rack of female 7s. Audrey Chambers, Collins, Parrish, Laurie, McCann and Steele. Look at this young lady, absolutely killing it here. That's Alice Laurie from Mid-Lancs. And she's obviously local with the rider there from Derby, Aubrey Chambers, in there with Senna Rose McCann as well in the mix. As the attention switches over to the race number 178 of the male 8 years old. Edwards, Finch, Charles, Morgan, Bradley, Kriazic, Brown and Jocelyn Black. It's the North and the South battling it down. A Southwest in 3 and 4. East Anglia in 5. Coming down that last straightaway to the finish line. This is the second qualification modals. Race 179 on track. Stanley, Kowalski, Hill, Ons, Knowles, Captains and Andrew Wood. There's a nice simple name for you. 24 and 25 lead this one out. That's Sandis Ons and Roberts Catkins. Or Catkins. Catkins. That's a strange one. K-A-K-T-I-N-S. Yeah. Interesting. All right, I'll do one more. Race 108 before I hand you back over to Rich because he's more professional. Ray Baker, Barker. Baker and Barker in this one. Dodd, Dagan, Kinleany, Slater and Murphy. 2 North riders, 3 North riders out in front with the East Anglia rider of Teddy Barker coming up there in 4 as race 181 hits the track. Bloom his number plate.
Yeah, race 181 on track. Don't forget, people, that the Manchester BMX Club Tuck Shop is open. So they'll be able to look after you with your sweets and your drinks and all that kind of stuff. If you just want something a little bit sweet between motos, they are literally open all hours this weekend here at the British BMX Championships. As we move on, race 181 heading down the track. Smith, Kinch, Reed, Wiggins, Beard, Merrin, Chalkos and Opren. So race 182. Stouter, Beckett, Pacey, Taylor, Edmonds, Peters and Oren McDonald in there as well. These are your 8-year-old boys. It is the South region out in front. Harry Taylor, SVT Mongoose. Going well. In and out of the turn. Kai Peters doing it for Birmingham as well as we move on to race 183. Got a birthday in this one. Izana Grant out of the South region. Peckham BMX Club turning 8 years old today. Happy birthday, Izana. He's got his clubmate Alexander French in there with him as well. Isaac Seibuk, Charlie Wright, Lyle Morrison, Lou and Jamira, Oliver Bridle, Isaac Tomlinson all in the mix. And it's Tomlinson and Bridle hammering down that final straight towards the line. In Moto 183, Moto 184, two Rubens in this one. Ruben Dix, Ruben Lamb, Charlie Thorne, Eddie Brown, Charlie Bromelo, Jackson Gregory, Callum Saunders and Ellis Tonkin. Still on with your 8-year-old boys, Moto number 184. Charlie Thorne out of the Southwest, Eddie Brown doing it for the South region, and Callum Saunders, his first British BMX Championships, doing it for the North region. Moving on to race number 185, Sawyer, Eels, Tranter, Isaac Perry Alex in this one, Soren Rock Hatfield, Otis Simmers, out of Merseyside BMX Club and the North region, Benchy Ross Foster in there as well. Sawyer out of the North, Eels, the British champion, reigning on that 0-1 out of the South region. He's going to be looking to hold on to that title. And he leads it into the final corner. From the 17.4 of Benji Ross Foster, who'll be absolutely hammering in those later rounds. Race 186, an absolute posse of Midlands riders out of Derby, Rogers, Stretton and Robinson. Jacob Taylor doing it for the North with Nathan Atherton in there as well. Shelby Yates for the Midlands and Lowen Simons out of the South. Shelby leads it out of that last corner in race number 186 as we move on to 187. South region. Out front. Got a feeling that is Esme Anderson. As they go left and right through these corners here at Manchester, it's almost like you're going in ever decreasing circles. Race number 188. Enid Stewart, Ada Warder, Elsie McAvoy, Edith Haynes, Manon Fleur, Corbett Jones. Finally, a Welsh rider out there. Heidi hi to all you Welsh riders. Enjoying it. So race 188. Moving on. Race 189 now. 9-year-old boys, Vlad Leopardatu, the Viking. Ethan Lee, Elliot Lauman, Riley Barnard, Matthias Lamb. Oliver Appleton, Edward Baldwin and Archie Walsgrove. These are your riders in 189. Elliot on that 11.2. He's doing it for the Southwest. Oliver on the 3.2. So those Southwest riders in the green jerseys. And Vlad Leopardatu taking it to the line for East Anglia. Race 190, Alan Wong, Cooper Crowley, Logan Aceto. On that bright orange bike, can't miss him. Archie Fisher's in there. Hieronymus Powell Vogt. Amazing name. Vincent Olivier. So many kind of styles of surname in there from all over the world. So I must literally mind your language as you're, negotiating those names. Joseph Claydon, Maxwell Richardson in there too, as we are on Moto 191. Ball, Carr, Lloyd Harrison, Jones, Underhill, Taylor, Goscombe and Henry Lougheed. Race 192. Before I hand you on to Lewis, Finley Waddell, Timothy Matthews, Oliver Pritchard, Albie Stimson, Hudson Cook, Tommy Weatherly and Carter Hawker on track. Right, race 193, Lewis. Keep up the good work.
9-year-old boys on a track. Race 193 heading in towards that second corner. It is East Anglia leading this one through. In and out they go. Looks like the Midlands picking up that 2 spot on the 13.1. That is Theo Spalding, but it's a 16.3 heading into that final corner. Theo Harris, Fluent, Bicycle Motocross and MK heading through that final straight. Then it's going to be Harris, Spalding 1 and 2. Who's picking up the 3? That's the other rider out of the East Anglian crew. That's going to be Luke Ford. Race 194 on track in and out of that second corner. The North going 1 and 3. The 1.4 leading this one out. Max Pete, who's in there with him, got to be the 3.5 plate of Atlas Lewisfield, doing it for Andover and the South. The other rider out of the North picking it up as they come on round. Looks like Alfie Fishwick doing it for CGR. Under pressure as they bring it down to the line. That was Henry Bragg rounding out them top 4 spots. East Anglia leading the pack once again today. Heading towards that, that's the North, the 22.4, Connor Grant. Got the duck race pants on, heading through that final straight. Who's in there with him? Looks like the rider doing it for the Midlands crew. That's going to be Roman Dobb on the 12.1. Race number 196. More 9-year-old boys. King, St. Brotherton, Brook, Hipkins, Ford and Kempsford. It is the South going 1 and 3 at the moment. That's a 4.5 in there in that 3 spot. Rowari Kempsford chasing down the rider out of the Midlands. That's going to be Eli Hipkins. But your race leader, RPF, Rudy Pleasantsford, going to pick up that race win. Race 197 on track then heading towards turn number 2. That is got to be the rider out of the Southwest. Looking good at the moment. That is the 1.2 then as they come on round. I think that might have been Arlo Hatch picking up that race win. Race 198 on track then. Let's try that one again. Petter Bunching leading this one out, doing it for the South, and Peckham BMX is under pressure though. That's the 23.4, Arlo Payne. The drum and bass enthusiast looking for a high-low in that final turn, drag racing down that final straight. This one's getting busy. It's like watching recess as they bring it down to the stripe. It's going to be Bunching picking up the race win. That looks like Rapid Roman Birdfield on at the 4.1 in there in that 2 spot. Chasing down the East Anglian out front, gotta be Teddy Gorman. Pure Bikes, Gorman, Birdfield 1 and 2. Oscar rather fast, gonna round out them top 3 spots. In and out of turn number 2, that looks like it could be a rider doing it for the Southwest. Mabel Pine on the 0-1 plate, last year's British champion. E8 in there in that 2 spot, that's gonna be Tilly Hewitt. So the Southwest and the North in that order. That looks like the 1.5 in there as well. Got to be Isabella Henry doing it for Hackney BMX Club. Race 201 on track. Kylie Dixon in this one on the 3.3. It's her sister's birthday today, so happy birthday, Layla. Turns 9 today, I believe. Race number 202 on track. That looks like the rider doing it for the North. Maggie Devine leading this one out. Who's in there with her? Got to be Abigail Henning doing it for BM Racing. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like the rider doing it for the Midlands. Freya Critchley on the 2.1 plate. She's being chased down by the 1.3. That is Charlotte Budby doing it for Peterborough Phantoms, heading towards that final corner then. The 2 riders out of the North are looking good. The E7, Maggie Devine, absolutely flying through that final straight. Henning rounding out them top 2 spots as Critchley keeps her honest at the stripe. Southwest on track, leading out race number 203. Looks like that could be Elliot Hatch doing it for Rusted Racing. Who's there within the 11.3 plate? That's Charlie Blakeburn out of MK Evolution. The 3 spot out of the Midlands, that's the 16.1 of Oakley Hill. That's going to be a top 3 spots then as they bring it down to the wire. Hatch picking up that race win as the South go through inside the top 4. That was Harley Laker. Race 204, where is Josh Byrne? He's in this one on the 7.2 plate. I think that's him in about 3 at the moment, chasing down the 40.5. That's going to be Dominic Zapanos in and out of that final corner. They're going down the last straight. That looks like it could be the 0-1 of Ethan, the Great White, picking up the race win in at race 204. Race 205. That looks like a European champion leading this one out. Big Hen Sullivan. The Southwest going 1 and 2. Half of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles as they bring it right the way down to the stripe. Race 206, Alex Vitols leads this one out for Derby BMX Club and the Midlands. Who's in there in the 2 spot? Got a bit of work to do to catch Vitols as they bring it into the final turn. That's the 5.4. Nathan Franklin doing it for the Northeast and the North as they bring it down that final straight. The South in there in 3. That's going to be Elliot Mullins out of Bournemouth. Race number 207, where is Alexander Gilbert doing it for the North? He's in there in about 3 at the moment. Chasing down that rider in 2 has got to be Edwin Calburn on the 2.1 plate, but it's all about the 3.5 at the moment. Got to be Colin Guran out of the Hawks, in and out of that final turn they go. Guran, Calburn, 1 and 2. Gilbert rounding out them top 3 spots as they take it down to the stripe. More 10-year-old boys on track. Race 208, Hudson, Moss, Thomas, McKinnon, Bailey, Diver, Ford and Fraser all going into turn number 2 and back out again. It's the South leading this one out. Oliver Ford on the 1.5 plate. Who's in there with him? Looks like the Scottish contingent representing. That is Maureen McKinnon. On the 3.6 plate, he's being chased down though by the rider out of the north. It's getting busy for the 4. Looks like the other Scottish riders in there as well. That is Noah Bailey. Tried to pick up a top 4 spot just in behind the 13.2 of Joey Fraser. Antek Perebny, your European number 7, repping the Midlands colours into that final turn. Looking like he's going to pick up this race win as things stand. The south and the north going through in 2 and 3 as they bring it through that final straight. That was Caleb Tewalden there in that 2 spot, with the rider out of the north being the 8.4 of Teddy Hayes. Race 210, Northcott, Holiday, Porter, Lawson, Hall, Cooper, Rothwell and Thorne. It's Thorne leading the way. The other Midlands rider in this one is going to be Joshua Hall on the 13.1. So the Midlands going to 1 and 5 at the moment. The rider out of the north in there in 2. That's going to be Lewis Rothwell out of BMX Wood of Photography, with the rider out of the southwest, Eli Northcott, in 3. Race 211 on track, going in and out of turn number 2. The southwest going 1 and 2 at the moment. Moves being made though. That looks like the north getting involved. The 4.4, Joseph O'Brien splitting up the southwest party. The 11.2, that was the rider shuffled back. That's Finn Yearbury. He's in there in 3 then, but your race leader heading down that final straight. Looks like that could be Lawson Hitchings out of BRE Racing. He's going to pick up that race win. The south on track, leading out race 212. Oscar Marco looking good at the moment. Who's in there with him? Looks like his compatriot from the south picking up that 3 spot at the moment. That's William Cairns out of Merton Saints. Here comes the 2.2 though. That's Jack Colwell. Colwell then picking up that 2 spot as they take it across the line in behind Oscar Marco. Race number 213, these 10-year-old girls. 9.3 in there. That is Lola Perks leading this one out, doing it for the Braintree Bullets Massive. Who's making moves in there in that 3 spot? Looks like that could be the rider out of the north. Maisie Dyson picks up the 2 spot, putting the pressure on right the way down to the line. Couldn't quite get close enough. She'll have to settle for 2. Race 214 on track. Where's Amika Gibson leading this one out on the 5.4, doing it for Ice Bikes and the north. Looks like we've got the 9.2 in there, chasing it down. Ella Grant. Oh! It all went wrong in the final turn. Amika Gibson ended up on the deck. She picks herself straight back up though. Ella Grant nicks the race win. Put your hands together for Amika, ladies and gents. Race 215. That looks like Tessa Johnson in there in that 2 spot. 15.2, Alton Moore leading this one out. The 6.4 in there in 3. That's going to be Alice Barron out of Allen's Factory Supercross. And the north with the rider out of the southwest rounding out them top 4 spots. That's going to be Amelia Brain. Race 216, the 11-year-old boys are on track. Looks like the north are heading towards that first corner to pick up the whole shot. It's your world number 8, Thomas Giles out of Sorted Race Gear. Who's there with him? That looks like Jesse Rose, so it is Giles. Rose in that order. The rider out of the south rounding out them top 3 spots at the moment. That's got to be George Kellum doing it for TNT on the 6.5 plate. And the 4 spot, that is the 4.3 plate as they come on round. Looks like Oscar Schrader out of Braintree Bullets. He's being chased down by the 5.3 of William Matthews doing it for Royston Rockets. But it's all out front with the north. Gonna be Giles picking up the race win with Rose in there for 2. Race 217 on track.
Right, 217 on track. Robin Harper, Riley Taylor Day, Joshua Little, Miles Court, Seb Staines, Ewan Gunn, Ari Watts, and Oscar Dawson heading down that final straight. 218. Medina, Smythe, Duffield, Dodd, Taroa, Tanza, and Brooks. This is Moto 218. Going around that second turn, the South region leading it out. Rory Smythe, I think it'll be on that 5.5. Heading towards the final corner. Harry Duffield doing it for the north. He's in there in that 3rd spot. Chasing down the 11.2 of Sydney Brooks out of the southwest. The 17.1 belongs to Benjamin Tanza out of the Midlands. Race 219 heading out of that first turn. Connor Faulkner, Tobias Groves, Ronnie Edwards, Oscar Ryder Bay, Seth Kacharik in this one. Sulker, Ford and Kane as well, so absolutely stacked. Into the final turn we go. Kacharik battling with the 20.3 of Rex Ford. They'll be smashing it out in those quarters and semis later on. Race 220 out of turn number 1. Sadiri, Worley, Williams, Arnold, Tramontano, Marcella Johnson and Ethan Shaw in there. Worley doing it for Scotland. Harris Williams out of the Midlands. Shaw leading it into the final turn, being chased down by Dougie Johnson. As race 221 enters that first turn, the 4.6 of Charlie Miller. Doing it for Cumbernauld, Alfie Walls, Jamie Chance, Ethan Kowalski, Jack Belton, Anarin Marklew and George Spencer as well. Race 222, these are your 11-year-olds. Still got plenty of time in the BMX career, unlike the cruiser guys who've probably got one foot in the grave already. Saying that, I'm not that far off 55 plus cruiser, so I'm absolutely aging myself there. Charlie Sheriff, Hudson Edis, Zachary Jones, Charlie Dowson, James Hunter, Seth Kuzak, and Jensen Clark. Southwest out there, 1 and 2. I think at the moment, this is moto number 223. So I was one moto in front again. Sheriff, Edis, Jones, Dowsing, Hunter, Cusack and Clark. Dowsing leading his regional teammates. Charlie Sheriff into the turn. James Hunter doing it for the Brunty Massive. Seth Cusack in there as well. Zachary Jones doing it for the South. Race 224. Miller, Haynes, Hannah, Carlos, Baptiste, Kincaid, Joseph Jewis. For the South region on that 17.5. But it is the 1.5 of Aidan Baptiste. In and out of the turn. Haynes in 2. Got a feeling that's Carlos in there in 3 in race 224. 225, Malloy, Knight, Roxy Rowlands, Robin Wyatt, Abby Graham, Florence Dyson, Freya Knight out of the Midlands. Literally a night rider. Probably got a mate called Kit as well as they go in and out of that turn. Those are your 11-year-old girls. As we move on to 11-year-old girls moto number 2, got 3 racks of these ladies. Roxy Morgan, Holly Bishop, Agnes Lamb, Iris Stewart, Alexandria Woomwell, Arabella Denton, River Henderson and Molly Tomlinson. Oops, problems in the final turn for one rider, not sure who that was. Is it water on the goggles? Can't see where she's going. Not sure who that was who hit the deck, but the 7.4 on the way past Eliza Powell. Dad's running SSS Racing. Picked up an Echo Products helmet quick release from him yesterday. Very handy piece of kit and quite reasonably priced as well. Right, 12-year-old's got a birthday in this one. Killian Tiffany out of Scotland. Turns 12, I think, or turned 12 on Thursday. Even skipped out on a birthday party because he was prepping for the Brits. That is hardcore. Happy birthday, Killian. Have an amazing day, mate. And well done for being so dedicated to your sport. Bay champion Rex Beasley, Ed Cordery, Anthony Davis, William Cusack, and Teddy Jones in this one as well. The birthday boy is in there in 5. Pushing hard to the line, race 229, Lewis.
12-year-old boys on track. Simpson, Mooney, White, Graham, Hewitt, Duffy and Moore all heading in towards that second corner. Looks like it could be the 18.2 of Isaac Moore leading this one out. Doing it for the Southwest and North. Have got Seb Hewitt in there in that 2 spot with the 4.1 in 3. That's Jack White. Out of the Birmingham crew, the 22.4 in there as well. That is Jace Graham. So the North going 2 and 4 at the moment, but it's all out front with Isaac Moore picking up another race win. The North have got 2 riders on the inside in race 230. as he heading towards that second corner. Moves being made, Boza banging. Looks like the rider out of the south just been shuffled back ever so slightly. That's going to be Finley Brown. Now back there at about 4, battling it out with the 7.2 plate of Harry Distin. Doing it for Decoy BMX in the southwest. Look at the pressure being put on by the rider out of East Anglia. That's going to be Miles Skinner working his way into a top 2 spot. Next up on track, European champion Finn Munro. Doing it for the Northern Allen's Factory Supercross. He's got 2 riders out of the southwest chasing him down. That's a 17.2. Arthur Claydon in that 2 spot. Who's the rider picking up 3? Looks like that could have been the 6.2 of Samuel Snell. Doing it for Fluent. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3 as the rider out of the south picks up 4. That's Otto Parr. Race 232 goes in and out of turn number 2. The Landshark leads this one out. Where are the other riders out of the Midlands contingent? They're into 3 and 4 at the moment. The 2.1 is Joey McAvoy rounding out them top 4 spots, chasing down the 0-1 through the final straight. Looks like that could have been Preston Newmarsh Powell picking up the 3. And your race winner was the Landshark, Ronnie Wood. Hugo Dayton on track in this one. He's in there at about 3 at the moment, chasing down 2 riders out of the south. It's the 1.5 leading it out. Looking good for Lucas. Oh, it's getting busy into the final turn. Bows are flying. Who's picking up that 2 spot down the final straight? I think Neil Granan's just about holding off the attack. We're going to start calling him SpongeBob the way he absorbed that pressure. Oh dear. Right, race 234. Southwest leading this one out. 2.2, Mac Finley. BRE Racing absolutely on fire is Mac. Having a cracking day so far. Going to take another win. 2 from 2 so far for him. The North going 1 and 3 in race number 235 as they go in and out of that second corner. Looks like that could be the European at number 6. Connor Hemhill looking quick into that final turn. Race 236 on track. The 12-year-old boys. 11.5 lead in this one out then. That is Noah Grant out of Peckham BMX. And the south in and out of that final turn. Who's putting the pressure on? Looks like that could be Ewan Suter out of the Centurions. Massive rep in the Scottish contingent. Who's going to pick it up across the line? I think that might have been Noah Grant out of the south. Next up, race number 237, Jacob Anderson leading this one out, heading towards that final turn. Who's in there with him? Looks like it could be the 9.6 plate of Murray Watson, doing it for BMX with photography in the Scottish Massive. The North have got a rider inside the top 3, heading down to the line. That's going to be Xander Cartledge. Race 2384, ladies out of the North in the 12-year-old girls category, going in and out of turn number 2. Who is leading the pack at the moment? Looks like Maisie Egan on the 6.4 plate. Who's chasing her down? The 1.4 of Amelia Rowe. The 4.4 in 3. That's going to be a Holly Richardson with Izzy Dolan on the 7.4 in there in 4. But it's all about Egan at the front of the pack, under pressure from Rowe at the line. As race 239 goes in and back out of turn number 2. Where's the European number 8, Trixie Trey? She's leading the race at the moment. Looking good, being chased down by the 1.5 plate of Freya Mumford out of Salted Race Gear in the south. The rider out of the North rounding out them top 3 spots as to bring it through that final straight. Looks like that's going to be Ellie Beat out of Manchester rounding out them top 3 spots. Next up, race 240 on track. The South leading this one out, Rachel Pritchard on the 3.5. Looks like we've got a rider out of the Midlands contingent in there in 3. That's going to be Bonnie Dudley doing it for Evolve Collective, putting the pressure on the 3.4 plate. That is looking like Darcy Payne out of Dragon Rider. So Payne in there in that 2 spot, heading down to the line. It's going to be Pritchard, Payne, Dudley, 1, 2 and 3.
Right. Before we get into third set of motos, me and Lewis have been doing a little commentators challenge. So we've been shoehorning certain things into commentary for you guys to try and spot if you've seen it on our Instagram. We're going to do it again all through round 3 of motos. So we'll reset the bar and we'll start again with our chosen categories. You have to spot them. If you can spot both and name them, you can have a bag of Haribo. Come and see us at commentary, win a bag of Haribo, but you have to be able to spot what we are shoehorning into commentary. And we're not going to make it obvious this time around. Right, race 241, Xavi Fox Cooper, Jacob Aston, Yusuf Almas Fordham, Lewis Hughes, Harry Swales, Jacob Scrivener and Max Livingston. 1, 2, 3 riders out of Gosport doing it for the South region. Fordham out of the north with Jacob Aston and Xavi Fox Cooper and Lewis Hughes. So only 2 regions out of 6 in this moto for the Cruiser boys, 13 to 14 years old. Race 242. On track, King, Lewis Lebras, Jeffy Craig, Steele and Benedict Marco. Machine King doing it for the South region. Oh, 1, 2 riders down, including Lebras in that second turn. Sliding around, it's getting greasy out there now. Charlie Bob Craig taking the win from the rider from East Anglia. Race 242. Charlie Lebras picking himself up. Right, don't forget people, 2 o'clock, we have got the sign-in. If you want to pick up your trading cards, go to the relevant point just outside the Manchester Club cabin. The snack bar there, open all hours this weekend at the British Championships. And there is a hot rumour that they have actually got Art Wright's till in that snack bar for Manchester BMX Club. As we move on to race number 243, Arnold, Dolan, Murphy, Cotton, Heaver, Markley and Ford in and out of that turn. That is Charlie Cotton in there in that second spot. Being chased down by Oliver Arnold, who's in there in 3. As we move on to race 244, Kieran Brownson, Toby Duff, Leo Runs, Corey Stone, Adam Arnold and Hunter Mallion. Van der Mallion, I think we were calling him at one point, weren't we, Lewis? When he wears his Dutch jersey. I know, rubbish in it. It's like going to a party where there's only 5 or 6 available outfits and everybody wears the same thing. It's highly confusing. All right, so the athlete signing will be underway somewhere near the Manchester Club gazebo or club tent. Over that way, near the finish line anyway. If you see a load of people sat behind a table with Sharpies, it's not a meeting of local vandals, it is actually riders signing cards. So check that one out when you get the opportunity. Straight into apes, apparently. After the motos, straight into the 8th after the motos. As we move on to 13 to 16 Cruiser ladies. Not quite the Golden Girls. They're going to be coming a little bit later on. Got a little bit of time before they arrive on track. These are the boys. Moto 247, Alfie Andrews, Jack Walford, Oren Hanna, Ben Hannell, Adams, Ronnie Richards, Isaac Caulfield and Tom O'Brien. In moto number 247, 248 going round the turn. Eric Merswitty, Newton Hindley, James Cotty Cottrell out in front, Nate Hamilton in there as well. And we've lost one rider on that straight, not sure who it was a rider from the south. Dylan Slatter in there somewhere. In fact, I think it was Dylan who went down. He's got that beautiful standard cruiser. Steel is real and all that. Just having to deal with a roll round on the floor. Let's hope he's okay. Right, as we move on, more 15 and 16-year-old cruisers. Liam Byrne, Alfie Sim, Lucas Smith, Jay McKenna, Santiago Montano, and Theo Cam even. Liam Byrne doing it for the Midlands. Alfie Sim for the North region, out in front on that 5.4. Really enjoying his cruiser riding at the moment. Alfie looking good aboard that main boat. Doing it for the North region and taking the win in moto number 3. We are going straight into the 8s. After the motos, Freddie Walwork, watched by his mum Die Hard on the sidelines. Brandon Chappell, George Labras, Logan Young, Daniel Borrachini. Cooper McCrum taking the high road again. Around this final corner. That looks like Walwork diving underneath. Keeping his mum happy. Moto 251, Evan Jones. Benjamin Dean, Blake Allison, Bruce Anthony, Addison Milburn, Todd Smith Notman, and William Kingwell. In Moto 251, got a feeling that is the 3.3 out in front. That's going to be Blake Allison, riding for Ipswich BMX Club and East Anglia. East Anglia going 1, 2, 3. So all in formation going across that line as we move on to race 252. Stanley Palmer, Alex Brooks, Finley Randall, Joshua Cates. That could get interesting later on with those two in the same semi. Lewis Barnes, Curtis Gattin, Max Henderson, Goodfellow, and Zach Green doing it for BMX Race Hub and the Midlands region. 253, Lewis.
17 to 29-year-old cruisers still on track. The South are going 1, 2, and 3. It looks like they've got a couple of riders in 5 and 6 as well. The one rider splitting them up, though, is going to be the rider out of the North, the 7.4 plate, Joe Little. But out front looking good. Who's going to pick it up through the final straight? I think that might have been Connor Blythe. He's going to take that race win. As race 254 gets underway in and out of that first corner, Charlie Roy leads this one out. Who's in there with him as they bring it in towards that second turn? Riders are ducking and diving. In that corner, they're making moves. It looks like we've got Pete Watson up to that 2 spot. Matt McHughes in 3. Luke Davies Hayes in 4. The 3.3 is John O'Haradine. Not doing it for the single ladies anymore by the sounds of things, so he's rounding out them top 5 spots under pressure from Fast Jack Labras as they bring it down to the wire. Tom Doran gets race 255 underway through that second straight. Who's in there with him? Looks like another rider out of the North. That's going to be Alexander Stokes. The 1.4, Kean Brown. The 3.4 in there in 4. That's going to be James Morrison. As they head through the final straight, the North going to 1, 2, 3, and 4. 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser on track. Then Musgrove, Thomas, Hemstock, Drew, Hurry, Jackson, and Nice. Hannah Drew leading this one out. Who's making moves in that second corner? Looks like they are Donald ducking and diving in that turn, but it's going to be the East Anglian on the 2.3 plate, hanging on to that 2 spot. That is Molly Nice with the 5.4, chasing her down. Yetzka Hemstock, Izzy Hurry rounding out them top 4 spots, but Drew going to be your race winner in race 256, race 257, in and out of that first corner. Lily Chiswa has the move stuck on her in that first corner, so she shuffled back to that 2 spot. Taylor Lee Mohan, your race leader, sorted race gear and the South. Mohan, Chiswa, Cam, 1, 2, 3. Looks like the other rider out of the South in there in 4. That's going to be Isla Radcliffe. Being chased down by the 1.2. That's going to be Alicia Linscott out of Exeter and the Southwest. Chiswa putting the pressure on Mohan as they bring it down to the line. Looks like Chiswa might have just nicked that race win. W8 plate Olivia Firth leads out race at number 258. More 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser action in and out of that second corner. Who's picking up 2 and 3? Looks like we've got McCartney repping the Scottish contingent in there in that 2 spot at the moment, being chased down by the 3.5 of Amy Willets, doing it for the South. The other South rider in there in 4 is going to be the 1.5 of Hannah Hedges. That's how they're going to take it across the line. As Clifford, the big red dog, gets underway through that second straight. Sean Issett leading out race number 259. Who's in there with him? Looks like the 0-1. No, sorry, that's the 4.2 of Nathan Abbott. The 1.5, Charlie Luckhurst. out of the south, rounding out them top 3 spots. This is they bring it through the final straight. Last straight legs, this it, going to pick up another race win. More 30 to 39-year-old cruisers on track. In and out of turn number 2. Got to be a British champion, Dan Popel. The 4.1, Mitchell Smith. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like that could be the 1.4 plate of Chris Boyle. Preston Pirates. Romney Wybrow Parker in there as well. I bet you didn't turn up to this race in a cooler car than what Romney did. Seen his car as I was walking over to the track this morning. Absolute machine. He's in there picking up that 4 spot as we take a look at the East Anglians going 1 and 2. Coming on through like bananas in pyjamas. But it is going to be Hudson, Livingston. That's how they're going to take it as they go down to the wire with Stuart Laurie rounding out them top 3 positions. 30 plus women's cruiser on track. Eilert, Rawlins, Pearson, Turner, Hemstock, Chiswick, Goal. Race 262, looks like Rebecca Goal leading this one out. Your world number 7. Out of the southwest, riding for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. The 5.3 in there in 2, that's Leah Pearson. Out of Peterborough Phantoms, Emily Eilert in there inside the top 3. Magic Manda and her Healing Hands of Heaven in there as well. Picking up a top 4 spot as the 2 Midlands ladies go through in 5 and 6. That's going to be Coach Chizzy, being chased down by Grace Turner. Race 263. Fawn Clements in there in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader on the 1.5. SJN, Sarah Jane Nichols, the South looking good in a 1 and 2 at the moment. SJN, Clements in that order. Roe Beckett rounding out the top 3 spots. Who's going to pick up the 4? Looks like that's going to be the 1.3 plate of Nicola Wheeler out of East Anglia. Anita Wong on track, your world number 6, DC Cycles in the South. Where is the other rider out of the South in this moto? She's in there in about 3 or 4 at the moment. That's going to be on Ella McGarvey Miles. Looking to chase down the rider in there in 2. That's going to be the 1.3 plate. The 3.3 of Abby Hill. Good to see her back on track, repping the East Anglian colours. She's under pressure though from McGarvey Miles into that final turn. Who's going to pick up the 2 spots? So it's looking good for Nita Wong. She's going to pick up the race win. Looks like Ornella McGarvey Miles is going to steal the 2 spot on the line, shuffling Abby Hill back to 3. Next up on track, that looks like Matt Eaton leading this one out. These are the 40 to 44 cruiser guys. Matt Eaton leading this one through, then down the final straight. Who's in there with him? Looks like it's going to be Grant Yearbury. So the Southwest going 1 and 2 in at that one. And next up on track, race 266. Dylan Dixon, your British champion, leading this one out. Doing it for East Anglia and Hotshot Racing, Tom Stretton. Thomas the Tank Engine in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by the 2.5 plate of Tom Stanley. Out of TNT, the other rider out of the East Anglian crew in there as well. That's going to be James Moores as 2 riders hit the deck on the 3rd straight. Race 267 on track. Mr. Pint a Pint in this one. So cool, it reminds me of Johnny Bravo. It's Chris Evans in there inside the top 4. James Wilson out front. Ben Martinez in there in that 4 spot. The 1.5 in there in 2. That's going to be Ian Smythe. Mr. Pint a Pint going to pick up that top 3 spot.
Yeah, don't forget, you are still looking to spot our commentators' challenge categories. Listen carefully what we're trying to shoe on into commentary. If you can get both categories, mine and Lewis's, then there's a bag of Haribo up for grabs. Come and tell us when you spotted them both. So as we move on to the likely lads, Moto 268. Adam Boudet, Justin Gattin, Philip Duff, Abdul El Kindi, Ross Kennedy, Andy Todd and Jamie Rose. In fact, 45 to 49, they're not so much the likely lads as men behaving badly. Into that final corner they go. 1.4 of Jamie Rose in there. I think that's El Kindi in there. In 3, East Anglia rider battling away as well. So, race number 269. Matthew Trincart. Oh, hello. Sounds like we've got another French rider in there. Almost, but via Glasgow. Mark Steele, Norbert Marco, Nigel Smith, Kev Merron, Tony Labras. Luke Brown in there as well. These are your 45 to 49 as we move to 50 to 54 cruiser. Almost the young ones. Hayes, Harbour, Allen, O'Brien, Saunders, Ryland, O'Hagan and Nicholas Smith as well. That looks like the 3.1. Kevin Bacon getting footloose down that final straight, taking the win in that moto. 271 rides, 50 to 54 cruisers. Brett Knight, Steve Hassel, Stuart McQuirk, Zoltan Boudet, Jamie McFarlane, Jan Zerzek, and Lee Matthews. It's like Dad's Army rolling down that final straight towards that finish line. Race 272, Patrick Graham, Alan Hill, Pete Stanley, Tim Porter, Matt Phillips, Pete Butler, Stu Little, Dave Stokes, the Michael Van Gerwen of Preston, giving it his all in and out of that turn, in there in sixth now. Being tracked down by the 8.5 of Patrick Graham. Race 273, Martin Ogden, Darren Reedy. Almost like the two Ronnies of the cruiser class. Heading out of turn number 2 and down that straight, John Stevenson, Kevin Mooney, Darren Clark in there as well. Good to see Darren. I'm sure we'll catch up for a chat. Completely out of control going into that final corner. I would expect nothing less, Darren. Keep up the hard work, mate. Andrew Ballard and James Renton in 273. 274 now leading it out for the North region. Became a grandfather yesterday for the first time to baby Lucy. I've had a message off Ross, so congratulations, Grandad Sharp. And there's another Grandad, that is Dave over at B73. He'll be rocking the Gramps gear today. We had the McRock in there, Billy Stupple, Daniel Shields, Chris Madron, Tim Drew and Keith Brown. Race 275, Stu Campbell, the Beastmead, Joe Bunyan, Matt Perks, Stephen Needham, Lee Duffy, Brent Featherstone and Jonathan Charlesworth. 55 plus cruiser, not quite 1 foot in the grave, but I bet there's a few victim Eldrews when they're off track, that's for sure. Moto number 276, Carl Barber, Stephen Notman, Darren Foreman, Dave Knowles, all in there. Paul Adams, Bernie Shale, Dylan Jackson and James Musgrove. More 55 plus cruisers, Musgrove in there in 3. Dylan Jackson leading it through. As we move on, race 277, Lewis.
9 to 12-year-old cruisers are led away by the 6.4 plate of Finn Munro. He does it on his 20-inch, does it on his 24. He's so versatile, he reminds me of Ben 10. So it is Munro leading this one out. The rider out of the southwest is Arlo Steinmetz in that 2 spot. The 4.3 in there in 3. That's Freddie State under pressure, though. The 2.5. That was Rory Smythe looking for a way through. Couldn't quite find it in the turn. Drag racing down the final straight. Who's going to get the 4 spot on the line? I think it might have just gone to the rider out of the south. That was Rory Smythe. Next up on track, we are looking at race 278. Charlie Dowson leading this one out on the E7 plate. Posting himself out front. He's like Postman Pat. The way he delivers wins. In and out of that final turn they go. Looks like the 1.6 is in there as well. Heading down to the wire. That's going to be Edward Worrell for that 2 spot. The other rider out of the south. Looks like that might have been the 11.5 of Joseph Dewis. More 9 to 12-year-old cruiser action heading into that final turn. The 1.2 is going to be Leo Bradley Rustin up racing, heading through the final straight. Who's picking up that 2 spot? That's got to be the 3.5 of Jack Swales out of Fast Signatures. The South have got 3 riders on track in race 280. Jones, Mason, Turner, Jones, Stack, Walsh and Byrne. Where is Josh Byrne on the 4.2? He's chasing down the South contingent, who's led away by the 5.5. Arthur Mason, the 7.5 in 2, is going to be Colwyn Jones. Oh, it's getting busy in the final turn. It looks like that might have been Sammy Stack trying to get involved in the top 2 action. Heading down to the wire. Stack's going to have to settle for 3 as Byrne picks up 4. The 6 and unders are bringing the Thunder into turn number 1. The 4.4 leads this one out. That's going to be on Lewis out of Manchester BMX Club. The rider out of the Midlands in there as well. That is Elliot Fullard out of Derby BMX Club. That's going to be your 1 and 2 as he enter that second turn. These guys take this seriously. There's no taking the Mickey Mouse for these guys. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like that's the rider out of the south. Oscar Savage on the 9.5, being put under pressure by the 3.2 of Ellis Hitchings, who goes round the outside to pick up that 3 spot. So Hitchings into 3 then for the southwest. Here comes the pressure from the other rider out of the Midlands. That's going to be Ronnie Dobb. Dobbs worked his way into a top 4 spot, shuffling back the 9.5 of Oscar Savage. Race 282 on track. Look at this for a battle out front, ladies and gents, causing chaos like the Rugrats. Looks like that is going to be the 1.5 of Rupert Garnett, going right round the outside, doing it for the south. He's your new race leader. Who's chasing him down to the wire? Looks like that's going to be Milo Gehring in there for the 2 spots. Race 283 goes in and back out of turn number 2. Got a few riders out of the Midlands in this one. Ellis Dowsing is one of them, and he's out front of the pack on the 11.1 plate, but he's under pressure from the 2.2 of Niall Fallon, who's looking to go round the outside and do it the hard way. Wasn't quite close enough, though. Who's the rider picking up the top 3, doing it for the south? That's going to be the 2.5 of Tate Brocky Cox. Heading down the final straight. Who's picking up that 4? Looks like that's going to be Isaiah Coppinger-Williams. More 6 and unders. Heading towards that second corner. It looks like the north are out front. Maxim Kazoziak doing it for the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Rider out of the south in there in the 2 spot. Who's that going to be picking it up? Is Victor Anderson on the 4.5 plate for Hackney BMX. The 3, it looks like that's got to be the 5.1 of Theodore Purdue-Hurst with the 3.3. In 4, that's Alfie Lungley. Doing it for Ipswich BMX Club, the North in there as well. The 10.4 of Arthur Moss. Heading down to the wire, though, it was all about Maxim Kazoziak in race 284. Race 285, we've got the Powerpuff Girls on track. The 6 and under ladies. Who's leading them out? Doing it for the Midlands. Looks like that could be Sophie Thorpe on the 1.1. Thorpe leads it out then. Who's picking up that 2? Looks like a rider out of the north. That's the 3.4 of Kaya Gibson out of Ice Bikes. Look at the pressure. Oh, it's getting busy into that final turn. The 3.4 is going to be Gibson hanging on to that 2 spot at the moment. Who's the other rider out of the north? Lenny Holiday looking for a way through. I think she might have found it. Holiday comes through for a top 3 spot on the line. Adeline Wilson in there for 4. More 6 and under ladies on track then. Looks like we've got the Scottish contingent leading the way. Islay Goodall out of the Cumbernauld Centurions, massive. Here comes the move in turn number 2. That looked like Ava Towle out of the Midlands crew. She's your new race leader, so Towle going 1 and 2 with Goodall. Who's picking up the 3? That's the 2.4 of Aria Bartlett out of Manchester BMX Club. Into the final turn and back out they go. Check out the scrap out front. It's going to be Towle picking up the race win. Goodall for the 2. Looks like we've lost one rider on the second straight in the next moto. Rider out of the north, I think that might have been Finley Jones. But we are taking a look at your race leader. Donald Duck out front, Jackson May heading towards that final corner. Absolutely flying. The 9.4 is Finley Dewhurst Wiles out of the Brunsey crew. That's going to be a 1 and 2. Who's picking up the 3 spot for the south? That's going to be Blake Russell out of Gosport National Race Team. We are back on track then. Race 288 hits turn number 1. 1.2 on the front of his bike. Jensen Diet absolutely flying out of turn number 1. Doing it for the southwest. And rusting up racing the Midlands. We've got a rider in there as well. That's got to be Milo Foxbond. But he's now chasing down the rider out of the north. Looks like that could be Joe Ringwood. And a Preston Pirates on the 5.4. Ringwood then hanging on to that 2 spot. Where's the South contingent? The Scottish contingent. They're in there in 4 and 5. The 3.6 leading the way. Nate Sutton, he's being chased down by Max Guthrie. So the Centurions are picking it up inside the top 5 as they bring it down the final straight. Jensen Dart, your race winner. Race 289 on track. Return of the Mac, it is Ruben McAllister leading the way on the 1.1. 3.2 in there as well. That's going to be Freddie Mitchellmore.
Right, 289, we have had the prize claimed. The bag of Haribo has gone. If you haven't noticed, me and Lewis have been shoehorning various TV shows into commentary. Lewis had kids' TV shows from the 90s and 2000s. And I had TV sitcoms. We might just carry on for a bit, really. Why not? So, yeah, the prize has gone. The bag of Haribo has been claimed. So the signing is underway. Over near the Manchester Club cabin, all the riders are there. Right, if anybody finds a Troy Lee Designs body armour on the camping field, can you hand it in, please? If anybody finds a Troy Lee Designs body armour on the camping field, can you hand it in? That is an expensive piece of kit to lose. Dylan Warren, Callum Ind, Luke Barron, Tom Taylor, Albie Howe, Cleon Arndt, Isaac Buck and Zafiro Housley. There's some great names there. Moto 292. These boys heading down that third straight as 293 heads down the first one. The 28.4 is Luke Barron out in front. Luke going well. Albie Howe's in there as well for Cardiff. Hi to all you Welsh, I keep calling them French, Welsh riders out there. So 293 still heading towards us. Max Giles, Northeast BMX. Alfie Baglin, the man leading it out. Being tracked down by the 2.5 and the 6.5. Amari Bamford-Burt and Eamon Azaru. Race 294. Tilliswood Thompson, Patrick Dempsey. Not coming from the hospital because I scared the living daylights out of his family and friends last time around. It was a Grey's Anatomy reference. Albie Jarvis, Reggie Rice, Billy Edwards, Oliver Savage and Harrison Oglesby. Fox, Moto 294. Moto 295. Noah Kerr, Evie Steele. Senna Rose McCann. So assisting her dad on a YouTube video earlier in the week. Going through that collection of cars. Very impressive it is too. Evie Steele, Amaria Gibson. Amaria battling away out front. Look at that. Molly Kearns and Albert Dudley in there as well. Moto 296, more 7-year-old young ladies. Peony Ford, Opal Jones. Ruby Parrish, Aubrey Chambers, Philippa Hawksworth and Lenny Goddard. In Moto 296, the 5.3 of Peony Ford. Checking out like Luke Littler on a 9-dart finish. Heading down that final straight, miles in front. Race 297. Oh, my best mate, Kitty Walwork in this one. I've not seen her in the first two motos. Always good to see Kitty on track. She's in there with Billy Sawyer, Erin Thoros, Evie Brame, Alice Laurie and Cleo Collins. Cleo on the 4.2 doing it for the Southwest. Come on, Kitty, keep it going. You're doing a brilliant job, missus. Die Hard giving us some encouragement on the way past. Hello, Mum. So our 7-year-old young ladies absolutely on fire. 8-year-old boys. Bromelo, Morrison, Simmers, Stretton, Edwards, Grant, Smith and Finch. Bromelo out of the North region. Got a feeling he'll be in there come finals time. We are going straight into the 8s after motos. Straight into the 8s after motos. Murphy, Caxtons, Grant, Tonkin, Merrin, Taylor, Yates and Eels. Shelby Yates doing it for the Midlands. Battling, Harry Taylor in there as well. Aboard that Mongoose, Jasper Eels will be right there at the finish line. Race 300. Hill, Pacey, Cybuck, Simmons, Sawyer, Bradley, Kinch and Dagan. Ronnie Hill doing it for the Southwest, also out of Bristol BMX Club. The 2.5, that is Arthur Kinch. Sunday Ring 999, because that kid's on fire in this moto. Jax Bradley, also out of the Southwest. Simon's out of the South. Cybuck out of East Anglia, race 301, Lewis.
8-year-old boys on track, the North leading this one out. Gotta be Lou and Jamira on the 22.4 plate. The other rider out of the North in there as well inside the top three. Just being shuffled back a couple of spots, so looks like that's Ioannis Chorkos back there at about 4 now. The 3.1 has made his move to pick up that 2 spot. That's Rafe Edmonds out of Telford Flyers. Edmonds and looking good at the moment. He's being chased down by the rider out of the South. That's going to be Soren Rock Hatfield rounding out them top 3 spots. In and out of turn number 2 in race 302. Looks like the 1.4 of Ruben Lamb out of Merseyside BMX Club. He's being chased down by the 21.2. That's Oliver Bridle doing it for Crucial Race in the North in there in 3. Heading through that final straight. Looks like that's going to be the 3.4 of Harrison Slater. More 8-year-old boys on track. The North have got 3-4 riders in this one. One South rider splitting up the North party at the front of the pack as they take it into turn number 2. Where is Isaac Tomlinson? He's at the front of the pack at the moment, being chased down there by the 4.4 plate of Leon Kozoziak. That's going to be a 1 and 2 at the moment. The 9.5 plate in there as well. Eddie Brown doing it for Gosport National Race Team. The Midlands have got the 1.1 of William Beckett in there in 4, but he's under pressure down the final straight. Looks like a rider out of CGR. That's Elliot Beard in there in 5, putting the pressure on Beckett as he went down to the line. Nico Jocelyn Black, it is Potato leading out race 304. The North have got 2 riders inside the top 3. Who's the rider out of the Southwest? That's Jackson Gregory. In there in 4, moves are being made though in that second corner. Looks like it is the 2.1 of Artem Robinson getting busy through the 3rd straight. The 17.4 leads it out. Benji Ross Foster shuffles Potato back to that 2 spot down the final straight. Who's the other rider out of the North inside the top 3? That's going to be Carlton Neely. Race 305 on track. More 8-year-old boys heading into that second corner. East Anglia going 1 and 3 at the moment, but moves are being made. The Scottish contingent representing Oran McDonald out of the Centurions Massive. In there in that 2 spot, chasing down the 24.3 of Sandis Horns. Who is the 10.5 plate? That's Jack Orpen out of Knightswood, heading down the final straight to the south. Looking good for a top 3 finish as they bring it down to the wire. Horns out front. Race 306, where is Henry Dodd? Doing it for the North. He's on the inside, doing it on the 5.4 plate, working his way into that 2 spot. Just in behind him is the 2.3 of Isaac Perry-Allett, doing it for Norwich Flyers in East Anglia, but the South lead the pack at the moment. Alexander French doing it for Peckham BMX Club, absolutely on a charge at the back end of this season. French then leading this one towards the final turn. Who's the North rider in there in 4? That's the 12.4 of Nathan Atherton. Atherton rounding out them top 4 spots as things stand. French going to be a race winner in race 306. 307 goes heading towards turn number 2. The Midlands have got a rider out front under pressure. Looks like that could have been Erin Dunny out of the Chesney gang. Chesterfield leading the way. The South have got a rider putting the pressure on there. That's Ada Warner out of TNT. So it is Dunny, Warner, the 2.1 in there in 3. That's Elsie McAvoy with the 2.2 in 4. That's going to be Elsie Hopkins out of Burnham BMX Club with the 4.1 of Poppy Butcher. Rounding out the top 5 spots, being chased down the final straight. That's going to be Edith Haynes. South BMX leading out the following moto in race 308. That's your British champion, Esme Anderson, Moto 1 and Muck-Off race team. In and out of that final turn, the 2.4 of Sophia Rees doing it for the North. She's going to round out them top 2 spots with the Southwest in there in 3. That's the 1.2 of Ada Porter. 9-year-old boys on track, race 309. Oscar Ratherfast leads this one out. Who's there with him? Joey Claydon out of PCR and Exeter with the 2.1 of Archie Walsgrove in there as well. Rounding out them top 3 spots. The South have got a rider in there in 4. Atlas Lewis Field. That's your top 4, bringing it through that final straight. But Oscar Rutherford picking up another race win. Race 310, 9-year-old boys going in and out of turn number 2. 1.5 leading the way. Heading towards that final turn. That is Rudy Pleasance forward, RPF. The 12.5 in there with him. That is Noah Hoffman out of Hackney BMX Club under being chased down that final straight by the rider out of the north. That's going to be Alfie Thompson. Race 3-1-1. It looks like we lost one rider out of the south. I think that might have been Cameron Joseph up to his feet though. Going to finish his lap. As we take a look at the Duck race pants out front, the 22.4, Connor Grant. Donald ducking his way through that final straight, going 1 and 2 with the rider out of the Midlands. That's going to be Eli Hipkins. Barnard, Aceto, Cook, Carl, Thoros, North and Ryder Bays all heading in towards that first turn. In race 3-1-2 is Logan Aceto checking out from the pack. Who's in there with him? Looks like another rider out of East Anglia. That's going to be Riley Barnard doing it for Braintree BMX Club. The rider out of the south looking up the inside in that second turn. Wasn't quite close enough, so shuffle back to that 3 spot. That's going to be Ethan Thoros out of the Hawks. Here comes the pressure though, down the inside, the 16.2 Hudson Cook. Decoy BMX Club working his way into a top 3 spot. Lost a bit of momentum in the final turn, so shuffle back to 4. That leaves the South rider Thoros to work his way to 3, all the way up to 2 in behind Logan Aceto, your race winner.
All right then, 3-1-3 on track. Just to remind you, we're going to have the European and World Championship finalists presentation. The rider parade for the European finalists and World finalists will be immediately after the 1/8 finals. So if you made a European final or a World Championship final, we'd love to see you out on the track so we can show our appreciation for your performances abroad in the European and World Championship finals. That'll be immediately after the 1/8 finals, okay? Race 3-1-5 on track now. Pritchard, Goscombe, Chalmers, Campbell, Randall, Leapingwell, and Crowley, I think it is. Looks like he'll be the rider from the southwest leading this one out. And the southwest rider there just getting a little bit squirrely down this third straightaway. He's the number 1 of Oliver Pritchard from Cardiff. Then we got the 7.2 of Dougie Campbell, also from Cardiff. And maybe we'll be going back to Cardiff again next year for a national, but we're here racing the British Championships in 2026 here in Manchester. Platt Fields, race 3-1-6 on track. Brame, Hawker, Kerr, Kempsford, Loman, McGarvey, Miles, but it's the 4.5 of Ruari Kempsford leading this one out. We've got another South rider in there in 2, Finley Kerr, I think it could be in the mix there with the Midlands rider coming on through. That's going to be Nuneaton rider Konstantin Turev in 3. Race 3-1-7 on track. Alfie Fishwick, Fisher, Lamb, Roscoe King, Dobb, Bunchich, Ellingworth in this one. Looks like the Midlands rider's going down. It's the British champion on the 0-1 plate. That's Archie Fisher from Crucial, taking another moto win here in race number 3-1-7. Don't forget, we'll be going straight into the 1/8 finals after the third set of motos ends. That's in about 20 or so races time. And then the European Championship and World Championship rider parade immediately after the 1/8 finals. So please be ready for that, because we will go straight away. Make sure you are ready and locked and loaded on the start hill. 3-1-8 on track. Could be 3-1-9 now. North Ryder leading this one out. Midlands in there in 2. And North Ryder in 3. East Anglia 4 and 5. Plate number 3.3 in 5. That's going to be Edward Baldwin from Royston. And we move on to the female 9 years now. Female 9 years old on track. 3 racks of them. They're going to semi-finals today. Kay, Brendel, Henry, I beg your pardon, Divine, Budby, Wyatt, Jones, and Farrington Bell. It's the European number 7 that leads this one out. Maggie Divine from Maybo Factory at the front of the pack there. In there in 2, the rider from Hackney, Isabella Henry. Looking good for the south and southwest. Moving on through in 4. 3 and 4, that was Exeter's Susie Wyatt, I think it was. More female, 9 years old on track. Henning, Barron, Arnold, Amira, Pine Hewitt, Southern Wells, and Critchley in this one. And we can see the 0-1, the British champion, Mabel Pine, of course, leading this one out from the European number 8 of Matilda Hewitt. 2 great riders at the front of the pack in the female 9s. Moving on to the next one, though, we got a birthday girl in this one from Peterborough, Kylie Dixon. Happy birthday to Kylie Dixon in this race, race number 322. She could be the one at the back of the pack. Coming on through, the Midlands rider, though, looking good out in front. That was the 5.1 of Izzy Moore. Then we can see Scotland in there in 2, and that's going to be Madeline Malloy. And the North rider comes on through in 3. That's going to be from Mersey. It's Maeve Toner. But happy birthday, Kylie Dixon, the female 9s. Race 323, male 10 years old on track. Look at this guy go. Manually his way through that last jump. It's going to be Noah Northcott from Decoy, with the North rider coming in there into Nathan Franklin, I think it could be, or Ted Thomas, as it were. But the rider from the South in there in 3 is Rafe Wilson. Race number 324. More male, 10 years old, East Anglia. At the front of the pack here on the 01, it's Ethan White, Moto 1, British champion from last year. Can he hold on to that 01 this year? And he's being chased hard by Ethan White and Jake Avis, it is, I beg your pardon, chasing down Ethan White to the finish line. Male 10 years old on track. 2 South riders lead this one out, race number 325. Oh, one rider down. I can hear from the groans in the crowd, but it's Arundel, I think it was, from the South, and William Carnes from Merton in there. 8.5 and 12.5, so it's Carnes and Adam. 1 and 2, the North rider there with the long hair coming down that last straightaway. Bodie Holiday, I think that could be. And the rider going down was the rider from Scotland, but he's back up. Noah Bawley. And Noah Bally could be. He's back up on his. Bailey, thank you. Sorry. Bailey, like in Ailey. Yeah. No. He's Scottish lot. They do spell their names funny. Still, I am a Stuart, so, and it's spelt the Scottish way. Luckily, I got no Scottish blood in me whatsoever. Joking. If you're easily offended, avoid the presentation tonight, because it'll be me up on that stage abusing everyone. We got some good one-liners for tonight. Might do a little stand-up for 5 minutes beforehand. So that was Noah Bailey from Cumbernauld. We're going on a race. 1/8 straight after the last moto, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're in a 1/8 final, do not hang around, because we won't be hanging around. Do not go off gallivanting around Manchester. Stick trackside and get yourself up for that 1/8 final. And don't forget, we'll have the European and World Championship final presentation, the rider parade, straight after the 1/8 finals. We want to see all those top riders out there, including all the elites, Ross and Freya, of course, world finalists. One of them is a world champion. We want to see you all out there on the riders parade. All right, we're back racing then. Race number 326, male, 10 years old, Rothwell, Mills, Hitchens, Fraser, Pritchard, Bridger, Wood and Watts. We got Southwest leading this one out, though. And the Southwest rider there is going to be Callum Wood from Green Machine, is it? Could be, I'm not sure. We'll have to check them out as they come round back towards me, because we got Bree Racing's BRE, Lawson Hitchens in this one as well. But he's looking good at the moment for the 1.2 of Callum Wood from Green Machine. Then we have the 1.4 from Preston, Lewis Rothwell. The 1.4, the 4 looks like a little X, so it's quite small there, the northern number plates. Hopefully we could decipher them okay. Anyway, 2 Midlands riders leading this one out. 15.1 and the 1.1 of Alex Vitols and Alfie Thorne, both from Derby, leading the way in moto number 327. But we're already moving on to race number 328. The male 10 years old, Stevenson, Winter, Diver, Colwell, Mason, Mullins, Tyrwald and Challenger. Who's that leading it out? It's the Southwest rider, the 2.2 and the 6.5 of Jack Colwell. And the 6.5, Caleb Tyrwald from Peckham in the mix. Another rider from the south in there. I'm looking for Jessup in this one. A race number 329 and Oakley Hill in there as well. From Birmingham, is it? I think it could be on the 16.1 leading this one out. It is Oakley Hill. And then we see the 24 coming on through of Alexander Gilbert. East Anglia in there. Jessup in there in about 5 at the moment. Bit of work to do if he wants to get in the next round. 1-8 finals coming your way very shortly. Race 330, Blakeburn, Yerbury, Me, Ford, Morrissey, Capstick, Byrne and Garan. It's the 11 and the 3.5 of Finley Morrissey and Charlie Blakeburn. I think it could be leading this one out actually. And Oliver Ford from the Hawks in there, jumping that last little double on the last straightaway, looking good. Race 331 on track. I can handle this. Is that a South rider leading this one out? Yeah, it is. It's Zapanos in it, I think. Yay! I recognise the rider without even looking at the sheet. Wow! That's unusual for me. Whatsers. Dominic Zapanos from Hotshot. Ah, where's the Hotshot team manager? Is he in the crowd? Give us a wave. Matt Phillips, are you out there? We've remembered your middle name, Matt. We'll save that for the stage later on. Oh, he's got a classic middle name. We'll be winding him up with that one later. Anyway, I don't know what race we're on now. A 333 is on the track in front of me. These are the female 10 years old. Hume, Perks, Moore. Stupples in this one. Sutton, Matthews and Harper. Southwest out in front there. It's going to be Autumn Moore, is it? On the 15.2. Let's check them out. Yeah, Autumn Moore got that one right. The South rider just taking it easy there on the 2.5. That was Madison Stupple. She needs to keep it rolling like Mum would. Oh, one rider down in the first turn here in race number 334, the female 10s. Rider from the north. She wanted to carry on. Congratulations to her. Get back up. As Southwest and North are battling out of the front. 9.2. Ella Grant, that is, out front. The new national champion in the female 10 years old. Doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross and herself. What a rider she is. Ella Grant leading this one out in race number 334. Okay, we give a name check to the rider that went down there. That was the 6.2 of Alice Barron from Allen's Factory Supercross. Take it easy, girl. And she goes down the last straight. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Here we go. He's pumping the tunes out now for us. Female 10 years, Levitt, Kiff, Brain, Smith, Castro, Lack, Johnson and Dixon in this one. East Anglia leading this one out. It's going to be... Oh, it could be Mabel Kiff, I think, at the front of the pack on the number 9 plate. No, it's Panorama 9.3? Yeah, that. Panonica Castro Lack, apparently, but that was an East Anglia top, so... Anyway, look at to Aidan Baptiste leading this one out from Peckham. Wow, what a lead as he holds shots and takes the win there on the 1.5 bike from the south. Race 337. So I'll carry on. It's all right. I got this. Somebody said down here, they're all saying, get him off that mic. It's... Little, Budby, Kane, Cusack, Siddery, Russell and Haynes. But now it's 338 on track. Hunter, Dewis, Tanzer, Walls, Miller, Barrett, Ryder, Bays and Rose. Looks like the North Rider leads this one out. Who is that? Is that James Hunter? No, it's the 22 of Jesse Rose. Rose is there with the 17.5 of Joseph Dewis. So Rose and Jewish, 1 and 2. Then we got MK coming down. Oscar Ryder, Bays in the free spot. Across the line in race 338. Race 339, Brooks, Jones, Duffield, Hannah, Groves, Kinsey, Spencer and Arnold. Looks like the Southwest lead this one out from the north. Then we got 2 riders from the Southwest and the lonely rider from the south, 11.5. Zachary Jones in there in 5. Can he get fast and make it into a qualifying position? We'll have to wait and find out if he's in the next round. Lots of 11-year-olds here today as we move on to Charlie Dowson. Should be leading this one out for Derby, the 01, the current British champion. Is he going to hang on to that, though? We'll have to wait and see until later on this afternoon. Don't forget, 1-8 finals immediately after the last qualification moto. The 1-8 finals will be run. And, of course, the most important European Championship and World Championship finalists rider parade. That'll be a very, very quick rider parade. We'll get that done and dusted. Well, we will, won't we? Because we don't want to hang about because it might rain. That's what I was thinking. Oh, I see. Some of the humour up here. I mean, one of them's northern, the other one's from the Midlands, and I'm from the south. It's a right old mixture. As the world number 8 takes a win in this one, that's Thomas Giles from Sorted Race Gear with the Southwest chasing him home. I think that was Alexi Carlos. I used to work with a bloke called Carlos, and he didn't have a car. I swear that is the truth. Fun fact, Brian Carlos, his name was. He only rode motorbikes. He didn't have a car. We used to call him Brian Careless Carlos the koala bear because he was tiny and he had loads of hair. He looked a little bit like a koala. He was like small and cuddly. Anyway, back to the racing. Don't know what race it is. 3-4-4, I think. Mitchell, Marcella, Matthews, Edwards, Ludgate, Harper and Medina. Oh, he's taking it easy. Coming around there. The male 11 years old. Here we go. This North Rider in the female 11s now. It's getting busy. Geddes, Dyson, Dean, Denton, Wally, Rowlands, Womwell. Is that Womwell? Wombwell. Alexandria Wombwell. I don't know. Come and tell me if we're getting it wrong. We need to get it right. I mean, matey boy over here, he don't know all the names from Scotland, does he? So, anyway, North out in front in this one, 7.2. And the European number 8 is Holly Bishop. Recognise that one. She's chasing hard down that last straightaway. South Rider in there in 3. It's going to be River Henderson. Could be Eliza Powell. Could be Roxy Morgan. Who knows? But it was a good win. And a second place for Holly Bishop. More Northerners on track. Female 11 years old. 1, 2, and 6. Wow. That's Piet Lam. 2. That's Oana Svensson. And Molly Tomlinson. All from the north. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Race 3, 4, 8. And then I'm going to hand you over to Lewis. I don't do a lot. I just step in every now and then. Cut the Southwest Riders lead this one out. Looking good. I quite like the Southwest top this year. Looks good. Not so sure on the Scottish top this year. I know it's lacking a bit of Scottish. It's not quite, you know. I wanted to see the big white cross. Anyway, oh, what a tune. Race 349, mate.
Race 349 on track. Heading in and out of that final turn. Looks like a rider out of the Southwest. That's going to be Alfie Jones. Doing it for Cardiff BMX Club. Going to pick up that race win under pressure from the rider out of the north. Looks like that might have been Thomas Henning. Race number 350 goes in and out of turn number 2. Looks like we've got a rider out of the Midlands. Leading this one out, Hugo Dayton. GY95, the 3.4, looks like that could be Seb Hewitt. Pro Start BMX to the Midlands and the North, having a big old drag race down the final straight. Dayton, Hewitt, right the way down to the wire. Not quite sure who picked up that race win. The Scottish Massive leading out race 351. Looks like that could be Murray Watson doing it for BMX with a photography. Who's in there with him? Looks like a couple of South Riders going through in 2 and 4 at the moment. Aboard that 4.5 plate, that's going to be Finley Brown rounding out them top 2 spots under pressure though from the 4.3. Seth Ritchie looking for a way into a top 2 spot down the final straight. Has Ritchie got enough left in the tank? I don't think he's going to get close enough. It's going to be Brown for that 2 spot. Looks like we've got Mr. Anderson, Jacob Anderson, doing it for the South, leading out the following race on the 4.4 is Rex Beasley in there in the 2 spot. Rider out of the Southwest is going to be Leo Bradley. He's looking to pick himself up a podium spot as they bring it across the stripe. Midlands going 1 and 2 in more 12-year-old moto action into turn number 2. Preston Umosh Powell, Teddy Jones in that order. The North have got 2 riders going 3 and 4. Looks like that could be the 2.4 plate. Picking it up at the moment, Xander Cartledge with the 7.4 in there in 4. That's going to be Finley Hewitt out of Brontwood Park National Race Team. But the 2 Midlands riders going 1 and 2 look like Jones was putting the pressure on Powell at the line. The Land Sharks on track. Ronnie Ward doing it for the Midlands contingent, being chased down by the rider out of the Southwest. Here comes the 2.2. That's got to be Mac Finley out of BRE Racing. He's compatriot out of the Southwest on the 5.2. That's got to be Samuel Snell rounding out the top 3 spots. But the Land Shark picking up another moto win. Race number 355 hits the track. Looks like that's going to be the East Anglian crew leading the way. On the 21.3, Edward Cordery being chased down though by Joey McAvoy. Maybo Factory Team UK and the Midlands, the South are in there as well. Looks like that could be the 6.5 of Ollie Warner. The North are going 1 and 2 in race number 356. Who's that out front? Where's Connor Hemhill? That is Hemhill at the front of the pack. Oh, rider down in turn number 2. Couldn't quite stick it up right. Looks like that might have been Travis Shearing out of Dragon Rider, straight back up to his feet, picks his bike up, going to finish his lap. Hemhill out front then, looking good, going to pick up this race win. The 2 spot looking like that's going to go to Neil Grandans out of the South. More North riders on track. Your European champion, Finn Munro, doing it for the North, smooth as you like through that 3rd straight. Showing us what he can do. Styling it out, the 1.6 in there in that 2 spot. That's going to be Ewan Suter out of the Centurions. Oh, Suter hits the deck in that final corner. Straight back up to his feet, picks up his bike. He's going to complete his lap. 12-year-old ladies then on track as we near the end of the motos. The North going 1 and 2. Looks like Rowan Egan battling it out. Maisie Egan round the outside, looking to make this one stick. Shuffles Rowe back to that 2 spot. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like that's going to be a rider out of the East Anglian crew. Martha Kiff doing it for MK. Kiff is going to round out them top 3 spots with the South in 4. That's going to be Jessica Cox. Penultimate moto on track. Then the South going 1, 2 and 3. Looks like that's going to be Rachel Pritchard in that 2 spot, but out front, Freya Montfort leading this one through. Who's picking up that 3 spot then? Looks like the 2.5 plate. It's going to be New France Brotherton, the Southwest in this one as well. That's going to be the 1.2 of Jamie Puddock out of Spin to Win Race Team. She's going to round out them top 4 spots as the South go 1, 2, 3. Final moto of day number 1 then at the 2026 BMX British Championships. And it is the European number 8, Trixie Trays, leading the way. Her compatriot out of the Southwest in there in that 3 spot. That's going to be Izzy Underhill heading down that final straight with Ellie Beat, splitting them up in that 2 spots. Hashimoto's done and dusted then, ladies and gents. We are going to go straight into 8th action.
All right, we are going to have the European and World Championship plate parade, which is going to be expertly hosted by Neil Stewart. All right, hosted by Neil Stewart. He's got a list. He knows what he's doing sometimes. Yeah. So we are going to go straight into the 8th finals. If you are in an 8th final, if you're in an 8th final,
We've managed to acquire a side plate, a South Region side plate. It's a 2.5. We've managed to get it up here. You were in moto number 359. That will be, yeah.
2.5,
Neve France Brotherton. We've got your side plate up at commentary. Neve France Brotherton. Dad's coming to get it. We're all right.
Right, we are just awaiting our moto sheets. Oh, hang on. That was Rapido. There we go. Reunited.
Rapid response squad, that was.
Absolutely. You need to be that fast out of the gate in the 8s. Right, once again, 8 finals. You need to be in the pens immediately, please. 8 finals. Make sure you're in the pens immediately. Mr. Paul Berry. Hello, sir. We've got a question. Is there a break after 8s, was the question. Yes, there is. How long? Well, there's a parade, isn't there? Yeah. So that'll be, what, 20 minutes? 30 minutes, right. 30-minute break after the 8s.
20 minutes minimum for that parade if Neil's hosting it.
Yeah. All right, we've got 8 sheets heading our way because that looks like Rhea Goodman with our much needed documentation. Lewis is coming down to the fence to meet you, so you don't have to walk all the way up here. Thanks, Gaffer. Appreciate it. It's not Brisbane, is it? Absolutely not. All right, we are go for going through, for going out. That's what knockout racing's all about. 8 finals here at the British Championships. Into the turn we go. Ruben Lamb picking up the whole shot. Artem Robinson of the Midlands is the man in that final qualifying position right now as they head towards turn number 2. So the North region looking like they've got this one locked up at the moment. Ruben Lamb, Harrison Slater, I think it is, going 1 and 2. 8.5 of Eddie Brown in there in 3. Artem Robinson clearing out front in 4. Those guys going through.
The Midlands going 1 and 3 in 8th final number 2. Shelby, the YouTube sensation, Yates leads it into that second corner. Will Beckett is the other Midlands rider inside the top 3. They are being split up though by Harry Taylor doing it for the South. Who's picking up that final qualifying spot? Check out the rider going airborne from the North. Looks like that could be Keneally. Keneally on the inside, but it's going to be round the outside. Doing it for the Scottish massive, Oren McDonald. McDonald's into the top 4. Going to hang on to that final qualifying spot. Down the final straight, McDonald's in 4.
Right, race number 3 more. 8-year-old, 8th finals. Kinge, Nico, Jocelyn Black, Benjamin Sawyer, Elliot Beard. Into the turn we go. The South are going 1 and 2 with Kinge and Black. The North are going 3 and 4, and East Anglia are getting involved as well. I've got a feeling that's Isaac Perry-Allett who's trying to work his way in, and he's taking that 4th position away. So East Anglia versus the North for that final qualifying spot. Who's in there in 3? It's the 7.5 or 7.4 of Benjamin Sawyer. Allett being chased down the final straight. Is he going to be able to hold it to the line? I think he is. Perry-Allett through, I think, in 4.
More 8-year-old 8th action coming your way, ladies and gents. Sanders Horns out of East Anglia leads this one out. Who's the rider out of the North picking up the 2 spot? Looks like that could be Leon Kazoziak doing it for the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Southwest have got a rider in there as well. Got to be Jax Bradley working his way into a top 3 spot, being chased down by the rider from the South. That is the 10.5 of Jack Orpen. Orpen down the inside, working his way into a top 3 spot. Shuffles Bradley back up position then, so he's in there in 4. Being chased down the final straight. Otis Simmers putting the pressure on down to the wire. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? I think it might have just been Jax Bradley hanging on.
A final number 5 for the 8-year-old boys. Tomlinson, French, Edwards, Barker, Baker, Tranter, Morrison and Rogers. Into the turn we go. Isaac Tomlinson picking up the whole shot. The 6.1 of Arthur Tranter diving underneath and taking that 4th position away. But they are queuing up behind him like Greg's on a Friday lunchtime. And he's given up 2 positions into the corner. It's getting very, very tight. Who's got that 4th spot right now? It looks like the rider out of the Southwest. 6.2 of Oscar Edwards. Edwards and Tranter fighting over it down the final straight. East Anglia getting involved as well. It's going to be Edwards to the line taking that 4th spot.
8th final number 6 hits the track, and it's Oliver Bridle on the inside into turn number 1. The Southwest going 1 and 4 at the moment. Who's that picking it up? Got to be Jackson Gregory inside the top 4, looking good at the moment. East Anglia in there in 3. That's Roberts Catkins, and it looks like Benji Ross Foster has gone right round the outside, doing it the hard way to go from 2 to 1. That's Shuffle Bridle back to 2 then. So it is Benji Ross Foster on an absolute charge in and out of that final turn. Foster, Bridle turns on the turbo charge out of that final corner. Looks to drag race back into that 1 spot. Bridle, Foster 1 and 2. Catskins going 3 and 4 with Gregory.
Right, Bromillo and Dodd going 1 and 2 in 8. Final number 7 for the 8-year-olds. The Midlands guys are right there behind, including Jasper Grant Smith and Rafe Edmonds, Kowalski, Knowles, Grant and Dix getting involved as well. Charlie Bromillo checking out like Luke Littler at a night dart finish. He's out there in front. Henry Dodd in 2. 3.1, Rafe Edmonds in 3, Jasper Grant Smith in 4. He's going to have to hold it on down the final straight. He's got enough in the tank to hold off the rider from the southwest.
More 8-year-old action heading down this first straight, and look how close Jamira and Eels are. Eels is going to go right round the outside. The 2025 British champion leads out this 8th final, then going 1 and 2 with the Norths, Lou and Jamira, who's in there in 3. Looks like that could be the rider out of the southwest. Ronnie Hill on the 1.2 plate, and the 4 spot, the all-important 4 spot, is occupied by Soren Rock Hatfield out of the south, but he's being chased down by his compatriot from the south. That's a 13.5 of Ellis Tonkin out of Merton Saints. Got it all to do on the exit of that final turn. Tonkin is going to run out of time, and Root Hatfield's going to pick up that final qualifying spot.
Right, we've already lost one rider on the first straight in 8th final, number 9. We are moving on to the 9-year-old boys. Rudy Pleasance Ford is in this one. It looks like he's out front at the moment. The North are in there as well. I've got a feeling that is Cooper Crowley, who's working his way up into that 3rd spot. Rapid Roman Birdfield in there in 2. The 7.4 of Alfie Fishwick and the 5.5 of Waddell. That is Finley Waddell in that 4th position, looking like he's got enough for left in the tank to hold off East Anglia.
More 9-year-old 8th action hits the track. This is 8th final number 10, and it's absolutely stacked with Southwest riders. There's 4 of them heading into turn number 1, and 2 of them lead the pack. Oliver Pritchard having an absolutely blinding first straight. He's there at the moment. Looks like the rider out of the south picking up a qualifying spot at the moment. It's going to be the 9.5 of Alan Wong. So Pritchard, Campbell, that's going to be your 1 and 2. Where is Ollie Underhill on the 4.2 plate? Looking like he's worked his way into that 2 spot. The 7.2 is Dougie Campbell in 3. The 9.5 in 4, Alan Wong. Rounding out them qualifying spots, doing it for the south to the southwest. 1, 2, 3 with Wong in 4.
Right, the 5.2 of Charlie Crossley went the long way round that first turn, but he's managed to hold on to that 4th spot right now. He's got the south all over the back of him as Teddy Gorman out of East Anglia leads out 8th final, number 3 in the 9-year-old boys. 4.5 and 17.1. That belongs to Rory Kempsford and Frankie Jones. South region, Charlie Crossley, I think he's going to hold it to the line and go through in that 4th position.
More 9-year-old knockout round action heading towards turn number 2. The North are 1 and 2. It's rather fast and Pete in that order. Looks like the Southwest have got Oliver Appleton up to that 3 spot at the moment. He's being chased down though by the rider out of the Midlands. That's got to be the 5.1 of Ted Hunt with the 6.2 of Tommy Weatherly. Back there in about 5 at the moment. Got it all to do. Looks like it's going to be Hunt then picking up that final qualifying spot inside the top 4.
Right, 8th final, number 5 for the 9-year-olds. Logan Aceto, East Anglia, working his way into the turn. The 22.4 of Connor Grant is chasing him down. The 2 South guys are in there in 3 and 4. And it looks like Henry Bragg out of the Midlands, who's on the outside looking in 5. Jude Shearer trying to get involved as well. He's worked his way up into that 5th. He's looking for the 4. Shearer's absolutely on it into the final turn. Shearer picking up that 4th spot. He's not happy yet. He's looking for the 3. Shearer's on fire. Aceto to the line. Shearer for the 3. South region for the 4.
I think that Petter Bunchik had his Weetabix covered in hot sauce this morning after watching that first straight as he leads out 8th final, number 14, going 1 and 2 with Archie Walsgrove out of the Midlands, who's picking up the 3. Looks like that could be the 8.4 of Hunter Gleikin. Under pressure though from the 12.5 of Noah Hoffman. Doing it for Hackney BMX Club. Hoffman rounding out them top 4 spots. Going to take it through to the quarterfinals.
Right, Eli Hipkins in there in that first turn, leading it out, but he's been followed by Arlo Payne from the North region. Drum and bass in your face in that 2nd spot. Taylor and Taylor, Ruscombe, King, Hopkins, Waddell and Randall all in this one. Arlo's made his move, he's stolen the lead, the 4.4 of Jack Taylor, and it's the 2.3. The 2.3 of Jonah Taylor being chased down by Xander Hopkins. Hopkins might not have enough. He's going to go out in 5.
Last of the 8 finals for the 9-year-old boys heading for that first corner. And it's going to be the 0-1 British champion from 2025 leading them out. Archie Fisher Crucial racing going 1 and 2 with the rider out of the southwest. That is Joey Clayton doing it for PCR and Exeter. The other rider out of the southwest in a qualifying spot is Toby Brook, also out of Exeter. So they've got 2 riders in qualifying positions at the moment. The 3.5 splitting up the party for the southwest is Atlas Lewisfield. The Midlands, southwest, south and southwest, 1, 2, 3 and 4.
A final number 1, we move on an age group to the 10-year-olds, and that is Big Hens. Henry Sullivan in and out of that turn. The rider in 4 is Murray McKinnon out of the Titans. So Scotland, your rider's in a qualifying position right now. Make sure you cheer him on. Southwest out in front, in there in 2 as well. I've got a feeling that is Callum Woods. The 8.5 in 3 is William Kearns McKinnon. Under pressure now from Jensen Mee down the final straight. McKinnon and Mee battling to the line. McKinnon's going to hang on, I think, and through in 4.
Alex Vitol's absolutely flying in 8th, number 18 in and out of turn number 2. The North have got a couple of riders in a qualifying spot. Lewis Rothwell picking it up at the moment. It looks like that could be Nathan Franklin inside the top 3. Who's the final qualifying rider? That looks like the 10.2 of Sam Baber. Baber's in there in 4, but he's being chased down by the rider out of the south. That's going to be the 15.5 of Elliot Mullins. Mullins has got it all to do. He's not quite going to get close enough. He's out in 5.
Moving on, 8 final number 3 for the 10-year-olds. That looks like Ethan the Grey White out in front, being followed by Jack Colwell out of the southwest. He's there in that second spot. Barter, Calburn, Arendt, Yerbury, Watson, Mollendorf, all in the mix as well. Colwell's looking good for the 2. Who's got the 3? It is the 11.2 of Finn Yerbury. Big battle going on for 4 right now. And Jack Barter is in that qualifying position. Barter for East Anglia going through in 4th.
Antek Perebny, European number 7, leads out. 8th, number 20. Who's in there with him? 2 riders out of the south. Got to be Oliver Ford and Oscar Marco occupying top 3 spots at the moment. The North have got a rider in a qualifying spot. That looks like Alfie Hudson on the 6.4 plate, but he's under pressure from the 10.5. Jensen Jessup looking for a high-low in the final turn. Looking to throw Bose down the final straight. Couldn't quite make it stick. Looks like Hudson's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot.
8th final number 5 for the 10-year-olds. Thorne, Avis, Bean, Hatch, Wilson, Grundy, Carlos and Bridger into the turn we go. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Josh Bean just working his way up into that 3rd spot. He's got Elliot Hatch right there with him. So the Southwest boys are going 3 and 4 at the minute. Alfie Thorne is the man out front. Jake Avis is in there in 2. Avis looking solid for East Anglia. The front 4 are out there and clear. 3.2 Elliot Hatch in that final qualifying spot. That's the way they're going to finish because there's a big gap to 5.
More 10-year-old action on track. Colin Guran right there battling it out with Oakley Hill into turn number 1. Hill gets the advantage on the inside. Hill, Guran in that order. Who's picking up 3 and 4? Looks like Hunter Chambers is up there in about 4 at the moment, being chased down by the rider from the north. That's going to be Bodie Holiday on the 7.4 plate. Moves being made in turn number 2. Holiday tried to go around the outside of Chambers, couldn't quite make it stick. The rider in 3. That's going to be the 12.2 of Bodie Cleverly Smith. Doing it for Cardiff BMX Club in the southwest. He's looking to pick up a qualifying spot. Chambers in that final qualifying spot inside the top 4 and taking it through to the quarterfinals.
8th final number 23. Blake Burns leading it out. The 2.5 of Joel Pritchard is the man in there in 4. But we've got a rider from the North region, Alexander Gilbert, who's trying to work his way in. He's left the door wide open in the turn and allowed James Diver through. So it is Blakeburn leading it into the final corner. Who's got that all-important 4th spot? It's still that 2.5. That's going to be Joel Pritchard. James Diver's going to be the unlucky man in 5. Scotland, your man is out, but he pushed all the way to the line.
Eighth final number 24 hits the track. Dominic Zapanos heading for the first corner out front of the pack. Who's there with him? The Southwest have got to be picking it up. That's the 4.2 of Noah Northcott. Moves being made in that first corner. Looks like that could have been Lawson Hitchings working his way into a top 4 position. but the South riders are swimming and swerving all over his back wheel, trying to find a way into a top 4 spot. Looks like the 11.5 has managed to do so. That's Vernal Challenger. That's shuffled the 6.2 of Hitchings back there to 4. Who's the rider picking up that of the 5 as they bring it down the final straight? Harley Laker. God, it all to do is to bring it down to the stripe. Laker gonna run out of time and room. He's out in 5.
A final number 25, Shaw, Sheriff, Ludgate, Taylor, Day, Kane, Little, Clark and Sadiri heading down towards turn number 1, and it is Ethan Shaw picking up the whole shot with Charlie Sheriff in there in 2. The North are going 3 and 4 at the moment. That'll include George Ludgate and Alistair Kane. So the North region looking pretty decent right now, but Riley Taylor Day out of East Anglia is looking for a way through in 5. Ethan Shaw is absolutely gone. The 4.4. Alistair Kane, is he going to hold it to the line for that 4th spot? I think he is.
Jack Belton looking to lead out his 8th final in the 11-year-old boys, going to 1 and 2 with the 21.4 of Tobias Groves as they bring it into that second straight. Who's the rider out of the Midlands inside the top 4? That's got to be Seb Staines, repping the Derby BMX crew. In and out of that second turn they go. The South are in there as well. Rory Smythe rounds out the top 4 spots as things stand. The 4.3 is Oscar Schrader. Got it all to do in and out of that final turn. Belton leads it. Groves, Staines, Smythe. That's going to be your 2, 3, 4.
8th final number 3 for the 11-year-olds. Charlie Dowsing didn't quite get the start he wanted, and he's been shuffled back in there to 3. It's Aston John Lee who's out in front with Joseph Jewis in there in 2. Dowsing's looking good and safe in 3 because there's a big gap to 5. So even if he drops a position, he's out there and safe. Steals the 2nd spot away. Clearly wants that first, the 11.5 of Zachary Jones. He's going to go through in 4. Dowsing's through in 2. Lee for the win.
Looks like we've lost Seth Cusack on the first straight. Let's hope that he's okay. He's up to his feet, going to finish his lap. The South going 1 and 3 at the moment, though. Aidan Baptiste absolutely flying. Looks like George Kellum inside the top 3. Who's the other South rider picking up a top 4 spot? Looks like that could be the 9.5 plate of Otto Watmuth. Randall then rounds out the top 4 spots. Who's the Southwest rider in the middle of the pack? Alexi Carlos. Carlos is going to pick up the 2 spot. Randall rounds out them top 4 spots.
A final 29, 5 of 8 for the 11-year-olds. This one contains Tom Giles of the North region and Sorted Race Gear. In and out of the turn we go. Out in front, Jacob Russell in there in 2. So this is looking good for the North region as it stands right now. William Matthews out of Royston, I think, Ewan Gunn also in there for East Anglia. East Anglia in that 3rd spot. The Midlands are in there in 4. I've got a feeling that'll be Miles Court in that 4th spot. Chasing down William Matthews now as the 8.4 of Harry Duffield got anything left in the tank. I think he's going to run out of time and room. Duffield's going to go out in 5.
Race 30 on the track, then the 11-year-old boys all battling it out for a spot in the quarterfinals later on today. And it is the rider out of the Southwest leading them through, George Spencer. At the moment, looking good. The South have got 2 riders inside the top 4. Looks like that could be the 2.5 and the 4.5. That is Hudson Edis and Oakley Lewisfield with the North in there as well. That's Dougie Johnson picking up that 2 spot as they bring it down to the wire.
Seth Kacharik, Jesse Rose going 1 and 2 in the 7th. 8th final for these 11-year-olds. William Arnold's in there as well. Out of the Southwest, he's in there in that 3rd spot. Arlo Marcella is doing it for the Midlands. Jamie Chance is in there as well. Who is the Midlands rider in there in 4? It's the 3.1 of Arlo Marcella. Has a quick look back just to see where his compatriots are. Too far away to catch him, I think. Marcella taking that 4th spot.
8th final number 32 on track. Rex Ford leads it out for the East Anglian crew, going 1 and 2 with the rider out of the Midlands. That is Jack Haynes chasing him through the 3rd straight. The South in there as well. Looks like that could be the 7.5 of Luca Tramontano. He's under pressure though from the 1.3 of Oscar Ryder Bays. Looking to go right around the outside and do it the hard way to go from 4 to 3. He's looking safe and clear though inside that top 4 position. Bays in there for 4, Tramontano in 3.
Connor Hemphill, Miles Skinner going 1 and 2 out of that 1st turn in the first of the 8 finals for the 12-year-olds. So we are getting ever faster. The South region are 3, 4 and 5 right now. It depends who the riders are. Connor Hemphill, he's gone 5.5 in there in 3, followed by the 11.5. That's going to be Noah Grant, I think, in there in 4. Ollie Warner's in the mix as well. Grant goes through in 4. Hemphill taking the win.
8th final number 34 hits the first turn, and it's the 34.5 of Jacob Anderson that leads them out of the first corner. The North are going 2 and 3. Looks like we've got Carlin Gordon and then Finley Hewitt picking up them 2 spots as they go into that second turn. The South have got a couple of guys inside the top 5 being chased down in towards that final turn. It's the 4.5 plate of Finley Brown hanging on to that final qualifying spot with the 10.5 of Neil Grandans putting in the work down the final straight. Has he got enough left in the tank? Grandans is unlucky in 5.
Third 8th final for these 12-year-olds. Finley Monroe and Preston Newmarsh Powell out front and looking good. Tom Hennings in there for the North. He's got Will Luffied and William Cusack to deal with as well. But Finley Monroe on that E1 plate leading it into the turn. The North are looking good for 3 and 4 at the minute. The 20.4 and the 9.4. Hennings in there in 5. Luffiad's in that 4th spot. Henning might not have enough to give. He's giving it a late charge. Wow, what a finish.
Isaac Moore leads out 8th final number 36 into turn number 2. East Anglia right there within. That's Edward Cordery doing it for Halo Wheels Race Team. Hugo Dayton in there in 4 at the moment, chasing down the North Rider in 3. That's the 5.4 plate of Ted Harvey doing it for Crank BMX Coaching. In and out of that final turn, they're going down the last straight. Moore, Cordery, Harvey, Dayton, 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Right, final 37, the 5th one for the 12-year-old boys. Sebastian Hewitt, Teddy Jones and Joseph McAvoy right in the middle of this one. McAvoy's already looking around just to see where the riders behind are, and they are right on his back wheel. The North are going 3 and 4 at the moment. Sam Smith is in there doing it for the North. Where is he? The rider out of mid-Lancs. Got a feeling he's in the 4th spot, right where he needs to be inside the top 4. 3.4, Sebastian Hewitt in there as well. The Midlands are going to go 1 and 2. The North are 3 and 4. Sam Smith in the quarters.
Rex Beasley, Lucas Tawal going 1 and 2 on the exit of that first corner. Looks like the Southwest are in there as well with Leo Bradley heading towards that second turn. The South have got another rider inside the top 4. That's going to be Otto Parr out of Savage Racing heading through the third straight. Beasley has checked out from the pack. Tawal doing all he can to keep glued to his back wheel. Last straight action then, Bradley, Parr, that's going to be your 3 and 4 taking it across the stripe.
Right, the penultimate 8th final underway. These are the 12-year-old boys. We've got one more lined up on that gate. One more chance to make it into the quarters. Finley, Claydon, Cartledge, Snell, Disting, Graham, Mooney and Josiah Berg in this one. And look at the Southwest. 1, 2 and 3. The 11, the 2 and the 5. Josiah Berg in there. Got a feeling it was Xander Cartledge who's going to go through for the North.
Last 8th final on track, Ronnie. The Landshark Ward goes 1 and 2 with Murray Watson heading for that second corner. The South have got a rider inside the top 3. That's going to be Sammy Stagg along with the East Anglian rider in 4. Looks like Seth Ritchie out of MK. He's putting the pressure on Stagg, who occupies that 3 spot at the moment. Last turn action. The Landshark looking solid. Watson doing all he can to keep him honest as they take it down to the stripe. Wood takes the win. We are going at quarterfinal racing at 10-4, ladies and gents. So at 3:50, we are going at quarterfinal racing. Do not forget about our rider parade for the world and European finalists about to take place.
Oh, yeah. Okay. We've got a few more riders now getting up there. Just a couple missing. We're going to go with this pretty quickly. We don't want people getting wet. It's a fairly casual affair. Helmets off if you want. You know, we want people to see your faces, really, but anyway. He's made it up there. Okay, any European and World Championship finalists, please make your way to the start hill because we want to get this done and dusted. So the guys and girls get a bit of a break before their quarterfinals, if they've got quarterfinals, of course. How are we doing now? Even if you've got a European number 8, we want you up there. Come on. Last call for European and World finalists. Don't worry if you haven't got a bike. We can walk you around, walk you down the start hill, and then come across to this second straightaway. Last jump. Last call then. Last call for European finalists and World finalists to the start hill. Should be 40 of you up there. How many we got? Yeah, good point. Supposed to be our quickest riders. So if you can make your way up to the start hill. Chop chop. Because I'm looking forward to some loaded chips. Dan Wilson. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the Riders Parade. Put your hands together for Dan Wilson, European number 8, in the cruiser category, 17 to 24. Next up on the list, junior women, Annalise Cadman Carpenter. number 8. European number 8. Just wait here for me. Oh, he didn't listen to the script. You're supposed to wait on this jump. Annalise Cadman Carpenter, give her a round of applause. Amelie Eaton, European number 8, please. Amelie Eaton, girls 14 years old, European number 8. Well done. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. These are our European finalists thus far. European number 8 in the girls at 11 years old, Holly Bishop. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, please, for Holly Bishop. Girls 9 years old, European number 8, Matilda Hewitt. Yeah, well done, Matilda. Give her a big round of applause. Cruiser, 50 and over. Matt Barnard, European number 8. He's still struggling. 2 broken elbows. His mum was wiping his ass for him and everything. It was terrible. You can come out here, Matt. It's all right. Can you make it down the start hill? Okay. Girls, 13. European number 8. Poppy May Kirby. European number 8 from the girls, 12, Trixie Trace. Boys, 10 years old, we're moving up her rank now. European number 7, Antek Perebny. European 7, Cruiser, 9 to 12, Charlie Dowsick. European number 7 for the girls, 9 years old, Maggie Devine. European number 6, the boys 12 years, Connor Hempel. European number 6, also for the boys 11-year-old, Ethan Shaw. Okay, cruiser 70 to 24, European number 5, Alex Brooks. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, show some appreciation for these riders. European number 5, boys 15, Ned Guppy. European number 4, girls 13 years old, in Sarion, Aris Haider. Of course, all these riders making the finals in Sarion, France. European number 4 from the 16 boys, James Clitheroe. Not here. European number 3 on the podium from the girls 13, Elizabeth Lola Poole. Okay, European number 3, boys 16, Heath Thomas. Not here. European number 2, what a race for the women, 17 to 24, Evie Webster. And ladies and gentlemen, we are moving over to Brisbane in the World Championships now. And we're looking at the world finalists. The world number 8 for the cruiser women, 25 to 29, Taylor Lee Mohan. And in the women, 17 to 24 on the 20-inch, the world number 7, Annabelle Townsend. All right, world number 7 for the Masters 30 and over, Caleb Strickland. World number 7 for the cruiser 15 and 16, James Cottrell. World number 7 of the women's 50 and over cruiser, Rebecca Goal. Not here. Women 50 and over cruiser and also 20-inch 35 and over, world number 6 on cruiser, world number 8 on 20-inch, Anita Wong. Wow. World number 6 and European number 2 for the girls 16, Emmy Seward. Women cruiser 25 to 29, the world number 6 for Olivia Firth. World number 5, European number 4, Brinley Savage, not here. World number 5, European number 3 for Jessica Marriott. The world number 5 for the girls 13 years old, Brooke Fawcett. The world number 5, back-to-back for Kobe Rayford. The world number 3 and the European number 3 for the boys 15 years, Ty DS. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the world number 2 in the elite men category, Ross Cullen. And now our European champions and world number 2s and world number 1s. First up, for the girls, 11 years old, European champion, Betty Wills. Not here. European champion for the boys, 12, Finley Munro. The European champion for the boys, 10 years, Henry Sullivan. World number 2 and European number 1, Elsa Rendell Todd. And European number 5 at the Freestyle Park Championships. World champion and European number 5, elite women, Bethany Shriver. But please show your appreciation. It's finally happened in the championship class for the world number 1, junior women, Freya Chalice, world champion. Ladies and gentlemen, we want a big hip hip hooray for these riders who made the European and world finalists. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! And a big round of applause. Riders, make your way to the finish line. Take it easy if you got quarterfinals. Congratulations to you all. Well done. We look forward to seeing you making more W and European plates next year. If you need a push, I can help. That's it. Take it easy, girls, guys. As they come past you on the last straight, round of applause, please. One more time for these riders. Awesome stuff from Team GB here. Thank you very much, girls and guys. We go back with the quarterfinals in about 15 minutes' time by my watch. 15 minutes before we go into the quarterfinals. Congratulations to all the riders. Thank you.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire.
Going down there, do you think, or we're staying up here? Looks like we are just about ready to go. Quarter-final racing. I've got my official 2-in-1 out merch on. Thank you very much. Some of the goodies to give away.
I've put mine to one side for the time being. But yes, thank you 2-in-1 out for sending us some bits and bats. Along with the King and Queen of the Hill trophy and checks. I don't think you actually get any money for it. I think it's just a large check to hold above your head on the podium.
I finally look stylish.
Hey, I'll tell you what, wearing that hat, Lewis, you should be sat in a McDonald's car park in a souped-up Vauxhall Corsa.
I've got one of them at home somewhere.
Have you?
No. Of course.
Derbyshire.
Till you visit where
Get
I'm actually
you.
from.
Mr. Bakewell tart himself.
That's what I keep telling everyone anyway, until they come to where I live.
Right, you can start.
Am I starting? Lovely. 15, 16-year-old cruiser quarterfinals are lined up, locked and loaded, ready to go. We are quarter-final racing, ladies and gents. Check out Cotty heading for turn number one. The North lead out of the first quarter-final of the weekend. Cotty in there in that one spot. Who's in there in two? Looks like Lucas Smith picking it up. The other rider out of the North working his way into a top three spot. That's going to be Eric McSwitty in there at the moment, being chased down by the 6.3 of Bruce Anthony. The 4.4's in there as well. That's going to be Todd Smith Notman. Oh, there's traffic in the final turn. McSwitty looking good and clear to take that third spot right the way down to the wire with Anthony in 4.
Right, Cooper McCrum, Alfie Sim going 1 and 2. Blake Allison and Benjamin Dean are 3 and 4 at the moment. And Isaac Caulfield on his home track here at Manchester, looking to make the semi-finals in 15 and 16s. Can he get it done? McCrum, Sim, gonna go through. Caulfield's pushing. Is he gonna get it at the line? I think he did.
Nate Hamilton's picked up his big wheel bike for the weekend and he's looking good into turn number 2 to take it through to a semi-final later on today. Ronnie Richards is in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by Adam Stevenson, doing it for the North in 3. The 1.2 in 4 is going to be Addison Milburn, doing it for the Southwest. He's got a bit of space now as he brings it through the final straight. It's going to be Milburn picking up that final qualifying spot.
All right, busy. Where is Freddie Walwork? He's in there in 4 at the moment, looking for a position in the semi-finals on 15-16 Cruiser. Die Hard's going to be having kittens at the side of the track, but out in front at the moment, it looks like the South region battling away. Walford, Young, Walwork's made his move. Logan Young in that 4th spot. Walwork's making it in, as is Young.
Seven-year-old quarterfinals hit the track and we are looking at Alejandro Crudo Estevez on the inside for the North on the 1.4. Played his elbow to elbow with your British champion from 2025, Jack Bairn. Bairn leads it out. Crudo Estevez in there in the 2 spot. The South rider is Amari Bamford Burr. He's up there at about 3 at the moment, being chased down by the East Anglian into the second turn. Looks like that could be Sydney Schrader. Looks like we lost a couple of riders in turn number 1. They're both up and finishing their laps. Schrader then in that final qualifying spot. Under pressure though, as the coolest dude in BMX is right there with him in 5. That's Reggie Rice doing all he can to close the gap down through the final straight. Rice in 5. Can he pick it up as he bring it to the wire? Schrader looking like he's going to hang on.
Right, moving on. Oh, 1, 2, 3 riders down, I think, on that first straight. Let's have a look who's going to lead it out of the turn in quarter-final number 6. These are the 7-year-olds. Luke Barron, I think, is the man out front and in control at the moment. Owen Wheater took a tumble. His British Championships is over. The Southwest are 2 and 3. So Barron leading it out, followed by the 4.2, that is Parker Gray, the 5.2 and the 15.4. So Tom Taylor is the man in that final qualifying position, looking like he's going to make the semi-finals.
More 7-year-old quarterfinal action hitting turn number 1. Who's picking up the whole shot? In and out they go. It's looking like the Southwest are large and in charge. Dite right there in the front of the pack. Freddie Mitchell-Moore's in there as well. The North have got a rider inside the top 3. In and out of that second turn, that is looking like Alfie Baglin with another Southwest rider in there. Inside the top 4, Billy Late under pressure from the 6.5 of Eamon Asiru. Asiru's looking to pick up the final qualifying spot in and out of the final turn, putting the pressure on Late through the final straight. Late, Asiru, right the way down to the wire. Who's going to get it on the line? Looks like Late hung on.
Right, moving on, here we go. East Anglia showing early doors in quarter-final number 8, the 11.3 of Jackson May. But he's had the move put on him by Ruben McAllister. McAllister and May are going 1 and 2. That looks like Jude Brocky Cox, I think, in there in 3 right now. The North region, Patrick Dempsey flying down that third straight. He's in there in 4th. He's got to hold it on all the way to the line. Oliver Savage is the man in 3, but now Dempsey under pressure from Nate Sutton. Dempsey and Sutton to the line. Dempsey for the 4.
8-year-old quarterfinals are on track, led away by the North. Here going 1 and 2. That's Ruben Lamb and Harrison Slater. In and out of that second turn. The South are picking up 3 and 4. Got to be Eddie Brown and Arthur Kinch out of Gosport National Race Team. Who's the rider in 5? On the 5.4 plate, that is Henry Dodd. Got it all to do in and out of the final turn as he chases Kinch. through the final straight. Arthur Kinch looking like he's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot and take it through to the semi-finals.
Second quarter final for the 8-year-old boys. That is Shelby Yates. He's got more YouTube subscribers than you have. Out in front, Harry Taylor's in there as well, doing it for the South. Ounds, Jocelyn Black, Hill, Hatfield, Baker and Bradley. One rider down in the second turn. It's starting to get greasy. The 16.1 of Shelby Yates, the 3.5. Nico, Jocelyn Black, the potato in that fourth spot, taking it down to the line. Takes that fourth position. Ronnie Hill, unlucky mate.
Quarter final number 11 is a go. The 8-year-olds are charging for turn number 1, and he's looking like the 21.2 of Oliver Bridle's going to pick up the whole shot. Look at the moves in the first turn from the riders out of the north. I think one of them was Leon Kozoziak, throwing it underneath and working his way into a top 3 spot, slotting in behind Benji Ross Foster. In and out of turn number 2, who's the rider picking up the final qualifying spot as they fall under some sort of pressure from Will Beckett, who's in 5. It's the 5.5 of Alexander French. French being chased out by Beckett into the final straight. Bridle, Foster, Kozoziak, and it's going to be Alexander French in 4.
Right, look at this one. The 8-year-olds, the last of the quarterfinals. Charlie Bromelo, Isaac Tomlinson, and Jasper Eels. 1, 2, and 3 out of the turn. Eels has worked his way into that second spot. Tomlinson's under all kinds of pressure going into the final turn. Jamira's trying to get in there. He's battling away as well. Looks like East Anglia are going to pick up that fourth spot.
9-year-old quarterfinals are led out on track by Archie Fisher, your British champion from last year. He's going 1 and 2 with Logan Aceto out of the East Anglian crew, with a rider out of the south picking up a top 3 spot. That's got to be the 4.5 of Ruari Kempsford. Headed towards the final corner, it's the 5.2. Charlie Crossley under pressure, though, moves being made in the final turn. Crossley picks up momentum, looking like he's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot as they take it across the line.
Wow, we are getting faster and faster. Here we go, 9-year-olds, quarterfinal number 2. It's my mate Oscar rather fast, showing why he's got the nickname out in front at the moment. RPF is in there as well. Eli Hipkins, Hunter Glatkin, Connor Grant doing it for the North, in there in that third position. So, rather fast, RPF, Connor Grant, the 3.1. That is Eli Hipkins. Hipkins under pressure down the final straight. Looks like he's given himself enough room. He's going to go through in 4.
Peter Bunchik is on track in quarter-final number 15, going 1 and 2 into turn number 1 with the 1.2 of Oliver Pritchard, who looks to thread the needle in that first turn, works his way underneath. It's going to be Pritchard, then your new race leader. Bunchik's in there in 2, Clayton's in 3. The final qualifying spot is currently occupied by Rapid Roman Birdfield aboard that 4.1 bike. He's not under pressure as he bring it into the final turn. The 11.5 of Vincent Olivier has just dropped off the gas ever so slightly, leaving Birdfield to open up a gap and pick up a semi-final spot.
Right, Arlo Payne has made an absolute mess of that first straight. I hope his dad doesn't mind me saying that. He went so far around that first turn, but he looks like he's lining himself up for a move into 4th. So not the best first 2 straights for Arlo, but he's making up for it in the second 2. 26.3, Teddy Gorman. Arlo's moved himself up. Looks like the North region are in there in 4 as well. That's going to be Max Peets, I think, going through in that 4th position.
10-year-old quarterfinals on track, and Tech Perebny, your European number 7, leads this one out for the Midlands crew, currently going 1 and 2 with Noah Northcott out of the southwest. East Anglia are in there in 3. That's Charlie Blakeburn being chased down by the 2.5 plate of Joel Pritchard, doing it for the Hawks in the south. That's going to be your top 4 as things stand. Alexander Gilbert pushing hard down the final straight. Can't quite get close enough. It's going to go to Pritchard in 4.
Second quarter final for the 10-year-olds heading down that first straight. Big Hens, Henry Sullivan heading down towards that first turn, looking like he's picking up a whole shot. Alfie Thorne's in there as well. Congaran diving underneath. The southwest rider of Josh Bean, I think, is in there in that 4th spot. with Elliot Hatch in the mix as well as they come in and out of the turn. Sullivan. Oh, one rider's dropped it. Not sure who it was. 3.5 and the 3.2. Oh! Kankuran. Hero to zero in the blink of an eye. That allows another Southwest rider through.
Straight back into the action then. That looks like quarterfinal number 19 heading for turn number 1. Oakley Hill has been shot out of a cannon and got a whole shot into the corner and back out again. Who's that glued to his back wheel? Gotta be Jack Colwell out of the Southwest contingent. Dominic Zapanos is up to 3 for the South, and it's East Anglia going through in 4 and 5 at the moment. Who's going to pick up that final qualifying spot? The 4.3 looks like that is Jack Barter on the bubble, being chased down by the 10.3 of Jake Avis. Has Avis got enough left for Barter through the final straight? EA to the line. It's Barter hanging on.
Quarterfinal 22, the 11-year-old. Second one for these guys. Baptiste Belton, Aston John Lee. 20 is your moto. So let's have a look. Sorry, Alex Vitol's Ethan White. Who's got that 4th spot? It's the rider out of the South. Got a feeling it might be Oscar Marco taking it to the line. Keep up, Rich.
Midlands going 1 and 2. It is your European number 6 and the 20.1. Ethan Shaw, Jack Haynes in that order. Seth Kacharik looking to pick up a qualifying spot as well. So the Midlands have currently got 3 riders in a qualifying spot. Where are you, Midlands? As the South rider throws it under in the final turn. That's a 4.5 of Oakley Lewisfield. Looking like he's going to pick up that final qualifying spot, doing it for the South.
Right, we'll try again. Aidan Baptiste, Jack Belton, Aston John Lee, 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Seb Staines is in there for the Midlands in that 4th position as they come down towards the final corner. Baptiste is looking good. Aston John Lee and Jack Belton are both battling away. Looks like they're all safe. Staines is going to go through in that 4th spot.
Yeah, well, number 8, Tom Giles goes 1 and 2 with Rex Ford on the exit of turn number 1, but the rider out of the north makes his move. So it's now for Giles and Johnson in that order into the second corner. Who's picking up 3 and 4? Still looking good for Rex Ford, who's inside the top 3, being chased down by the Midlands rider of Charlie Sheriff in a qualifying spot in there in 4 on the 15.1. Being chased down by the 7.5 of Luca Tramontano. Heading down the final straight. Tramontano's going to run out of time and room. It's Sheriff into the semi-finals.
Quarterfinal number 24, the 11-year-olds. The last one for these guys. George Spencer, Tobias Groves, Charlie Dowsing all in there. Rose Arnold, Ludgate rider, Bays and Jones in and out of that second turn. The Midlands are leading it out. Charlie Dowsing looking good right now. George Spencer right there with him. We've got 2 North guys in there. The 22 and the 21. That's going to be Tobias Groves and Jesse Rose. They're going to go through 3 and 4.
First of the 12-year-old quarterfinals hits turn number 1, and it's your European champion leading it out of the north. It's looking good for Finn Munro, going 1 and 2 with Teddy Jones. Murray Watson's up to 3. Looks like the Southwest are in there as well with Leo Bradley ducking and diving in that second turn and working his way into a top 4 spot. Who's the rider out of the South? That's a 5.5 of Otto Parr. He's got it all to do on the exit of turn number 3. E1 of Munro taking it to the stripe. Jones, Watson, Bradley taking it through to the semis.
Second quarter final for the 12-year-olds. Connor Hemphill looking good out in front. Arthur Claydon in there as well. That looks like Preston Newmarsh Pow in there in that second spot. It's all about the battle for the fourth and who's going to get it. William Cusack is in there. The 2.4. That is Xander Cartledge, actually. Cartledge in that fourth spot. He's under pressure down the final straight. Cartledge is going to have to hold it on.
Jacob Anderson got all sorts of busy in turn number 1 in the penultimate quarter-final of day 1 here at the 2026 BMX British Champs. So it's Anderson and the land shot going 1 and 2. Who's picking up 3? It looks like that's going to be Lucas Tewald on the 1.5 plate, being chased down by the 3.4 of Seb Hewitt into the final turn. Here comes Joey McAvoy. He's not done yet, looking to apply pressure down the final straight. Who's going to get it? Hewitt, McAvoy to the line. Hewitt hung on.
Right, all good in the hood. The last of the quarterfinals now for these 12-year-old boys. Beasley, Moore, Gordon, Cordery, Warner, Harvey, Finley, Brown and Hugo Dayton. Southwest are out in front. That's going to be Isaac Moore. I think the 21.3 of Edward Cordery. There's a massive gap to 5. So Cordery, he's going to make it in.
Semi-finals at 4:20, ladies and gents, 20 past 4 for your semi-finals. Make sure you are in the pens, ready and waiting at 4:20, please. Thank you very much.
Right, me and Lewis are going to come down from the Tower of Terror. Ha ha ha, familiar faces. Looks like we are ready to go. Semi-final racing, ladies and gents. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers are going to kick things off. Right. Right. Listen up, Maddie Dixon. Maddie Dixon from the Midlands. Your bank card has been found. You are minus a bank card at the minute. It is in the cabin, the Manchester Club cabin. Maddie the Baddie Dixon. Your bank card has been found. It's in the Manchester Club cabin when you want to collect it. All right, semi-finals are ready to go. Monroe, Dowsing, Worrell, Todd, Jewish State, Jones and Jenkins. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Game on, people. British Championship semi-finals, we are go. Day number one here at Manchester BMX Club. Finley Monroe is turning on the turbochargers and heading into position number one, the 11.5. That belongs to Joseph Jewis. He is the man in that fourth position right now. But look at the queue behind him as they go into turn number two. They are all over him looking for a way past. Monroe dousing the 7.3. That belongs to Ollie Todd. Jewis looking like he's going to hold on and make that British Championships final. Jewis making it in.
Semi-final number 2 for the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers are on track. Where is Leo Bradley on the 1.2 plate? He's in the middle of the pack in here, about 3 or 4 at the moment, surrounded by South riders, but he's the rider out of the Southwest. Arlo Steinmetz leading the charge at the moment. Oh, moves are being made. Looks like that was Bradley working his way in, so Southwest going 1 and 2. South to 3 and 4, it's to 3 and 5.5. So that's looking good at the moment for Jack Swales and Arthur Mason to pick up a British Championships final as they take it right the way down to the line.
Right, Charlie Bob Craig, Charlie Cotton carving that first corner like a Christmas turkey. He went from 5th to 2nd in 1 spot. It looks like the final is on for the rider from Sorted Race Gear. The North are 1 and 2, the 1.5 and the 3.5. That belongs to Hunter Mallion and Alfie Ford. Ford's under pressure from the East Anglia rider, taking it across the line. Adam Arnold out as well. Rough times all around.
More 13, 14-year-old semi-final cruiser action heading towards the first turn. Where's Leo Rowlands? He's neck and neck with the 1.2 of Oliver Arnold. Arnold looking good in there in that 2 spot. That's got to be Marco in there in 3. Big Murph's up to about 4, but he's being tracked down into that second corner. Looks like Yusuf Almas Fordham is inside the top 5. Got a bit of work to do if he wants to pick up a final later on this afternoon, but it's all about Leo Rowlands, last year's British champ. Last straight action, Rowlands, Arnold, Marco, Murph. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Here comes the pressure right the way down to the wire. Harry Swales looking to pick up the final qualifying spot.
All right, here we go. Cottrell taking up the whole shot. Walford's been pushed wide by Simmers. They come out of the turn. Jake McKenna's in there as well. So the North boys are battling for 3, 4 and 5 at the minute. Meanwhile, out in front, James Cottrell leading it into the turn. Sims under pressure into the final corner. Sim and Walford are battling for it. Looks like they're both going to make it in. Lucas Smith might be in there as well.
More 15, 16-year-old cruiser action getting busy in turn and whoa! That was the 3.3 of Blake Allison getting busy in the turn, working his way into a top 3 spot, slotting in behind Cooper McCrum. But your race leader, Nate Hamilton, out of the North looking quick, heading for the final turn. Who's got the final qualifying spot? Here comes a 6.4. Oh, looks on the inside, couldn't quite make it stick. Newton Hindley's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot and manual his way to a final.
Right, hold on to your hats, people. 17 to 29-year-old cruisers, and we are stood in the line of fire as they head in and out of the turn. Thomas Dorr and Pete Watson. Joshua Cates. Cates in there in that second position as they bring it down towards the final turn. Who's got that 4th spot? It is the 3.5, and that belongs to Stanley Palmer. Palmer's going to make it in 4. Doran taking the win.
Second of the 17 to 29-year-old cruiser semi-finals are a go. Alex Brooks into the first corner. Out front looking good. Charlie Royce is slotted into that 2 spot. Luke Davis Hayes is in 3. Who's got the final qualifying spot? Looks like it could be the 4.5 of Connor Blythe. In and out of turn 2 they go. Who's putting the pressure on Blythe? Heading for the final corner. It's the 1.4. That is Kean Brown. Brown looking to drag race, but Blythe, smooth as you like. He's going to pick up that final qualifying spot and take it through to the final.
Right, Lily Chiziwa, easy for me to say. Olivia Firth, Taylor Lee Mowen, Amy Willets. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4 in 17 to 29 cruiser. There are so many South riders in this one. At least 2 of them should make it in. Chiziwa and Firth. Taylor Lee Mowen, Amy Willets. Willets under pressure from the 4.5 of Isla Radcliffe. Radcliffe and Willets down the final straight for that final position in the main event. Willets looking like she's going to hold on to it. Willets makes it in.
Oh, it got busy in turn number 1 in the second of the 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser semi-finals. Looks like, though, that's got to be Jetska Hemstock. We're absolutely running away with the semi-final at the moment. Hannah Drew's in there in 2. Who's picking up 3? Looks like that could be Molly Nice on the 2.3 plate with the 2.2 of Jamie Elwood out of the southwest in that final qualifying spot. Here comes Alicia Linscott out of the southwest, looking to put the pressure on Elwood down to the wire. Elwood and Linscott across the line.
Right, Connor Hudson, John Lillingston and Sean Issett, 1, 2 and 3. Chris Boyle's in there in 4. He was telling me this yesterday how nervous he was, and now he's on the verge of making the main of the Brits. So, Hudson, Lillingston, the birthday boy, in there in 3. Boyle's looking good for the 4. Issett's in there in that 3rd spot. Boyle's going to make it in. Boyle through in 4.
Second of the 30 to 39-year-old cruisers are on track. Who's that on the outside? Looks like it could be Mitchell Smith in and out of that first corner, but it's Popel, Abbott, that's your 1 and 2. Smith rounds out the top 3 as he's chased down by the rider out of the East Anglia contingent. Looks like that could be the 1.3. Chris Hearn looking to take it through to the 39-year-old cruiser final. In and out of the final turn. Ash Richardson's in 5, got it all to do with Charlie Luckhurst in 6. It's going to be Hearn in there for that final qualifying spot.
Right, my voice is starting to give already. I think I need an emergency ice cream as soon as these semis are done. Becca Goal out there in 1, Fwan Clements in 2, Magic Manda Hemstock and her healing hands of heaven in there in that 4th position, looking for a position in the British Championships final. Goals out there and gone. The 5.3 is Leah Pearson. Magic Manda, she's got the 4.5 on a back wheel of Ornella McGarvey Miles, but it looks like Magic Manda might make it in. Here comes the pressure from Miles. Manda hangs on, takes that spot.
The South are going 1 and 2 in semi-final number 14. SJN, Anita Wong, your world number 6. That's your 1 and 2. The Midlands are picking up 3 and 4. Roe Beckett going 3. And that's Emily Eilert in there in 4. But she's being tracked down by the 1.3 of Nicola Wheeler. In and out of the final corner. It's all about SJN and Neats. That's your 1 and 2. Beckett for 3. Eilert rounds out the top 4 spots.
It's already getting busy in turn number 1 for the 40 to 44 cruisers. Wilson, Smythe, Worries, Mr. Pie and a Pine, Chris Evans out there in front. Kemsford, Moores, Harris, Thompson and Parks. So, who's in that final qualifying position? The 3.5, Jai Kemsford under pressure from Rob Harris. Kemsford and Harris in that battle. Kemsford makes it in. Harris out in 5.
Ben Martinez on track, second rack of the 40 to 44-year-old cruisers, heading towards that second turn. Last year's winner of the British Championships, Dylan Dixon in there in that 2 spot. Who's picking up 3 and 4? The Southwest are going well at the moment. It looks like we have got the 11.2 of Grant Yearbury in 3 and the 9.2 of Matt Eaton in there in 4. Tom Stren's in there in 5, got it all to do down the final straight. Eaton, can he hang on as he take it down to the wire? Eaton's going to pick up the 4.
Right, 50 to 54 cruisers. Zoltan Boudet, Alan Hill going 1 and 2. Pete Butler's in there in 3. Looks like Jamie McFarlane's got some work to do for East Anglia, as has Stuart Little, who's in there in about 5 right now. So Butler in that 3rd spot, the 8 plate. That is Andrew Hayes. Hayes under pressure from Little. Little tried the move, couldn't make it stick. Gonna have to catch him down the final straight. Butler's in, Hayes is in, Stuart Little out in 5.
'50 to 54-year-old cruiser action. Reedy's on the inside. Where's Kev Bacon? Heading into turn number 1, leading across the whole shot line. Reedy's not done yet though. Throws it under, works his way into 2. Looks like that could be Steve Hassel in 3. Who's picking up the final qualifying spot? Looks like Argy is having a blinder in there in 4. It's getting all sorts of sideways down that 3rd straight, but Argy looking safe and clear. Porter's in there in 5. Kev Bacon, Daz Reedy, 1 and 2. Hassel for 3, Argy in 4.
Right, here we go. 55 plus cruiser, new granddad Ian Sharp in out of turn number 1. The McRock, Raymond Reed in there in 2, Madron in 3. I've got a feeling that might be the rider out of the south, Keith Brown, who's in there in about 4, but it's all getting mixed up. Sharpie absolutely checked out and gone. Madron in 2, the McRock in 3, Brent Featherstone in 4, Keith Brown in there in 5, Musgrave in 6, Madron for the 2, Reed for the 3. Who's going to get the 4? I think it was Featherstone.
The Scotsman's on track. Stu Campbell leads this one out, going 1 and 2 with what looks like the rider out of the north as they come on through. Dylan Jackson's in there in 3. He's chasing down the 7.4 of Roger Wilbraham. The 6.4 in there as well. That's Steve Notman rounding out them top 4 spots. Campbell down the final straight. Wilbraham, Jackson, Notman. That's your 1 through 4.
6 and unders bringing the thunder. Maxim Krasolziak carved that first turn like a Christmas turkey, chasing down the 1.5 of Rupert Garnett out of the south. So Garnett in 1, Krasolziak in there in 2, Victor Anderson trying to get involved, Noah Kebbell in there as well. We are looking for 3 and 4. The Southwester in there, that belongs to the 2.2 of Niall Fallon. Here comes the 4.5 of Victor Anderson. Kebbell's in 5, he needs the 4. He's going to have to push hard down the final straight. Kebbell, is he going to get it at the line? He's very, very close. I don't think he did enough.
Second of the 6 turn on the semi-finals. Here's the track. Ellis Dowsing out of lane number 1, heading for the first corner, but it's all about Milo Gehring. Decoy BMX in the southwest. In and out of turn number 1, the 8.4's worked his way into a top 3 spot. That's Edward Morley, but they are queuing up behind him like they're all desperate for a chippy tea on a Friday evening. In and out of turn number 2. It's looking good for the race leaders. Gehring, Dowsing, 1 and 2. Morley's in there for 3. The 4.4 is going to be Arn Lewis. He's in that final qualifying spot, being chased out by the 1.1 of Isaiah Carpenter Williams. Looking to apply the pressure through the final straight. Here comes Williams with a late charge to the line. Who's going to get the final qualifying spots?
Right, here we go to 28.4. That is Luke Barrett, AllensBMX.com, and the North Region, who's in there in that second spot, chasing down Jack Byrne. He's got the 0-1 on his plate, the reigning British champion, and he's leading this semi-final out. Amari Bamford-Burr's in there as well. Where is the 1.4 of Alejandro Crudo Estevez on home turf? In there in 3. 1.5, Oliver Savage in there in 4. They're out front and clear and all making the final.
Semi-final number 24, here's the track where his return of the Mac. Ruben McAllister's on the inside, heading for turn number 1. The 1.1 leads it out then. McAllister, the 1.2's right there with him of Jensen Dyler. Look at them neck and neck, elbow to elbow, bar end to bar end as he exited turn number 1. But it's McAllister that's picked up the upper hand in and out of turn number 2. McAllister, Dye. That's how they sit out front. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like Jackson May out of the East Anglia contingent. The 3.2 is Freddie Mitchell-Moore round the outside and shuts the door. In and out they go. The 4.2 is Parker Gray applying the pressure through the final straight. Gray looking like he's going to pick up that final qualifying spot on the line.
Semi-final number 1 for the 7-year-old girls. Little lady's going crazy. Peony Ford looking like she's going to lead it into the turn with the 10.5 of Noah Kerr in there in 2. The 12.2, that belongs to Opal Jones. She's in there in 3 with Evie Steele rounding out the top 4. Ruby Parrish, I think, is in there in 5. But Peony Ford for East Anglia coming down the straight and into the final turn. Noah Kerr's looking good in 2. 12.2, Opal Jones in 3. Evie Steele in 4. I think they're going to be the 4 going through.
7-year-old ladies on track for their semi-finals. That's going to be the 3.4 and the 4.4 out front. Alice Laurie and Maria Gibson. That's how they lead it through the second straight. Looks like we've got a South Rider in there as well. Rounding out the top 3 spots. That could be Erin Thoros, I think, on the 1.5. Thoros in there then, being chased down by another rider out of the south. That's a 2.5, and Molly Cairns rounding out them top 4 positions. Billy Sawyer is in there in 5. So it's the north 1 and 2, the south 3 and 4. That's how they're going to take it as they go across the stripe.
Right, Ruben Lamb, Shelby Yates going 1 and 2 in and out of the turn. The man on the 4th spot is a Sandis Ounds out of East Anglia. So Ounds in that final qualifying position. We have a rider from the south in there in 3. That is the 2.5 of Arthur Kinch, who's got that 5th spot. 3.4, Harrison Slater. Is he going to be able to pick up a position down the final straight? Kinch and Slater to the line. Oh, it was too close to call.
One rider hit the deck in the following semi-final. Oliver Bridle has been swallowed up in the carnage. It was the 4.4 of Leon Kozosiak. Put your hands together for those 2 young gents, ladies and gentlemen. Out on track then. We're looking at the 10.4. Bringing it towards the final turn. Tomlinson. That's the 2.4. And the bomber, it is Charlie Bromelo, the 0-1 of Jasper Eels in there in 3, the 8.5 in there in 4. Looks like that's going to be Eddie Brown being put under pressure as they bring it down to the wire. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? Catskins got involved. Not sure who got 3 and 4 and 5.
Right, semi-final 29, the first one for the 9-year-old boys. That is Teddy Gorman heading into turn number 1 with the whole shot. Arlo Payne right round the outside yet again, working his way into that 3rd spot. Drum and bass in your face. Where is Logan Acito? Logan, he's in there in 5. He's looking for the 4. There is a full-on traffic jam as they come out of the turn. Acito in that 5th spot. He needs the 4. He's got to get past Oliver Pritchard. He's lining him up down the final straight. Pritchard and Acito, elbow to elbow. Drag race into the line. Who's going to get it? Too close to call.
9-year-old boys on track. Where's Archie Fisher? He leads the pack. Your British champion from 2025 is out there in front. Who's chasing him down? Oscar Rutherford in there in that 2 spot. Looks like we've got the rider out of the north in 3. That's a 22.4. Connor Grant with the 2.5 rounded out the top 4 spots. RPF. Rudy Pleasance Ford is under pressure. Petter Bunchik isn't done yet. RPF looking like he's going to hang on, but Bunchik isn't done yet, going to battle to the line.
Right, 9-year-old girls, semi-final number 1, Matilda Hewitt in there in that 1st spot, being chased down by Mabel Pine. These 2 young ladies absolutely flying. We've got Isabella Henry, Susie Wyatt, Freya Critchley, Flick Brent Knowles in there as well with Charlotte Bugby and Lottie Arnold. Front 2 are looking good, Hewitt and Pine. Isabella in there in 3. That looks like Flick Brentnall, who's going to pick up that 4th spot on the 1.1, doing it for the Midlands. Brentnall going to make it in. Pressure coming from Freya Critchley. I think she's left it a touch too late.
Next up on track, looks like a rider out of the north, leading this one through. It is the E7 plate Maggie Devine, looking good at the moment, going 1 and 2 with another rider out of the north. That's got to be Abigail Henning out of BM Racing. Looks like the Midlands are up to 3. That's got to be the 5.1 of Izzy Moore. Heading into that final turn, the 3.2 is Freya Forrest out of Ruston Racing in the southwest position. She's under pressure from the 4.6. That is looking like it could be Madeline Malloy. Oh, Malloy gets it wrong on the line. Hits the deck.
Right, semi-final number 1 for the 10-year-old boys. Oakley Hill is really going to have to thread the needle if he wants to work his way in. He's looking for a way through the traffic right now. Henry Sullivan out in front. Alfie Thorne in there in 2. There's still time as they go in and out of the final turn. The 3.2, that is Elliot Hatch, looking like he's going to hang on for 4. Oakley's going to go out in 5.
Semi-final number 34 on track. Oh, the bows are banging. Antek Perebny hits the deck. How on earth Alex Beatles managed to stick it upright? I have no idea. He's got caught up in all sorts of traffic though. He's back there at about 5 now. Who's on track leading it through? Colwell leads the pack. Oh, Vitols goes down. Colwell leads it. The 1.2 is Callum Ward. Marco's in 3. The Southwest looking like they're taking 3 riders through. That's going to be Noah Northcott. 3 out of 3 for the Southwest. Marco makes it in, ladies and gents. Alex Vitols, Antek Perebny left it all out there on the track.
Right, moving on, 10-year-olds, semi-final number 1. These are the 10-year-old young ladies. Ella Grant, Panonica Castro Latch, Tessa Johnson, into the turn we go, and it looks like the 9.2 of Ella Grant who's leading it through. Tessa Johnson's in there in 3. The North Riders are queuing up behind, including Emika Gibson and Alice Barron. Layla Dixon's in there as well. So as they come down towards the final corner, Gibson in a qualifying position, moving over on Tessa Johnson. 6.4, Alice Barron looking like she's going to go out in 5. Johnson takes that final spot.
Autumn Morris just had the gate of her life and absolutely charged into turn number 1 at the front of the pack in the second of the 10-year-old girls semi-final. Where is the other rider out of the Southwest picking up that 2 spot? That's got to be Lauren Snell, Snell in there in that 2 spot, then under pressure from the 4.4 of Maisie Dyson. The 2.5 is in there. That's Maddie Stupple in and out of the final corner. She's under pressure. Stupple, Brain, who's going to pick up that final qualifying spot and take it through to the final. He's getting tired of the line. I'm not quite sure who got it.
Right, strap yourselves in, people. Hold on to your hats. The 11-year-old boys semi-finals are go. Ethan Shaw is in and out of the turn with Tom Giles in 2. Where is Jack Haynes? He's in there in 3. Battling away with the 1.4 of Dougie Johnson. Johnson's on his home track. He wants a British Championship final. It looks like he's going to get it. Johnson's going to make it in with Haynes.
Aidan Baptiste, as smooth as you like it, to turn number 1, the 6 points. Oh, the 2 Northmen get swallowed up in all sorts of chaos. I think Jesse Rose and Tobias Groves, that might be their day done. Baptiste leads it. Who's there with him? The 6.6 of Aston John Lee. It's absolutely flying today. Last year's British champ Dowsing in there in 3. Who's going to pick up that final qualifying spot? George Spencer down the final straight. Here comes Kacharik, and the line is going to nick it from him. Kacharik picks up the 4. Put your hands together for Jesse Rose and Tobias Groves, ladies and gents.
Right, semi-final 39, the 11-year-old girls. Semi-final number 1, in another turn we go. It's already getting busy. Roxy Rowlands threw a great line in that first turn. She's getting shuffled back a little bit now from 4th to 5th. Florence Dyson, Holly Bishop, all in there as well. The North, I think, are going 1 and 2 at the moment. That's Agnes Lamb, the 5.4 in there as well. And Una Svensson is looking like she's going to make the Brits final. Mum will be going berserk at the side of the track. Una takes it across, makes the main event.
6.4, Molly Tomlinson leads out the second of the 11-year-old girls semi-final. Who's here with her? Looks like we've got another rider out of the North as they go in and out of turn number 2, Eliza Powell. So it's Tomlinson, Powell in that order, the 1.5 in there as well. That's got to be Arabella Denton looking to pick up a qualifying spot, the 1.6 in there in 4. Rosie Geddes under pressure. Here comes the 2.5, River Henderson drag racing down the final straight. Henderson looking like she's just about nicked it on the stride.
Right, Ronnie Wood has just had the first straight from the gods. He's led it in and out of that first turn, and he's battling away, looking for a good position in that main event. Jacob Anderson's in there as well, and here comes Connor Hemphill. But Ronnie Wood, in and out of the turn we go, looking like he's going to make the main event. What a lap from Ronnie Hill. Hemphill's in there as well. Cracking racing.
European champion on track. Oh, one rider exits right in turn number 1. That was Murray Watson. Let's hope that it's okay. It's going to be Monroe leading this one through. Who's in there in that 2 spot? Looks like it could be Isaac Moore. It got busy in turn number 2. One rider's been shuffled back. The 4.4 is in there. That's Rex Beasley. The final qualifying spot. Edward Cornery. Here comes Teddy Jones looking for a drag race to the line. Cornery. Jones across the stripe. I have no idea who picked it up. Put your hands together for Murray Watson, ladies and gents.
"12-year-old girls, we've got 2 semi-finals left. Trixie Trace, Freya Monforte. In and out of the turn we go. Looks like it is Freya Monforte leading it out. Who's got that 3rd and 4th spot? We've got a rider out of the north. Got a feeling it's Darcy Payne who's in there in that 3rd position. They are stacking up behind her though. There is a queue forming and they all want to get past. Monforte, Trace, Darcy's in there. That looks like Pritchard, I think, under pressure from the 1.2 of Jamie Puddock. Pritchard's going to make it in 4.
Last semi-final of day number 1 here at the 2026 British Championships. The North are going 1 and 2. Maisie Egan's in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Amelia Rowe into turn number 2. In and out they go and heading through the 3rd straight. That looks like it could be the 2.4 of Ellie Bean inside the top 2. Heading into the final corner, the 11.2 is Izzy Underhill in the final qualifying spot. The 2.5 is going to be Neve France Brotherton. Got it all to do to take it to the stripe. It's going to be the North 1, 2, 3. Egan Rowe beat Underhill in there for 4. We are going final racing at 5 p.m, ladies and gents. Final racing at 5 p.m. Make sure you are in the pens, ready and waiting, please. Thank you.
Right, I've ordered me emergency ice cream just to save the vocal cords. I'll probably get an ice cream headache trying to shove it down my face fast enough before we even start. And we're not holding on, are we? So we got a presentation to do. Right, let's try again, Rich. Riders lining up on the gate. 13 to 14-year-old cruisers are up first. For East Anglia, Harley Steele. For the Midlands, Finley Murphy. For the South, Benedict Marco. For the South, Hunter Mallion. For the North, Charlie Cotton. For the Southwest, Oliver Arnold. For the North, Leo Rowlands. And for the North, Charlie Bob Craig. First to the British Championship finals. Our goal. Charlie Cotton got a wheelie out of that gate and it's cost him. But as they head towards turn number one, the 1.4 of Charlie Bob Craig leading it out. He's got Oliver Arnold to deal with and Leo Rowlands as well. But as they come out of turn number two, still the North Rider out in front. This will be a mega one. The Bogbusters will be going absolutely wild if he picks up this title. Charlie Bob's going to take it to the line. Charlie Bob Craig, 13 to 14-year-old cruiser, British champion. Oliver Arnold in 2, Leo Rowlands in 3.
13 to 16-year-old cruiser ladies lining up on the gate. Out of the South, Paige Cathcart Cunnison. For Scotland, Elizabeth Graham. Out of the Midlands, Seren Pritchard. Out of the South, Isla Young. For the South, Emily Grimm. For the Southwest, Afia Pick. Out of East Anglia, Lottie McFarlane. And out of Scotland, Ailey Watson. Thirteen to 16-year-old girls cruiser hits the track for the final. Ailey Watson looking to pick up the whole shot into the turn. McFarlane works her way underneath to pick up that 2 spot. Who's in there in 3? Looks like Isla Young has made moves and worked her way onto a podium spot as things stand. One rider's hit the deck on that second straight, but it's all about Scotland's Ailey Watson heading into the final turn. McFarlane, Young, Pritchard, that's going to be your 2, 3, 4 down the final straight though. Ailey Watson's been dominant all season long aboard the cruiser. Watson picks up the win. McFarlane for 2, and it was Isla Young rounding out the podium spots. Put your hands together for Afia Pick, ladies and gents.
Right, next up, 15 to 16-year-old cruisers. For the North, Jack Walford. For the South, Newton Hindley. For the North, Alfie Sim. For East Anglia, Luca Smith. For East Anglia, Blake Allison. For Scotland, Cooper McCrum. For the North, James Cotty Cottrell. And for the North, Nate Hamilton. 15, 16-year-old boys, cruiser final. Let's have a look who's going to pick up the title. Cotty's going to lead it into the turn. Oh, Nate Hamilton, the elbows were absolutely flying. But Cotty leading it through out in front. Where is Cooper McCrum? He's in there. Oh! 1-2 riders heading down onto the ground. Newton Lindley in there in 2, but there is no stopping James Cottrell. 15-16 cruiser British champion. Alfie Sim caught up in the carnage. He's all right. Alfie's okay. Here comes Jack Walford. Rolling away as well. Small turns, big riders. Adds up to some fun and games. And I think we're going to have to stand back from the first turn for this one, Lewis.
Right, next up, 17 to 29-year-old cruiser final. This one's been teeing up all season long. Out of the south, Connor Blythe. For the south again, Stanley Palmer. For the north, Luke Davies-Hayes. Out of East Anglia, Charlie Roy. For the north, Pete Watson. Out of the north again, Alex Brooks. For East Anglia, Josh Cates. And out of the north, Tom Doran. Seventeen to 29-year-old cruisers hit the track. Where's Brooksy? He's in the middle of the pack. It's Cates into turn number 1. Oh, Doran tries to thread the needle, throws a bow, ends up back there in about 3. Here comes Alex Brooks heading into turn number 2. Cates, Brooks, Doran, Roy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Heading towards the final turn. Alex Brooks on the inside. Oh! Absolute carnage. It's going to be Thomas Doran picking up the 0-1. Absolute carnage in that final turn. Alex Brooks, Josh Cates, Charlie Roy. Put your hands together for them, ladies and gents. Whew, wee-wah.
I don't think I've ever eaten ice cream as fast in my life. But that was insane. We could see that move coming from turn number 2, let alone turn number 3. Right, 17 to 29-year-old girls at cruiser. Take a deep breath. For the southwest, Jamie LLloyds. She got a fan over there anyway. For East Anglia, Ice. For the north, Hannah Drew. For the south, Amy Willets. For the south, Taylor Lee Moen. For the north, Olivia Firth. For the north, Yetska Hempstock. And for the Midlands, Lily Chiziwa. (17 to 29-year-old cruiser females). There's another British title on the line, and Lily Chiziwa is getting herself out in front early doors. Olivia Firth making the moves up into a top 3 position. Yetska's in there in 4. Molly Nice is making a move as well now. But it's still the Maybell mounted Lily Chiziwa out of the Midlands, leading it into that final turn as Hannah Drew got anything for her. Chiziwa, Drew, Firth, Molly Nice is looking for a top 3. Chiziwa takes it from Drew. Firth in 3, Nice in 4.
30 to 39-year-old cruisers making their way onto the gate. Out of the north, Chris Boyle. Out of East Anglia, Chris Hearn. For the Midlands, Mitchell Smith. Out of the southwest, Nathan Abbott. For the Midlands, Sean Issett. For the Southwest, Dan Popel. Out of East Anglia, John Lillingston. And for East Anglia again, Connor Hudson. This one could get all sorts of tasties to bring it towards the first turn. Connor Hudson, though, has been shot out of a cannon. It's hit, threads the needle, works his way into two. Popel Smith banging boots in that first corner. Oh! Mitchell Smith got it all wrong, ended up on the deck. Hudson has run away with it into the final turn. Popel is it into the turn. Oh, the bows were banging. Popel hits the deck. Is it just about managing to keep his legs alive? But Lillingston's going to nick the 2 spot. Is it look like he rounded out the podium spots? Put your hands together for Dan Popel, ladies and gents. Whew. These finals are getting crazier and crazier. We're just going to make sure that Mitchell Smith is all right before we move on.
Right, let's check everybody's all right. My heart rate's doing like 1,000,000 miles an hour. I'm not even racing. This is how bad it is come finals time with the Brits.
You'll be even worse tomorrow.
Oh no, I don't even want to think about tomorrow. Thank you very much. I'm gonna need blood pressure medication.
We'll have to get you a blindfold.
Oh,
There's no way you can watch
don't
that.
even do. That's
Not a
even
chance.
worse. I don't know what. I can just look through my hands. That's all I need to do.
All right, whilst we've got a brief moment, we will just give our traders a shout out. Right, over in Trader Village this weekend, we've got Smiley's Fly Club, Steel and Spice, Dave Clark Racing, DC Cycles, B73, Pure Bikes, Crucial Racing, Green Machine, Bob Haro Iconics, KHRT, and Assorted Race Gear. So for all of your BMX needs, there is not one shop over there that does not appease to your needs as a BMX enthusiast. Everything you could possibly want is over there in Trader Village, from bike repairs to bike parts to merch to all sorts of race kit, helmets, safety wear, everything that you could possibly want as a BMX rider or enthusiast is over in that Trader Village. So make sure you go over there, spend a few quid, it all comes back into the BMX economy.
Right, so anyway, Lewis, what have you enjoyed the most about day one at the British Championships?
Has to be the track.
It
has to be the track.
It has to be the track. It's been an absolute leveler.
Absolute shout out to the Manchester BMX Club crew. They've put in an absolute shift to keep this track in tip-top condition. But not only that, it provides some of the best racing that we see here in the UK.
And can I just say, if 17 to 29 Cruiser gets any more mental or out of control, I don't know how we're going to cope.
Honestly, it just gets better every race, doesn't it? As a spectator, it gets wicked. It gets better and better each race. Put your hands together for Mitchell Smith, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet.
But yeah, Mitchell's up and okay by the look of things. He stood upright. That's always a plus. But yeah, 17 to 29 Cruiser. I saw that move coming from up there.
On the exit of that second corner,
Yeah.
it was already lined up.
We knew
wasn't
what
it?
was happening.
I just can't wait for the 20-inch tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh. Entertaining, if nothing else. If you are watching on BMX Race Hub, by the way, make sure you put some stuff in the comments about how much you're enjoying it. Let us know where you're watching from. I know there's a friend of mine, hopefully watching from the US, out there in Houston, Texas. As we move on to final number 7. So yeah, if you're watching on BMX Race Hub, drop a comment, let us know where you're watching from. There's absolutely no prize for the farthest flung fan. I had to think about that one then. That could have come out all kinds of wrong. As we move on to 30 plus female cruiser, the final. For the North, we've got Magic Manda Hempstock. For the Midlands, Emily Eilert. For East Anglia, Leah Pearson. For the Midlands, Rowan Beckett. For the South, Fwon Clements. For the South, Nita Wong. For the South, SJN, Sarah Jane Nichols. And for the Southwest, Becca Goal. Right, 30 plus cruiser female. This is going to be a battle royale between Sarah Jane Nichols and Becca Goal. Becca got the best of it, but Sarah's dived underneath. Don't count out Anita Wong yet. She's absolutely flying. Rowan Beckett's in there in 4. That looks like Leah Pearson in 5. There might be another move coming in this final turn. SJN is starting to light it up. Becca's not done yet. Nita's diving underneath. SJN's getting a nose out in front. So as they head towards the line, Sarah Jane Nichols takes the 0-1. Nita and Becca fighting for the 2. Rowan Beckett in 4.
40 to 44-year-old cruisers up on the gate for their final. Out of the South, Jake Hemsford. For the South again, Ian Smythe. Out of the Southwest, Matthew Eaton. For the Midlands, James Wilson. For the North, Chris Evans. Out of the Southwest, Grant Yerbury. For East Anglia, Dylan Dixon. And out of the Midlands, Ben Martinez. 40 to 44-year-old cruiser, British Champs final is a go. Matt Eaton's had a blinding start into turn number 1, but Ben Martinez absolutely flying out front. Has Dixon got enough left in the tank to try and make it past into turn number 2? Wilson's up there in about 4 at the moment, chasing down Mr. Pine to Pine. That's Chris Evans in there in 3, but it's all about Ben Martinez at the front. Wants to pick up the 0-1 in the 40 to 44-year-old cruisers. Dylan Dixon doing all he can to retain the 0-1. He's not going to get close enough. Martinez picks it up. Dixon, Wilson, that's going to be your 2 and 3.
Right, here we go, 45 to 49-year-old cruisers. You know it's getting intense when the cruiser guys are sweeping the ground in front of the gate for the best traction. Anyway, we've got for the South, Abdul El Kindi. For East Anglia, Mark Steele. For the North, Anthony Labras. For the North, Jamie Rose. For the North, Big Nige Smith. For the Scots, Matthew Trinkart. For the South, Adam Boudet. And for the South again, Mr. Sweep It, Norbert Marco. "45 to 49-year-old cruisers heading down the hill. Let's have a look who's going to be the first into the turn. It is the 1.5 of Norbert Marco. Adam Boudet in there in 2. I think he was sweeping the gate, actually. That looks like Trinkart working his way in between them. So the Scottish rider in there in that second spot. Tony Labras has got a top 4 right now. But it's Marco, Trinkart, Boudet. Marco to the line. Marco gets it. Trinkart in 2. Boudet in 3. Tony Labras, great lap in 4.
50 to 54-year-old cruisers up on the gate. Out of East Anglia, Andrew Hayes. For the North, Martin Ogden. Out of the South, Steve Hassel. For the North, Pete Butler. For the North again, Darren Reedy. For the Midlands, Daz O'Brien. For East Anglia, Alan Hill. And for the South, Zoltan Boudet. Fifty to 54-year-old cruisers are waging war on their 24. Kev Bacon's hit the deck. Let's hope that he's all right. Reedy's threading needles in the first turn. How on earth everyone's staying upright? I have absolutely no idea. It is Boudet, Hilly. That's your 1 and 2. Reedy rounds out the podium as things stand. Who's picking up the 4? Looks like Steve Hassel. Last turn action. Can Hilly catch Boudet? Boudet's looking good to take it to the wire. Bude takes it. Hilly for 2. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Daz O'Brien. He's up to his feet.
Wow. Tell you what. Oh. More deep breaths needed, flipping heck. Right, 55 plus cruiser. For the North, Brent Featherstone. For Scotland, the McRock, Raymond Reed. For the North, Chris Madron. For the North, Stephen Notman. For the North, Dylan Jackson. For the North, Roger Wilbraham. For Scotland, Stuart Campbell. And for the North, Ian Sharp. $55 plus cruiser. Oh, this one's going to be a heavy one. And it looks like Stuart Campbell has managed to pick up the whole shot. Ian Sharp has got it all to do from the back of the pack. But he's winding it on now as we go down that second straight. Has he left himself too much to do from 5th to 4th to 3rd? Looking for the second. Sharpie into that second spot. He's got to catch Stuart Campbell down that final straight. Campbell to the line. Sharpie. Oh my words. I've got a feeling that Preston's Radish granddad has had to settle for the 2.
The last of the cruiser finals in, and the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers are locked and loaded on the gate. Out of the south, Arthur Mason. The south again, Joseph Dewis. For the south, Jack Swales. Out of the southwest, Leo Bradley. For the southwest again, Arlo Steinmetz. For East Anglia, Ollie Todd. For the Midlands, Charlie Dowson. And riding out of the north, Finn Munro. Nine to 12-year-old cruisers hit the track for their final. Where's Finn Munro? He's edging further forward into the turn. Munro out there in 1. The European number 7, that is Charlie Dowson there in 2. Who's picking up the 3s? One of the Southwest riders. I think that might be Leo Bradley. And with the Arlo Steinmetz in 4. But at the moment, the North, can anyone catch Finn Munro? Smooth as you like through that 3rd straight. Munro looking good to pick up his first British Championship title of the weekend. Smooth as you like. Dowson for 2. The 3 spot going to go to Leo Bradley.
Right, 6 and unders. The boys, we have got from the Midlands, Isaiah Coppinger-Williams. For the South, Victor Anderson. For the Southwest, Niall Fallon. For the North, Edward Morley. For the Midlands, Ellis Dowsing. For the North, Maxim Krzyzosiak. For the Southwest, Milo Gehring. And for the South, Rupert Garnett. The 6 and under boys British final. Six and unders bringing the thunder. Here we go. This one's for the title. Looks like Milo Gehring's got his nose in front of Rupert Garnett. Rupert's getting swallowed up by Maxim Krzyzosiak. He's like a guided missile, locking onto the rider in front. He's getting under pressure though now as they go into the turn. But out in front, Milo Gehring doing it for the Southwest. Maxim might have a bit too much to do. Rupert's in 3. Here comes the 11.1 of Ellis Dowsing. He's in there in 4. But the British title for the 6 and under boys, the 0-1. Milo Gehring from the Southwest. Maxim Krzyzosiak for 2. Next up, the 6 and under young ladies. The mini Miss Missiles, the pedaling princesses. We have got Kaya Gibson from the north, Florence Baldwin from East Anglia, Grace Snell for the southwest, Lenny Holiday for the north, Aria Bartlett from the north, Isla Goodall from Scotland, Ava Towell from the Midlands, and from the Midlands, Sophie Thorpe. Silence for the start, please. The little ladies are going crazy, the 6 and under girls. This one's for the title, and Sophie Thorpe is going to lead it in there for the Midlands. Sophie in there in 1, Isla in 2, Ava Towell in there in 3. That's Aria Bartlett on her home track, rounding out the 4 but slipping a pedal. She's been shuffled back to 5. But it is the 1.1 of Sophie Thorpe doing it for the Midlands. It looks like the Midlands are going to pick up a 1-2 because Ava Towell's in there as well. Isla Goodall for the 3. But Sophie Thorpe from the Midlands, she's your British champion. 6 and under girls. Ava for the 2, Isla for the 3.
7-year-old boys up on the gate for the British Champs final. For the Southwest, Parker Gray. For the Southwest again, Freddie Mitchellmore. For the South, Oliver Savage. For the North, Alejandro Crudo Estevez. For the North again, Luke Barron. Out of the Southwest, Jack Byrne. For the Southwest, Jensen Dietz. And riding out of the Midlands, Ruben McAllister. Seven-year-old boys are a go. Who's got the spin to take the win? Return of the Mac on the inside. Ruben McAllister, good hole shot into the turn. McAllister leads it out. That looks like it could be the 1.2 if Jensen died. In near at about 3 at the moment. Looks like we lost Luke Barron on the first straight, but he's up and finishing his lap. In and out of turn number 2. One rider's trying to make moves on McAllister. Who's it bringing it on through? It's Jack Bird, last year's British champ. McAllister, Bird, Died, 1, 2, 3. Here comes Bird down the final straight. Drag racing to the line. Is he going to retain the 0-1? Oh my word. That one was as close as it gets. Put your hands together for Luke Barron, ladies and gents. The 7-year-old boys. Whew, wow. 7-year-old girls are lining up on the gate. Out of the south, Molly Cairns. For East Anglia, Evie Steele. For the southwest, Opal Jones. For the south, Erin Thoros. For the north, Amaria Gibson. For the south, Noah Kerr. For the north, Alice Laurie. And out of East Anglia, Peony Ford. The gate drops and the 7-year-old ladies hit the track. Check out Peony Ford, heading for turn number 1, aboard the 5.3 bike. It's going to be Ford, leading it out for the EA crew. The North are right there with her in the 2 spot. Got to be Alice Laurie with her Northmate in there as well, with Maria Gibson rounding out the top 4 spots, chasing down Kerr out of the south. In and out of turn number 2 though, it's all about East Anglia's Peony Ford. Has Laurie got enough left in the tank to catch her into the final 10? Peony Ford leading this one out, heading through the final straight. Looks like Gibson's made her move to pick up a podium spot. Ford taking it to the stripe, Alice Laurie for 2, and rounding out the podiums are Maria Gibson.
Right, next up we have the 8-year-old boys. For East Anglia, Roberts Cactins. For the south, Jasper Eels. For the north, Harrison Slater.
For the North, Charlie Bromelo. For the North, Isaac Tomlinson. For the Midlands, Shelby Yates. For the South, Arthur Kinge. And for the North, Ruben Lamb. The greats of the eights have just left the gate. Who's going to pick up this British title? Ruben Lamb, hole shotting for the North. But look who's right there on his back wheel. That'll be Shelby Yates. He's got more YouTube subscribers than you have. And he's in there in that second spot. North are in there in 3. That's going to be Isaac Tomlinson. And rounding out the top 4 is Charlie Bromelo. But as they go into the final turn, Ruben Lamb, a little glance to see where Shelby is. He looks like he's not going to have the time to get back. Ruben Lamb takes the title for the North. He is your 8-year-old British champion. Shelby Yates for 2. 8-year-old girls up next. For the Southwest, Elsie Hopkins. For the Midlands, Elsie McAvoy. For the North, Laura Jones. For the South, Ada Warner. For the Southwest, Ada Porter. For the North, Sophia Rees. For the Midlands, Erin Doney. And for the South, Esme Anderson. Eight-year-old girls charging down the hill, chasing the 0-1 plate. And Esme Anderson, the reigning British champion, has picked up the whole shot. But the 2.4 is chasing her down, and that is Sophia Rees. Out of Merseyside BMX Club, looking to do what her teammate has just done. So Esme and Sophia are going to battle it out into the final turn. That looks like the 1.1 of Erin Doney in there in 3. But I have a feeling that Esme Anderson is going to retain the title. Doing it for the South. Anderson, back-to-back 0-1s. Taking the win. Sophia in 2, Erin in 3. That was your 8-year-old girls final.
9-year-old boys up on the gate. Out of the South, Rudy Pleasansford. For the North, Connor Grant. Out of East Anglia, Logan Aceto. For the North, Arlo Payne. For the Southwest, Joseph Clayton. For the North, Oscar Rutherford. For East Anglia, Teddy Gorman. And out of the Midlands, last year's British champion, Archie Fisher. The 9-year-old mini pros all go. Who's looking to pick it up? Fisher has got it all wrong out of the gate. Rutherford's elbow to elbow with Gorman into the turn. Gorman leads it. Rutherford's glued to his back wheel. Clayton's in there in 3. Check out Archie Fisher though. He isn't done yet. He's come from the back of the pack and he's already stuck it into a podium spot. Gorman, Rutherford, and Fisher. That's your 1, 2, 3. Fisher round the outside of rather fast into the final turn. He is hunting Gorman down like prey. Headed to the wire. Gorman, Fisher. Who's going to get into the line? Oh my word, what a lap from Archie Fisher. Oscar Rutherford rounds out the podium spots. 9-year-old girls lining up on the gate for their final. Out of the Southwest, Freya Forrest. For the Midlands, Flick Brentnall. Out of the South, Isabella Henry. Out of the Midlands, Izzy Moore. For the North, Abigail Henning. For the North, Maggie Devine. For the Southwest, Mabel Pine. And for the North, on the E8, Matilda Hewitt.
9-year-old girls on track. Tilly Hewitt out of lane number 1 had an absolute blinding start. Who's here with it? Looks like we've got last year's British champion looking to pick up the whole shot into the turn. Pine wants to renew that 0-1 subscription on the front of her bike. She's currently going 1 and 2 with Tilly Hewitt on the EA plate with the E7. That's Maggie Devine back there at about 3 at the moment. So the top 3 spots occupied by the 0-1, E8 and E7. Where's the 5.1? Back there at about 3. That's Izzy Moore. Got a bit of work to do, but Mabel Pine, can anyone catch her? She's going to pick up that 0-1 for the second year running. Pine down to the wire. Divine putting the pressure on the line. I think she's nicked the 2 spot. Tilly Hewitt rounds out the podium.
Right, moving on in age group, 10-year-old boys are up next. For the Southwest, Elliot Hatch. For the Southwest again, Noah Northcott. For the South, Oscar Marco. For East Anglia, Ethan White. For the Southwest, Callum Wood. For the Southwest, Jack Colwell. For the Midlands, Alfie Thorne. And for the Southwest, Henry Sullivan. Ten-year-old boys. This one's as close as you could possibly imagine. But it is Henry Sullivan getting his nose out front early doors. Alfie Thorne's in there in 2. That looks like the 2.2 of Jack Colwell in there in 3 right now. But who is going to stop the Southwest rider, who's also the European champion, as they head towards that final corner? The E1 of Henry Sullivan in and out of the turn. Looks like he's going to add a 0-1 to his already stacked CV. Sullivan's going to take it to the line. Sullivan, Colwell, 1 and 2. Sullivan is your 10-year-old boys British champion. Up next, 10-year-old girls. Final number 22. For the North, for the Southwest, Amelia Brain. For the South, Tessa Johnson. For East Anglia, Panonica Castro-Latch. For the North, Emika Gibson. For the North, Maisie Dyson. For the Southwest, Lauren Snell. For the Southwest, Ella Grant. And for the Southwest again, Autumn Moore. Ten-year-old girls heading down the hill. Plenty of Southwest representation in this one. But Emika Gibson is looking to be the spoiler in the party. She's in there in 4 right now, but the Southwest girls have got this one on lock. They are 1, 2, and 3. Emika's making a move. She's still in a podium position away. Who's going to lead it into the final corner? It's the 15 of Autumn Moore, the 9 of Ella Grant. Grant dives underneath. Grant and Moore drag racing down the final straight. Looks like Moore's going to take it. Moore, Grant, Gibson. That is your 1, 2, 3.
11-year-old boys up on the gate for their final. Out of the Midlands, Seth Kacharik. For the Midlands again, Charlie Dowsing. Out of Scotland, Aston John Lee. For the North, Dougie Johnson. For the Midlands, Jack Haynes. For the North, Thomas Giles. For the South, Aidan Baptiste. And your European number 6 from the Midlands, Ethan Shaw. Final number 23, here's the track. Baptiste out of lane number 1. He wants to pick up the 0-1. Heading for the turn. Look at Charlie Dowsing. Absolutely shot out of a cannon, but Shaw's not done yet either. Threads the needle. Works his way into 2. Baptiste, Shaw, Dowsing. That's your podium as things stand. In and out of turn number 2. Baptiste is under all sorts of pressure as Shaw looks to go round the outside. Gonna make it stick it to the turn. Ethan Shaw, your new race leader. Shaw, Baptiste now under pressure from Dowsing. Looking like that's going to be your podium spots. Shaw's your race winner and your new 11-year-old British champion. 11-year-old ladies are lining up on the gate for their final. Out of the south, River Henderson. For the south again, Arabella Denton. For the north, Una Svensson. For East Anglia, Holly Bishop. For the north, Eliza Powell. For the north, Molly Tomlinson. For the north again, Florence Dyson. And out of the north, Puyet Lam. Eleven-year-old girls hit the track for their final. Look at the start out of lane number 1. That looks like it could be the 2.4 heading into the turn. Molly Tomlinson leads it out. The 5.4's in there in 2. That's Florence Dyson, the north, currently occupy the top 3 spots. Where is Bishop? She's back there in 4. Oh, he got busy in that second corner. Puyet Lam looked up the inside, but she shuffled back to 4 as the EA gets involved. Look at the battle out front. Dyson throws in a high-low, drag racing down the final straight with Tomlinson. Who's going to get it? Tomlinson across the line, Dyson for 2. The top 3 rounded out by Puyet Lam.
2 finals left on day 1 here at the British Championships 2026. The penultimate final of the day is the 12-year-old boys. For East Anglia, Edward Cordery. For the Midlands, Preston Newmarsh Pow. For the North, Connor Hemphill. For the North, Rex Beasley. For the South, Jacob Anderson. For the Midlands, Ronnie Woods. For the South West, Isaac Moore. And for the North, Finley Munro. We are go, the 12-year-old boys heading down the hill, and Finley Munro is on the inside. Munro in 1, Hemphill in 2. Ronnie Wood wound it up round that first turn and worked himself into a top 3 position. So Munro's still leading it through. Jacob Anderson's on the back of Ronnie Wood as they come down the 3rd straight. But Munro and Hemphill, where you'd expect them, out in front. It's going to go Munro, Hemphill, 1 and 2. Ronnie Wood rounds out a cracking day with a top 3. What a lap. Are we all right, Mum? Take a deep breath. I don't think she is. Final, day number 1. 12-year-old girls. For the South, Rachel Pritchard. For the North, Darcy Payne. For the Southwest, Izzy Underhill. For the North, Maisie Egan. For the North, Ellie Beats. For the North, Amelia Rowe. For the South, Freya Monforte. And for the Southwest, Trixie Trace. The last final, day number 1 of the British Championships. The 12-year-old girls, Trixie Trace and Freya Monforte, heading into that turn 1 and 2. The North girls are stacking up behind, including the 1.4 of Amelia Rowe as they head into turn number 2. Looks like the Southwest have got this one on lock right now. It is Trixie Trace, the European number 8, but Freya Monforte absolutely giving it everything she's got. The North's 2.4, Ellie Beats on her home track, making the podium. My voice is done. That wraps up your racing. We are going to go with presentations as soon as humanly possible. Straight to presentations on the main stage, back of the basketball court. We're going as soon as we can. Mr. Neil Stewart will take you through that one. Me and Lewis need a lie down and a beer. Even though I don't drink, I feel like I should have one. Day one is done, people. Wherever you are heading this evening, have a safe journey. Go easy on the sherbets. Get an early night if you're racing tomorrow, because there's more to come. Day 2, British BMX Championships. Let's go!